Hello friends from all over the world. Welcome to Honor of Kings. If you don't know about Honor of Kings, don't worry. We will give you a full understanding about the game through 4 episodes. If you already know Honor of Kings, you should not miss this program, as you will find all the key information you want to know. Honor of Kings is a mobile game developed by TianYun Studio Group focusing on battle. It was released in China on November 26, 2015, and is currently the mobile game with the most players in the world. You will find a large number of unique heroes and finely designed skins in Honor of Kings. What's more, the immersive battlefield will also bring users fresh gameplay experience. That's why it is a fantastic choice for social entertainment. The first season of KPL was officially launched in September 2016, and we have witnessed the birth of 13 champions. After about 2,900 days and nearly 8,000 matches. Honor of Kings International Championship is an annual world-class esports tournament with the highest level of competition. It's worth mentioning that the 2021 Honor of Kings International Championship, which contributed 600 million content views on the day of the grand finals, reached 170 million users during the tournament. 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship will witness a whole update and hold a dazzling $10 million prize pool. The wild card qualifiers will start on November 22nd, and the group stage will start from December 3rd. You will see the strong teams from all over the world fighting for the World Championship. KIC2022 will kick off shortly. Let's witness the wonderful performance of players on the stage of the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship. Let's high five for highlight.
感觉得扛不住了，开始吼我进行了一波绕后的位置，想踢过来，但是没踢到什么关键位啊。
You keep playing to watch me dance.
但是阿凯就是不要开，这一波阿超进场再来一枪，还能再收一个。无伤进场，收枪收枪，微博有点遭不住啊！
李毅知道已经没法打了，他得换线，又找到机会了。
其实，闪现回身再拉到太乙，反杀。
但是张飞直接开，把边线运进去，但凯开大，冲进去，阿里先撤一波，风筝一下凯。先生选择了回闪。
You keep playing to watch me dance.
那个米娅的蓝进场，先将别人给秒了。
Perhaps you'd understand me better.
这一波公孙一绕后开团了。
是的，和蓝的一波完美的配合。
带上，
来一口咬进去。
Nothing draws a shark better.
继续抓段阳，段阳回头一下。
than the sweet scent of blood.
段阳再一次站了出来，自己还是多甲站起来换了个名刀。
公孙离来了，
师傅我给了一推。
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. I inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high and light. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Everything that still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is in our sight. It's our time to shine high and light.
A beam of light anywhere can light up the world. Light, a warm and outpour force, brings newcomers hope. Light, a thought for comeback, gives you an indelible desire.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside.
No matter where you are from, the desire to fight runs in our blood.
You don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally
Everyone long for unprecedented honor. Doing the best is the silent synergy among opponents. Fight, guard, meet the unknown power. Challenge, attack. Rise to difficulties till being famous. Center of the world, shine like the star. Unbound fighter never walks alone. Highlight will be lit by you. Let the world see your light.
It's our time to shine.
Peguei. Quer...
Boa, cuidado.
Tá bom.
Sequei. Matei ele. Tá perdido aí, amigão.
Olá, muito
boa tarde, sejam todos muito bem-vindos! Eu sou a Ana Lopes e a gente está estreando hoje, exatamente isso, o nosso primeiro campeonato oficial de Honor of Kings no Brasil, um dos maiores MOBAs do mundo. E se você estava ansioso para tudo isso, chegamos! Finalmente estamos aqui para trazer o mais alto nível desse competitivo.
O campeonato vai mostrar ponto de entrada aí do rock no Brasil e no Ocidente. A premiação é muito boa, o jogo é muito bom, então isso vai fazer com que a competitividade seja ainda maior, vai chamar a atenção de muita gente, atrair muitos jogadores aí depois desse campeonato. O relacionamento da nossa equipe é muito bom, a gente já se conhece há algum tempo, alguns mais, outros menos, então isso traz uma confiança, uma sinergia, a gente já sabe lidar, já sabe como falar, se comunicar um com o outro. Acho que isso ajuda bastante e a gente está muito confiante, trabalhando pesado, está fazendo de tudo e a expectativa está muito alta para alcançar nosso objetivo.
A gente está 2 anos juntos, como pro player e em time, então acho que todo mundo aqui meio que se trata como irmão e tal, e já tá bem legal.
Lembrando que ele tem a skill que acaba regenerando HP, o Cristal tá exposto, o Smeb ainda tenta se reposicionar, vai caindo agora o El na sequência, Materaça ali dentro da fonte tentando recuperar o HP, Cristal finalmente cai, ainda assim, olha a Red, vai pro dive, deletados, a torre tá focando demais, mas é Ace da Red no dive! Foi pra cima agora justamente ali o Dudu acaba sendo eliminado, a luta prossegue, o Dragão Tirano acabou resetando, já perde 2 jogadores a miners, 3 na sequência, só sobrou um agora, todo mundo eliminado, quadra kill do Dani! A Red Canids vai pra vitória! Na verdade, ganhou bastante tempo ali pra equipe do Corinthians, mas não adianta, porque chegou justamente a Let Go, vai conquistando as eliminações, o Cristal tá sendo focado, o jogo vai acabar, a Red Canids garante a primeira posição do grupo B.
Está no começo do primeiro campeonato de rock, é muito animador ser um dos pioneiros aí que vai ficar de exemplo para os próximos que virão. Acredito que vai chamar a atenção de muita gente, atrair muitos jogadores aí depois desse campeonato. Eles vão ver a dimensão do jogo e da competitividade.
Eu acho muito bom estar nesse campeonato do rock. Então, estar jogando aqui agora no Brasil, como o primeiro campeonato aqui do Brasil, tem um significado muito grande. Então, se a gente conseguir conquistar e fazer um bom número lá fora, acredito que vem sim forte para os próximos anos. Então, a meta é essa.
Lembrando, gente, se a Red ganhar agora, encerra a série 3-0, enfrentará a Vivo Cage na grande final do dia 29 de outubro, na nossa final presencial melhor de 7, para definir então o representante brasileiro no Mundial de Honor of Kings. Que é obrigado o Echo. Meu Deus, olha o Echo! Vai ser solado! Ele vai renascer, o Dani vai pra cima dele! Garante a eliminação, sai vivo! É o Dani imortal! E você tá chegando no restante agora pela rota do meio, eles têm vantagem numérica, é só focar o Cristal, é só fechar a partida, a Red vai pra final, classificada a Red! É um monte de coisa, hein, na Red? Valeu, Dani, vai comemorar, cara, vai comemorar.
Representar o Brasil lá fora é uma honra, né? Com certeza. A gente está trabalhando justamente para isso. A gente tem que ter na cabeça que é um passo de cada vez, então a gente tem um jogo aí da final, sei que o outro time também está bem preparado, né?
A nossa comunicação evoluiu bastante, a gente está bastante ansioso para estar jogando o campeonato e essa ansiedade foi passando, a gente foi se acostumando e a comunicação está o melhor possível.
Eu acredito que o meu time teve uma melhora na comunicação e no relacionamento no decorrer. A gente teve uma ajuda da nossa psicóloga que ajudou a gente ter uma comunicação mais objetiva, a gente entender melhor o outro e a maneira melhor de se falar.
Tivemos partidas, né, que cometemos erros algo pequenos, que a gente sabia que comete, né, mas tem que melhorar, só que a gente ainda cometia porque estava no primeiro jogo, primeira série, então ao decorrer do campeonato foi sim evoluindo. Tanto que no último jogo que eu comentei agora, mas um pouquinho mais atrás, tiveram de novo esses erros, por isso que a partida foi mais difícil, mas acredito que a comunicação evoluiu bastante, tá todo mundo já se entendendo melhor, então o próximo passo é evoluir ainda mais.
A gente está com uma expectativa muito alta, a gente está muito animado para jogar a final já. Tipo, esse tempo até a final tá sendo muito doloroso, porque a gente quer jogar logo.
Estamos trabalhando para conseguir passar, e passando a gente vai ter a oportunidade, né, de representar a gente disputando com várias outras regiões, né? E acho que a gente tem um potencial muito bom aí, eu acho que até ser a melhor equipe do Ocidente, eu diria. Acho que temos condições de vencer o AS, o NA, a Europa, o MENA, e depois a gente vai encarar ali os times asiáticos, né? E vamos ver como vai ser.
Sejam todos bem-vindos à nossa grande final do Championship Qualifier Brasil. Red Canids e Vivo Cage, ambas as equipes chegam aqui invictas nessa grande final para mais uma disputa interessantíssima. Quem será que leva a taça?
O Fusão tá vivo, mas a situação é muito difícil. A VK grita, a VK comemora, a VK vence a partida! É VK 1-0, tira a invencibilidade da Red Canids a Vivo Cage, meu parceiro!
Eu acho que foi nervosismo no primeiro jogo, todo mundo queria falar muito, tá? Tipo, eu acho que o forte deles é o early e a gente ganhou o early.
Agora finalmente eliminado, o Danilo tá vivo por um milagre, o Cristal tá exposto, tinha até o Dragon Overlord batendo, vai ter quem engage agora, o ABH tenta segurar no desespero, mas a Red Canids empata a série!
Lá. A Red Canids estoura a luta por aqui agora, o Kenny pode ser pego, vai ser eliminado o Kenny.
Já foi eliminado, com isso tem mais um abate em cima da BH, continua a luta, vai ficar pra trás o Pada, são 3, 4 abates, vai ser Ace, vai ser Ace, vai ser Ace, o Pada tenta resistir, mas não tem como! Ace! Ai, ai, ai! A Red vai virar a série, Cristal exposto e não tem como segurar! A Red Canids faz 2-1 na série! Tem o ultimate, a BH muito machucada, olha o Fluxo! Ele ainda tenta sair! Finalmente eliminado, o primeiro abate a favor da equipe da Red! O jogo pode acabar! O jogo vai acabar! Porque já são 4 eliminações! Ace Red Canids que vai para a vitória! Precisam extra, vamos dar uma olhada, o Dano já tá muito machucado, situação complicada pra ele, a luta estoura, no campo em 3 jogadores, o Dano ainda tenta voltar, o Mish pode ser cobrado, o ABH vai limpando tudo também, ele vai acabar renascendo, mas o Cristal tá exposto! Vivo Cage vence a partida! Meu Deus, ele agora, ABH vendido no lance, vai acabar sendo eliminado, ele ainda tenta se reposicionar, o Dano também vai ficando vendido no lance, ele agora vai acaba sendo vivo, olha só a base! Canids é campeão do Qualify brasileiro!
Nosso time ele tem uma adaptabilidade muito forte, muito grande. Então acredito que os caras lá de fora vão ter que se preparar para isso.
Cara, tô muito animado aí pro Mundial. A gente é o primeiro representante. Isso é incrível, ser o pioneiro. Vamos tentar fazer bonito lá fora. E tô doido pra jogar contra os caras lá fora, né? Que eles são mais experientes e tal. Eu acho que isso vai agregar muito pro nosso cenário, que é novo. Quando a gente voltar de lá, a gente vai estar com muita ideia nova e muita coisa para somar aí pro Brasil.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship, and I'm today's caster and commentary TianYun.
I'm Jacko.
Nice to see you again. So after the whole video, I got a lot of very emotional feelings because you got to see like how they went through, what will be the entire process they have gone through as a team, what will be the changes, what will be the step-by-step they did during the whole journey. I think it's very touching.
And I love the feeling of the buzzer area.
Yes.
Actually, I feel the passions over there.
Love it.
And then they went through a lot. That's a process they have to run through, but they did it. They succeeded.
Yes, and you can see the finals. They use different kinds of the compositions, even though it's not a global BP, but you are seeing a lot of a variety of the compositions. We saw Kai and Guan Yu. We saw Kai and Xiahou We saw like Xiao Qiao together with concert. A lot of varieties of compositions that are shown. We definitely like get to know more about Red Canids.
Yep, that's a different style from the KPL.
And
yep.
Let's see how excited like they finally are getting the championship, holding it together, and with the interview when they're doing the online gamings, they're so excited like gathering around, cheering at the same time. I really like the vibe here. So Red Canids, even though they're not doing so well till then, like the whole group stage, but they still, as a pioneer, like the interview said, representing the Brazil area. We're really looking forward to see their better performances in the future, and I think the answer will be affirmative. They will do better.
Okay, in terms of the passion they have, I think this is just a matter of time. They have to grow up fast by this tournament, and I think they learn a lot from the KPL team and learn a lot from the group stage. I think this is a fresh experience for them. Maybe they are the best in the Brazil area, but when you join to the 2022 KIC, you will find that a lot of champions, a lot of competitors, strong competitor in this stage.
Of course. I think that it will be the most difficult part throughout the entire career when you find some gaps, when you find some differences when comparing to the best. So at this particular time, you have to stay focused. You have to keep continuing pursuing your dream, and after several years of practice, you will finally be the #1, standing ahead of the other enemies. You will get there, so just to make sure, never give up. This is one spirit and one positivity, positive energy that esports are bringing to us as one. We are always witnessing this kind of spirit lifted up by those teams. Never defeated, never given up.
Never defeated. They will get there step by step. They should just accumulate some experience and strategies and back to the Brazil area. Maybe they can share to the other teams.
Of course. And today will be the day for Group C. So Red Canids will still have a lot of battles going on. And we will be seeing 3 matches and 2 in total for the very first half. And let's see some of the heroes that are very popular. We would like to do more introductions to you guys.
Yep.
Oh, and this selection of heroes is very interesting.
Interesting, not that popular, right?
Yeah.
Not Kururu, Angela, and Moz. Actually, Moz shows a lot in the group stage because, you're really encountering some marksman or Lan and Liu Bang. Very effective in the game.
And Moz can be played as a mid laner or a support, really depending on what your composition will be like. So a lot of gaming styles will be displayed by the single hero. So just make sure you enjoy different kinds of gaming style from Moz. And Angela is very typical, the oldest generation of heroes in HOK.
Angela actually can clean away so fast, which can encountering the Zhou Yu. So this is a quite important point because the limitation of the mid lane in this current meta. So I think that Angela will be the crucial point when the game goes to the game 4 or game 5.
And Nakalulu also interesting because yesterday we saw Chongqing Wolves Xiaofang playing this hero, very effective, very aggressive in the game. All right, let's see what will be the matches that we'll be looking forward to today. So the first half, we're going to see 3 matchups starting from Red Canids versus SCARZ, and the next one will be SCARZ versus Foshan DRG.GK.
And are there other areas teams, right? They are last remaining 4, so this is quite important for them.
Yes. Treasure every second and every minute you have on the stage.
I'll say impunity is a bit strong.
Of course.
I think this is the most strongest team of the non-KPL team.
And we got some fans over there. Like Wolves are really good at finding opportunity to reverse their disadvantages. Yeah, very like we saw this kind of action from yesterday's matches.
Even though they were down in the early game, but only single chance, they will find only single chance of that. 1 or 2 mistake will turn everything back.
And for those of you who are so curious about what will be the one you should be looking for the most, I will answer you with a very easy one, like the 5th one, where DRG.GK will be having the battle going against Chengdu AG.
So this is quite important for them because that will directly determine the first place and the second place.
Yeah, they earn almost the same scores right now. So, and like more to that, the last time they had a battle with each other, it's a tie. So it will be the same situation like yesterday. So if GK and an AG won all the games for today and the rest of their like inner battles, if it's a tie, we will be seeing extra BO1s.
Maybe there will be an extra BO1 today because actually I think the DRG.GK versus AG, they're 50-50 equal strengths, and the style of their playing, I think, is so similar.
Quite similar, huh?
Yeah.
The emphasis, like the cores and the like aggression, the gamings of the strategy are quite same. So maybe it will be a tie here. But however you thought about yesterday, we have the same assumption for yesterday's matchups. But the result will be the 2-2 in favor of Chongqing Wolves. So who knows? Everything will be happening.
We have no idea. I just thought that maybe maybe EDGM can win the first game, but in the mid game, Chongqing Wolves show their competitive in the mid game. So everything is not been settled down in that at that moment.
Yeah, but I mean, after all, the whole matchup is amazing. It's very impressive. So hopefully we can see some better ones for today. So our first game, Canids versus SCARZ.
I think Canids, they're facing a lot of pressure from another level. SCARZ I think SCARZ maybe is in the level 2 and GK and AG in the level 4 or 5.
Yes.
And right now, I think Canids, when they join in this stage, they have to improve a lot to against the KPL team or the other areas, just as SCARZ from Japan, the Asia team. They're very strong, so I think it is quite important for them.
I mean, obviously, they're in the very first initial steps of becoming an esports player. So they're going through a lot, stress, difficulties, puzzles when during the game you don't know what to react to your enemies, but it's okay. So after watching the clips, I was looking forward to see they actually use that kind of heroes to go on stage.
Maybe Chao and Wang will show up on this stage.
A lot of very like uncommon heroes are being picked and ending up getting the victory during the grand final from Brazil qualifiers.
Yeah. I think the proficiency is most important thing for the Canids right now, and Danny actually he used TianYun, but a lot of times, no matter in the group stage or in the Brazil area.
And so all the time, like we were hearing the casters screaming out the name of Danny. All the time, Immortal Danny, like Quadricle to Danny, and a lot of heroes are being used from Danny as well.
Danny, I think the hero pool of Danny is
deep enough.
Yeah, deep enough. But I'm just worried about the proficiency of those heroes because, after all, they play this game for only a few months.
Yes.
There's a last time for them to practice.
That's really something because if you just see like the performance of the hero used by Danny from the group stage or the other performances, you will assume that this player only can play Jing or Lam. But actually, when you take a deep look at the qualifier, the grand finals, a lot of heroes are being used. For example, Zhao Yun, very uncommon choices, but also like works during the team fights. And Nakolulu at the same time, very weak hero in the early game, but managed to thrive and win that game using Xiao Chao and Concert Yu together in one composition, managed to win them the fight. So I think it's good. Just leave some impression for us. on the stage?
I think that's a question more important because they're really good at the late game hero, but when they face to the SCARZ or AG or DRG.GK, they have no late game for them. They have no place and no room for them to farm it, and no time for them to farm it.
You know, there might be a chance where you use those kind of very uncommon hero on stage, making your enemy have less time to react. Sometimes when you're really pulling out very newly formed like compositions, your enemies will be feel puzzled, confusing during the game. That might be some of the strategy they can try to find it.
Yeah, very confused. Yeah, and then let's dive into the BP. If there was something special from Red Canids, let's wait and see. 东皇太一 and Zhang Fei swing ban away, and then 大乔 maybe they're Gong Song Li or Shen Mengxi. Yeah, the non-KPL team, the first pick, the first choice.
Fusion still going to this Gong Song Li, going for this Gong Song Li directly with no hesitation. They only spend like 2 seconds trying to decide what will be the first hero to pick.
When they joined into the group stage and saw a lot of KPL teams match up, and I think they really benefit for this meta hero.
What will be the support that they should try to get for? I mean, Gong Song Li is good enough on the top bottom lane, but you do better pair him up with a quite aggressive support, since like Dong Huang Tai together with Zhang Fei will be eliminated. So, okay, Sun Bing.
Okay, actually another style they choose Lam and Sun Bing, but maybe a little bit early they showed up this kind of draft.
I mean, apparently, like Lam is one of the most confident hero for Danny to play. He actually make a good impression for us from the battle they're dealing with going against Foshan DRG.GK on the bottom lane, gaining the triple kill. That was very huge. But for this specific time, I think it's facing Zhou Yu and Lu Ban at the same time. Might be causing Danny sometime trying to figure out which will be the perfect time to dive in. And Sun Bing, quite weak, huh?
Sun Bing, actually, you need to catch the timing, use your second ability or the ultimate. So it's quite important for Danny because you have to choose. You have to choose that you will use the second ability to attack or defend. So quite important.
Like the use of Ata, I think it's better. Like after these last 2 picks, I think the formation finally shows something. You have to pair Ata together with Sun Bing, making this Ata, this frontliners all the time arriving at the stage, standing up front.
Yep.
For the entire team fights.
But that really makes sense. Ata combined with Sun Bing, the actual KPL team will use this kind of combination, and then Wu Zetian once again. So that may be a beautiful combo in the game, but depends on the coordination. But look at the other side.
Yes.
Just like typical KPL drops.
Like easier words, let's see how much the damage that they can possibly be offering to this Ata. Even with the help of Sun Bing, I'm afraid that this Ata cannot like stand longer during the team fights, because Lu Bu, Nakaruru, and Lu Ban number 7 at the same time. I could say this will be those frontliners like nightmare all the time.
Nightmare for Nian. So this is quite important for him. If he carry Smite, maybe we do something. Maybe he can do something in the early game, but he carried the flash. That's more to the initiation.
Just forget about the Lu Bu. Only like Lu Ban number 7 and Nakaruru together. I think these 2 pairs will be taking complete care of this Ata in the late game.
Maybe 2 seconds. Maybe mellow down in 2 seconds. So this, I think that's a huge pressure for Ata, and he have to collect a lot of information to avoid the burst damage from the other side.
I mean, obviously, like with the different heroes have different kinds of the qualities they have. They have advantages and disadvantages. And 2 of the very like common advantages from those heroes will be they are so good at dealing with those very tanky frontliners. So this will be a question for Red Canids, trying to find themselves a better living environment. But you know, on the contrary, but this composition will be working only if they have enough gold.
Yeah.
Later.
It would take some time for them to farm it up, but I think SCARZ, they already handle it because Red Canids they play so passively in the early game because the style they play in the Brazil area just like that. So I think SCARZ will
have enough time.
Yeah, we'll have enough time for them to farm it up.
Yes.
Especially Nakaruru, the jungle land. They don't need to worry about the jungle land, and then the number 7 just farm it up safe in the bottom side.
Yeah,
the other side, the support of the other side, it's Sun Bing is pretty weak in the early game.
Yeah, I totally agree. The composition that Red Canids are going for and their gaming style, usually we will be simply assume that Red Canids will not trying to gain a lot of stuff. Both teams are gonna do those farming up quite peacefully, no invasion it is. So peaceful farming up will be ended better for the side of SCARZ because they have those very late cores needed time to farm up. All right, let the battle begin. Let's see how the first match will be going for both sides.
I'm just wondering how Mist can play in this game because this hand's quite important.
During the clip that we saw, Mist played a lot of heroes, Wang, Tian all the time.
I think he's quite talented in this kind of hero.
Yes.
The big mage, we say. The big mage.
Look at the positioning from Rover, getting very deep into jungles. Trying to gain the vision, but since he's pairing up with the flash, so I think single invasion is not gonna happen.
It did invade a little bit something.
Rover.
Look at the top side.
I think Nian with a flash, she can definitely go in for more.
But he's just afraid of something?
Yes, maybe the 4-minute early protection on the tower, so your damage will be fully deducted.
And he's waiting for the first and second ability. I think they will Reaper
all right.
at the same time. Oh, this is a solo kill from Autumn.
Keep himself alive after gaining the kills, even though he uses flash, but it's a fair trade.
Yeah, and Fusion, the frenzy is still available, so I think when you play with the Kunsu, you have to be aggressive. You don't need to be afraid of Blue number 7. Just trigger your frenzy, and then let's get the solo.
I mean, the damage will be enough, and you're also gaining some HP recovery from the use of frenzy.
So this is when they are facing a lot of pressure, they don't know how to bug this kind of chance.
And
they were afraid, and they don't know how to play.
Oh, so initially, Fusion got quite low. Half of the HP is gonna be stolen away from those process when you're trying to clean the wave. And right now, Autumn just seized the opportunity and went for more.
Yeah, and Fusion, I think, is facing a lot of pressure and trouble.
Again, have to retrieve back.
But luckily, the wave's has been cleaned by Fusion, and it's been level 4. Still some time for him, but they have to do something when the Doomsday is being built out.
But compared with the former battles Red Canids facing during the battle going against those KPL teams, I think SCARZ is playing this quite gently.
Quite gently compared with the KPL team.
Yes. Left threat has been offered, and maybe Red Canids can still thrive to trying to find some of those minor mistakes made by SCARZ members.
Yeah. If there's a KPL team playing, you'll find out the blue buff's being taken by Nakaruru.
So after getting the very first kill, I think SCARZ will be living in Red Canids jungles.
Yeah, maybe there will be some competitive in this game.
But also good news for Jerry, right? Nakaruru successfully farming up to level 7 and used the Primal Portal to chase up, and he finally got cancelled because it's not a very wise choice.
Yeah, everyone's there.
5-member down.
5-member. If you want to go into my heart, just come.
And Luban actually have the vision for this.
Okay, Luban Master will pull back Sun Bing.
Nice move. So with a good use of the first ability and together with a flash, will enable Luban to move in a quite far distance, trying to use the ultimate to initiate.
And SCARZ really adapting to this stage.
I think they're waiting for Danny.
Yeah.
They spend a lot of time taking over and trying to hold the pressure, waiting for Danny to get to a level where he felt the most comfortable and trying to participate during the team fights. Get prepared. Oh,
they're waiting the X of Torment. That's still a long time because SCARZ, they're starting the invasion into the jungle land. And Danny would like to exchange some resources. Oh, Flash. There will be another kill, and Autumn's been killing spree. And look at Miss, have to flash and out. I think Jerry can go even more.
Yes, Jerry's played so safely.
Yeah, so safely and so passively. And look at the One Master just pulls everyone back, and Danny will be the first one down, and then the second one will be Nian.
I think everybody went down well, we accepted for the side of Red Canids, but the truth that Danny went down, it will not be taken as a very good sign because they're waiting. They're absolutely given every single resource to Danny. But if Danny went down for him one more time, I think the whole rhythm, the whole purpose of doing this game will be melted away.
Yeah. And actually, I think Red Canids, they don't know the damage from the other side because Jerry, I think, is too fat right now.
Yes.
Yeah, the damage, the burst damage come from Jerry is too high. It's hard to handle, so they have to careful about their position.
But actually, I think Jerry should be understanding the damage he will be possibly having at this point, more.
Yep.
He can do a lot of burst damage at this time.
Jerry is in danger, and then pull back Jerry, but not enough damage for the kill. And then everyone's there, and they protect Jerry successfully. Second ability to take some weak HP recover.
I mean, clearly Jerry made some mistake with the positioning, but lucky news for them, they have created a lot of goal lead, so the damage will be not sufficient to the side of Red Canids trying to find the kills.
Yeah.
And fortunately, they gather around and fight. This formation is very good. Rotation is done very quickly, very efficiently, so that they can try to protect Jerry as a whole team. And from now on, taking another tower down and getting the blue buff from the Red Canids.
Yeah. I think Red Canids really love to commit in the team fight, but I think they have to farm it up, and yeah, this is a chance for them, but not enough damage for any kill. Look at Autumn, he's just like a warrior at that. But finally, Fusion will shut down. You shut down Autumn, and then the other kill, double kill back over to Fusion.
I mean, this defense is looking good for the side of Red Canids. I think Danny wants to play safely, but he can actually go for that kills. Like ASD have no ability remaining after the whole team fights. But after all, 2 trading for 2, when you're losing 4,000 behind, going against your enemy, you're gaining yourself a winning situation right now.
Yeah, but I think they really did a great job in this team fight.
The combo chains are really good. After Nian that got very closely to Autumn, and finally we can see the ultimate from Sa, the Sun Bing, managed to silence 4 members and will be immediately followed by Mist ultimate. I think it's good.
Yeah.
This combo is very beautiful.
Actually, they have the ability to win the team fight when SCARZ makes some mistakes.
Yeah.
And SCARZ have to play carefully because as a lot of mistakes come from SCARZ, maybe that will be the chance for Red Canids to turn something back.
I think this game is being more interesting than expected. Sometimes might be turnover. Red Canids still holds some possible opportunities to win this game, as long as they can keep farming and keep doing those very beautiful combo chains during the team fights.
So maybe a single combo chain will change a lot of things, just like Sun Bing ultimate combined with Wu Zetian's ultimate together, that will be shared a half HP of the Nuban number 7.
Absolutely.
Then, and then Danny can clean up the battlefield.
Easier words, the only thing that I have to make sure is that they can kill this Luban number 7 and everything will be done.
Yeah.
With the Luban number 7 going down, the damage will be completely insufficient from the side of SCARZ. They cannot rely simply on Jerry. Jerry is not enough solely because Rover still needs some time to farm up.
Yeah. And look at this secondary turret. Is that Red Canids will defend or not? Or give up this secondary turret? I think the HP of Lu Bu is quite in danger, so Red Canids actually will have some opportunity, but they choose to give up the secondary turret. or give up this team fight.
SCARZ is trying to speed up, trying to keep up the pace because they know that it will be the time trying to finish the game. They are going for this common objective. Maybe the Overlord will be very important because the time, the clock is taken towards 10 minutes. That will be a turning point for every single match.
Yep. And that would be another good sign for
SCARZ.
Yeah, for SCARZ because they actually will extend. They're actually extending more goal lead right there.
Yes.
It's been 5,000. I reckon they gained their jungle line back, and that's a good news for the Red Canids too.
Yeah, this is one more detail that you can do. So try to make sure that you can take all of the resources from your enemies and then move towards the common objectives. Because you have to gather around to gain for the dragon, so you're leaving your enemy have enough time to finish the whole jungle. So this is one very minor detail that they can try to improve in the future.
Exactly. So the Red Canids, will they give up
Dark Tyrant
this?
has
Two dragons in one roll. Very aggressive.
Yeah, the Tyrant's been destroyed by the SCARZ. I think the movement from Nian is so dangerous because Nakaru.
Oh, awesome.
Okay, look at the combo over there. Damage insufficient, always the point of them. And Lu Bu will block the way. They were trying to retreat, but there's no way there. They have only 3 members at that time.
This is a huge turning point for this. Crucial team fight, 85% of the damage taken by Autumn and managed to survive even though he's standing alone without the help and assistance from Luban.
This is a 10.
Oh, this will be the end for the game. What a play, doing solo 1 versus 2, manage to kill 1 and initiate the whole team fight.
Yeah, trying to get inside and then combine with Stanley, trying to find the damage, find some kill in the back line, but yeah, damage insufficient, always the time, and always a problem for them.
What a play! You need a lot of courage, you need a lot of calculation.
Yeah, look at Autumn, he's still standing in the ground and trying to find more, and then Jerry will take down the Gongsun Li. And Sun Bing as well. It will be another pullback, and then SCARZ will end this game.
We have been casting and watched a lot of matches, thousands of matches till now, 5 years of the total KPL been developed. We never saw this kind of situations where Luban number 7 staying alone on the bottom lane trying to initiate team fights. And I can totally understand if he had a Destiny, if he had a Sage Sentry, but without this kind of self-protection items, he managed to do this.
Yeah. I love the chance they were catching at that time, but they have to have a good communication. They have to stay together, and then they can do this kind of initiation with 5 members, 5 people, but you cannot do it with only 3 members. And yeah, Gongsun Li combined with Tu Zetian.
Oh, this Luban number 7 definitely be the MVP for this match.
Yeah. He's a tank. He stuff a lot.
He's everything. He got the very first kill to the team. He initiated the team fights. He takes care of the backlines. He kills the marksman.
Yeah.
Jerry is very comfortable. You just have to manage a wave, taking down towers. Every single backliner will be solved by Luban number 7 alone.
Yeah, and Luban number 7, he do a lot of damage for the team fight, and then will take a lot of damage from the team fight. So this is quite important for him. Just like a late game Lu Bu, like a boss.
But you can see how well that he knows what will be the correct amount of damage he will be dealing on those marksmen. This will be the premise for him to do this kind of actions. You need to be accurate about whether you can go in for that kill or not. Very 100% sure.
Yeah, but I think the Red Canids, they have to know the thing is if you want to farming up in pace, that would be a lot of choice for them. But this is not the choice when you're facing SCARZ. You have to create some skirmish and team fight and win the team fight, and then you can extend your goal lead. You can extend the land you can touch.
Yes.
Yeah, or otherwise you will lose a lot of resources, just like the jungle land.
You can't rely fully on your enemies. You have to find your opportunity for your own. So instead of going only onto the side lanes trying to clean the wave, you need to form up to do some things, to do the ganking, to do some strategy together, trying to earn yourself some kills during the laning, or otherwise you will be facing some threats by your enemies.
Yeah.
I mean, frankly, I think the very beginning 5 minutes, like SCARZ is not exerting huge amount of pressure for each lanes. They're doing a very like peaceful farming up, and this will be a huge like advantages for Red Canids.
Yeah.
But they just spent too long a time trying to make sure Danny gets the most resources. So after one team fight where Danny went down, that will be the time when the whole team just begins to slide down.
Yeah, so the aggression strategy in the early game is so important. You can play just like Yala Esports, 4 members gathering together and then dive into the turret. You have to guarantee one lane. You will make everything in the control.
Yes.
So Yala Esports, they actually learned a lot of things from the KPL team. Hopefully Red Canids can learn a lot from them.
Back to the game. MVP will be awarded to Autumn.
Damage 25%, 26%, and damage 40%.
Amazing statistics for a marksman, especially he's playing Luban number 7.
Yeah, and that's a solo kill of that. Never underestimate Luban number 7's damage. It's quite important. Look at ASD high in the boost for a long time. Have an action.
Yeah, this.
It really have some, but actually Sun Bing, the ultimate and second ability, yeah, he held the trigger for so long, too long of that.
So initially, like Luban will be the target surrounded by 3 members. He was the one initiated by the enemies, but he take that fight and fight back at instant, standing at that position, doing those auto attack, doing those passive, and the damage will be just too huge to handle.
Yeah, I think this kind of initiation, they will work if these 3 members' abilities issue together in the same time. That would be the moment for them, but yeah, Sun Bing without the second ability and the ultimate, that would be the biggest problem for them in the last team fight.
And we can see that like nice rotations and reinforcements are being made from SCARZ after like Autumn has been hit. All the members just make very quick rotation down to the bottom, trying to help the Luban number 7 alive. And with the second ability, with that chain, very important, crucial chain offered by Luban, managed to turn the tide around and win them a very good team fight and result in a huge victory.
Yep, without doubt with that. But yeah, SCARZ actually they can do a lot more better than that. Yeah, I think they really have some ability to again with the KPL team, but the problem is the detail in the early game and the mid game is for lack of some experience. Yeah, just like that. They play so passively with this kind of composition. I think they can play more aggressive, especially invasion.
Trying to improve the efficiency when you're doing the snowballing for the game, because you're getting prepared for the next battle. I mean, the second match for the first half of today's matchups will be going against Foshan DRG.GK. So this is quite a schedule for SCARZ. So the first one they have versus Red Canids, and the second one with no time to trying to reset a little bit, they will directly go for challenge against DRG.GK. So it will be a good thing for you to trying to warm up a little bit. So trying to make sure the next game, if you are leading in the game, trying to make sure the snowballing get more efficient.
Yeah.
Faster the pace will be one thing and one true character. And some more details should be developed, and I think we can discuss about it more in the next game. We will take a short break. So with no more time waiting, we will be starting up the second match for this BO2.
And Red Canids versus SCARZ. Quite important for the Red Canids because they have to gain more experience as much as they can during this tournament.
Oh, another rotation to the top side.
Oh.
I thought it would be Yummy, but it's Chao instead. A lot of like backup players from SCARZ.
And they're still trying another composition. Another lineup by substitution.
I enjoy every second. Sometimes this kind of tournament is like a huge opportunity for those players to trying to practice more. So if they have time and they have the opportunity, trying to gain every single player this kind of experiences.
Yeah, for the bigger picture, more practicing. I look so happy for the from the Congress.
The blue side will be SCARZ and the red side will be Red Canids.
Now Red Canids are in the red side. Is that Chao Yun we showed up at that?
I don't know. Maybe SCARZ are trying to limit the choice of the junglers, but you know you only have 2 bans in the very first round.
Yep.
If you want to make sure that the jungler will be eliminated, you are setting out a lot of combos, a lot of very good supports. For example, Zhang Fei and Lu Ban at the same time.
And then Sun Bing. Whoa, Sun Bing in the first pick. It's not a common pick for that, but definitely congrats. You're trying something new. He's trying something new.
Yes, leaving a mystery of what will be the finalized version and finalized combo chains from SCARZ.
Yeah.
And this one is good. We saw this combos go into the grand finals, managed to take Red Canids 1 extra victorious points during those BO7s, using this Kai and Guanyi together, this duel. Danny really loved to play Kai.
Kai, this hero, combined with Kuang, you combine with the Jacko, then it's okay for them. But I think this is more suited for this meta. But I think, yeah, the comfortable is quite important, more important for them.
Wow, this is really confident from SCARZ. This will be the same situation like yesterday, like Chongqing Wolves, using the Agudo together with Ma Chao going directly to impunity, trying to make sure that, yeah, I think you still have some room of improvements. How about I show you one?
I just show you one together with Sun Bing.
Yeah, how to play, how to master this kind of combos.
But the midlaner is a little bit changed. That's not Wizard Tian. It's a Mai Xunanui.
Now this is the mobility that we're talking about initially. Use the speeding up, use the acceleration from Sun Bing, trying to make sure this Mai Xunanui can do a lot of rotations, a lot of roamings to either sides.
Yeah. So mobile in the first round drop, and this first round drop, I think so aggressive because aggressive in the mid game and the late game. Sun Bing can use his ultimate and then Ata will follow up with Mai Xunanui.
Okay, I think that's 3 picks is also okay when you're countering Guanyu. It's not like you have Donghuang Tai on your side, but I think this minor controls is okay. You have to make sure you can stop this Guanyu from getting into the backlines, and that's okay. And Mai Xunanui and Ata can do this kind of duties and this kind of job.
It's pretty hard for Nian. It's hard to get inside because everyone will have a little bit CC to interrupt your running state.
I think the coach from Red Canids really want to release the tension on the bottom lane. They are using like 3 ban places trying to restrict the choices when it comes to marksman and gaining another one like Fan, Excel that doing laning. So I think like solo kill won't be happening for this match.
Yeah.
Safe enough.
It's hard for that, but when you shut up the Fan and DNG is still available, that would be a disaster for Fan.
Yeah, but keeping him alive and safe on the bottom lane will be offered, I think, because you have Tai Yizhen standing side by side of you.
Yeah, they were more emphasized on the team fight, not the landing phase.
Like, safetyness will be ensured with this kind of selection. Okay, this is good. And TianYun goes into mid laners.
Okay, Miss really love to play this kind of mage.
But they have Donghuang Tai available, right?
Yeah.
They can go for the very classical combo with Donghuang Tai together with TianYun. We saw Foshan DRG.GK did once earlier.
They did once, but maybe they don't have such that kind of proficiency in this kind
You
of...
don't need to protect. you don't need to practice using this kind of capital. You just focus on wherever, like the ultimate from Donghuang Tai will be like using your ultimate and boom.
Yeah.
That's it. Huge burst damage coming out from your ultimate from Ganjiang Moye.
That would be the culinary of the support and mid laner, but I think Sa would definitely love to follow Fusion in the bottom side. I think that this is the happiest they have.
Yeah, you either go for those damage or you choose to play passively, trying to make sure that your marksman stay alive all the time. So the last game, maybe they think that Red Canids, they're not doing a quite full job on the bottom lane. That will be this whole like starting rhythm from SCARZ. So this one, they're trying to make sure that our marksmen stay safe on the bottom lane, and we are trying to find something to break through during the game, trying to make sure we can gain something back when it comes to bottom laning.
Yeah, but it's quite hard for the bottom lane because you're facing the DRG in the bottom side. You found actually so disadvantage during the landing phase. So it's quite important for them to find a lot of plays to farm up to gain the resources as much as he can.
I mean, DRG going against Fan work the same like going against Gongsun Li, can use his second ability, the Purify effect, trying to deduct the damage from Fan. So the first ability from Fang will be like completely melted away.
Especially the first ability, the mark. You purify the mark, and then Fang just highly dependent. The damage from Fang is highly dependent on his first ability.
But I think it's okay. You don't look for more. You just have to make sure you can save. You can be safe down there. And with Taiyi Zhenren offering this extra gold, I think fair enough. Like stable farming up is what they are looking for.
But maybe they can switch the lane. Fang to top, and then actually Fang can keep the priority of the top side. If he keeps staying in the bottom lane, I think is the biggest disadvantage for him.
This is one strategy they could possibly take into consideration in the future, maybe.
But I have no idea they know this kind of switching lane or not.
2 smites from the side of SCARZ, 1 smite only from the side of Red Canids.
They're really starting to try to invade the jungle land.
In 5 seconds.
The control of the common objective it is. Let's see what kind of games and performance ASD use this use Mai Shinunui will be happening. Jerry used a jungler Yao as per to this match. Not a very common choice for wildcards or non-KPL teams.
Okay, look at the middle lane. Try ASD pretty aggressive. Maybe when the Japanese player play with the SNK hero, there will be another buff for them.
Extra buff offered. And after cleaning the wave, they managed to rotate faster than Red Canids.
Oh, Fusion. Quite risky movement, and this is quite okay. Actually, he can hear the voice, but with no time for reaction.
I mean, 1-to-1 trade and cost ASD extra flash.
But this is executing from the turret. So no money for the Fusion.
And no kills taken into consideration and taken into calculations. We can see the dashboard sold 1-0. But I mean, if Red Canids are doing this very hard mode of the laning, yeah, I think Sa should be going down there. Trying to earn Fusion more vision.
You have
to laning, yes.
Yeah, you have to.
You can leave the mid wave solo for mist. Like Ganjiang Moya clean the wave quite fast.
Yep. Okay, look at the autumn, so aggressive in that time. You play a lot of things. Miss. Like a rotation to the bottom lane, but nothing will happen.
The Overlord and Tyrant.
Because right now, DRG is so strong in the bottom side.
It's a matter of timing. I especially emphasized this yesterday. So it's not a fixed fact that you have to do rotations. You have to make sure that by the time you get to the bottom lane, the waves will be still encountering with one another, so that the marksmen of your enemies might be standing on the river. Or otherwise, after the waves are being cleaned up, he might as well just go back to the towers. No use of the rotations back there, and you are facing the threat being surrounded when you're going back to the mid.
This kind of decision we made by his experience. So the experience so important. They're really trying to fight and create some skirmish and find no damage can land on Autumn right now.
I mean, I think the bottom duel from SCARZ is fully prepared for this one. They have complete, clear idea of what
look at ASC.
looking for.
First ability hit on the wall, but it hit on the flash over there. I think Red Canids they're quite nervous and with high tense. Once again, resurrections being triggered.
The Fusion still managed to survive, but it's not a bad news. It's not a good news. You might otherwise just going down and revive into a fuller HP. Save your time from going back and getting back to the right game again.
Every time Autumn is in the full HP. Actually, I think the Red Canids they really don't know the countering relationship between Tianjie and Fang. Every time Fusion is trying to fulfill the marks right over there, but Autumn will use the second ability to dodge a lot of damage. Oh! Okay, flash being forced out. Everyone staying low. And look at Ata. And then Yao's over there take a lot of damage. And then Downey will gain the kill or not? Definitely will.
I mean, the same fight started from the very beginning where they're trying to exchange lanes. I love the idea because they're using this marksman duel to go into the mid instead of continuing going back, getting hit by Autumn. So this one is good. So we are seeing like a Mist finally go to the bottom trying to finish and clear up the wave. And after that, they found some opportunity where SCARZ is going too deep and going too far. So following up every single damage, and one MVP from that team fight will be missed. Very accurate with the ultimate. And those burst damage will be enough. SCARZ really have to pay more attention. This switching lanes is very efficient from the side of Red Canids.
Yeah, I think well done from Mist. From the last team fight, actually, the accuracy of this ability really showed his talent.
Oh, but some solo kill happened under the tower, between two towers in the mid lane. Like Jerry uses those crowd control ability, those damage, get on solo kill among Guan Yu.
Only level 7 me up. And Jerry level 10.
I mean, Jerry definitely did a better ones compared with the first battle they used Nafulu. Let's see how he did it. The solo kill. Oh, level 10 versus
level 10. Look at the damage over there.
Easy. The damage is just overwhelming.
Look at this side. Once again, Jerry with ASD.
Where is the gold? Why is Nian only level 8? And
that's a good question.
Yeah, Danny is only level 9. They spend a lot of time doing those skirmish happen down the bottom lane. I think nothing happened down in the top triangle. Yeah. But the level is quite low if you take a deeper look at these two bottom lane pair.
Yeah, but I think it's quite hard for him because he gonna face the and he gonna face the Mai New. It's hard to deal with this kind of heroes.
Oh, Danny.
Okay.
Get an ultimate on.
Look at Ata has been taken very low, and then down is trying to look more. And Autumn used the flash and then strike back. Look at the damage from the Autumn. He still wants to do the damage and still want another kill. And Jerry will come for this place. Double kill on this time or not? Oh, just lack of some damage. Jerry can go for more.
And after retrieving back, we are seeing SCARZ Autumn together with Otiltu trying to take down the second turret on the bottom lane. Everything is in good, sounds good, looks good to the side of SCARZ. Next target, the dragons, the overlord, trying to make sure that your wave will keep being a huge pressure to Red Canids, and it is. They have to send one member to clean the wave. So there will be only like maximum number for enemies in total gather around, and you can take complete victory when the team fights, during the team fights. Free play here, Tai Zhenren want to initiate the damage is not enough because those cores are too far behind. And like Shoal, this escaping route, I think it can change another direction because he's heading towards Kai. And they're running too far, overestimate what kind of damage they might be facing and having at this data time. And after a short while, they just suddenly realize they're going to be surrounded. Oh,
surrounded once again, but the damage insufficient from the Red Can is so important for them when the restoration has been triggered, and then double first ability will guarantee that kill, and then the second ability from ASD will guarantee another.
I mean, Jerry basically finished 3 kills during the team fights. Waiting for the resurrections. It's not enough. The flicker is not available. And the top side, one little minion remains alive on the top lane.
Actually, they can take
that. They can take it. They can take it. They can definitely take it.
That Autumn just said, quite
waiting for the next round, waiting for the next round. The Vanguards.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Impure Order with the flash. What a play of that. And then the family is in danger, I think. Look at the damage. Flash being pushed out once again.
Nearly 9 minutes. The Vanguard still alive. Guan Yu using the second ability, but he will be kited. And Mai Shenli diving in hard to the backline.
Okay, trying to find a kill, but it succeeds to do it. But the damage, the death blow is from Autumn.
One more last hit. Good teamwork.
Good teamwork, but Autumn right now is being invincible.
Oh, he will survive till the very end.
Yeah.
As long as he does not make those mistaken bin positions.
So Ganjia Mo is quite important because he's the only one can shut down Autumn right now.
The DRG is very special. He's one like marksman in HOK who can take down those turrets very quickly, even without the minion waves.
One is found, and other one is Bai Shuyue, and the third one will be DRG.
8.3K.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
Too much.
9.5K to Jerry. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. And that's a huge gap. Huge gap for the Red Can. It's hard to catch. Hard to catch up. So this is a replay you played from the last round. It's hard to get close to the DRG at the stage of this moment.
This overload might be the last hit. The last one. All right. Canids fighting for the Shadow Tyrant.
SCARZ is trying to fight back, and then retain the Tai Zhenren. But luckily, Red Can actually retreated so fast.
Made a very immediate decision. This is very essential, very crucial one, because you know that Sun Bing will try to bring all the members here within seconds. So if you stay here, hesitate for a little bit, you will be surrounded. So this decisiveness is what we're looking for during the whole game.
Yeah.
They're showing the understanding of their enemies' compositions. It's good.
Really, and they're really showing the thing they learned. Oh, but look at the damage over there. The defense has been taken very low. Tai Zhenren's ultimate has been triggered, and then everyone stay low, have to retreat in the fountain.
The remaining member is trying to finish the game while they're having a Yao personal gold earn over 10,000. And already, available for those Sage Sentry to be flashed.
Yep.
The Red Canids have to wait 15 more seconds for Nian to revive, and Vanguard still alive. DRG standing at the front line.
Oh, once again, pulled back by Ata, and then last remaining 2 guys, and Niap's gonna down, and then Miss is the last one standing. Kai's Kai is alive, but yeah, I think it's not enough ability to stop this.
They will still be facing the fact that they're doing the team fight completely being outnumbered. So for SCARZ, they have to make sure take it one by one. Do not rush into anything and trying to make sure the maximum amount of damage will be exerted to your enemies.
Yeah, they go straight to the base.
Why did you stand here, missed? Trying to clean the waste will be the only target. So, easy one, 3 points.
Yep.
SCARZ.
Either 3 points for the SCARZ. I think Red Canids, they have to learn more.
For the very last one, we all know with the vanguards available from the 3 lanes, and the fact that they will always be having more members during the team fights will be giving you the idea that SCARZ is just waiting for the time to finish the game.
Yep.
They just take every single killer one by one, step by step. They always are trying to mix up the revised time slot for those heroes. And yeah, so much for this one. SCARZ, easy win for the very first match, and hopefully they can got fully farmed up and well prepared, because the next one will be hard. Foshan DRG.GK, the second challenger.
Yeah, that would be so hard for them, because if they really want to make out to the knockout stage, they have to defeat the GK and AG. So this is a very difficult task for them.
Of course. But I mean, it will be always a good thing. Before you went down to very serious fight, you have some time to prepare, you have some time to dive in, to find yourself a more comfortable atmosphere. And now I think gaining these 2 victories going against Red Canids will lift up the whole SCARZ, the spirit or the psychological state. That will be helpful. All right, so for Red Canids, I think this one, they're not so sure of the purpose of having these compositions.
I think it's just for learning, for an interesting journey. Yeah, something just like that. I think the Red Canids, they actually improve a little bit things on that. Every game, I think they played better than before. So I think this is pretty enough for them, because the Brazil area actually just starts from a few months ago. So a limited time for them to practice or studying the game. So this is quite important. You have to study the game, and that will take a lot of time for you. And then we were just wondering why he was standing. He would stand at that position. We have no idea, but for their opinion, maybe they don't know that's a bad positioning yet.
I mean, pay more attention and pay more time at the mini-map will offer you a lot of information, because we're casting in a full-rounded vision. So as an audience, as a caster, we easily know the direction and the location of where the enemies are being separated on the map. But for those players, some of the positionings might be weird, seemed weird, because they have no idea where the enemies are standing, and trying to grab those information with a good and better, deeper communication with your teammates. If you do not have an idea, but it may be a true fact that your teammates might have the sight of your enemies.
That's a crucial factor for the Red Canids, why they will lose a lot of a lot of battles in this stage, because they really don't know. They really don't know the damage from the other side. They really don't know the direction from the other side, the strategy from the other side. So that it will takes a lot of time. They have to do a lot of research on the video, on the other teams, and really deep enough to learn this game.
And for the side of SCARZ, I would like to highlight one player like Jerry. In the very first match, I think that Nakalulu, even though he's very farmed up, very fully decked out, the damage will be huge. But he was a little bit frightened during the team fights, not so 100% sure about what will be the damage he will be having during the team fights. But for this one, the use of Yao is way better than Nakalulu.
Yeah, way better than Nakalulu, but still a little bit mistake or a little bit pity during a lot of team fight. Maybe he can gain more at that time.
Trust yourself.
Yeah, just trust himself, because you have a lot of goals when you already 10,000 and fully deck out, when your enemies only have 6,000 or 7,000, you actually can do a lot of things. And the level 15 versus level 12 or level 13, everything, every condition is enough for you to 1v3 or 1v4. You don't need to afraid of that thing.
Yes, yes. It's not a game of how many people are appearing in front of you. It's a game of how many gold you actually have, and you can always check it on a dashboard to see what will be the gold that your enemy's backline have. If you are like 1,000 gold leading them, you have one definite advantages of going directly diving into, and you will like gain the kills. And the more kills you have, the more gold you have. It's called snowballing, right?
Yeah, snowballing. Snowballing is so important compared with the KPL team. When they come out against the other teams, you will find out the KPL team why they can extend the gold lead so fast and snowballing so fast. Is exactly they play so aggressive. So Jerry, I think you're really improving yourself, but you should be more. You can go for more.
Make some risks.
More brave.
Make some risks if you have the chance. If you are leading the whole personal gold rankings, you definitely need to make some very brave actions. Even though you failed as a result, I think you still like have some opportunity to gain back.
Yeah.
This is level 10 to level 7, obvious winning. So by the fact that we saw this replay, we just know that Jerry will have this kill, because a lot of like leading when it comes to levels and when it comes to personal gold, it's all okay. And this one is way better than Nakalulu, I think.
Yep. That's what Yao can do at the stage at this moment.
Yes.
Yao is pretty aggressive in the mid game. With this kind of gold, he really can destroy everything.
Sometimes when you're facing a jungler like Yao, this kind of high mobility hero, it's very difficult trying to chase up and catch up on, because he have a lot of dashes. Once you use an ability, you will be easily miss your target. So this is one like merit and advantages for this hero.
Yep, and look at the goal. He had 12,000. Actually,
doubled Kai.
Yeah, double Kai. So this is quite important. I think Jerry is an assassin. He's not a KDA warrior. So remember that you don't need to keep your KDA always in 0 die. You have to go more deeper to contribute more for the team.
I like the tankiness from Yao because of the passive. He will be having and earning himself more times trying to shoulder this kind of damage. This will be a similar like hero, the Zhao Ying that we're talking about all the time. These two characters are quite the same. When it comes to damage, they can do. When it comes to the tankiness, they also can perform quite a well of the tankiness.
Even though the effects is different from each other, but I think that will be the same formula when you compare with the TianYun. Yeah, I think this is the same, because every time you use your ultimate, a little bit HP will restore at that time, just like Sun Bing's second ability. You have no idea that you actually can defeat the Yao or not in that time. Especially when Yao is in full CD, 40%.
I mean, the first choice directly going for Sun Bing is quite aggressive and confident, I would say. So after this match, we are seeing something is going to change, because SCARZ managed to score down 3 extra points. 6 points it is. And Chengdu AG and Foshan DRG.GK are still at the same place, 7 points. They're going to have a lot of battles today. Very busy, see.
Every team, they have 3 battles, because it's different from the week 1, because week 2, we're going to finish every group, every single group in per day. So this is the 3rd day. The group C, we're going to finish it.
And the very first day, we saw E-Star together with Nanjing Hero make it to the top 2. And the second day, we saw from Group B, EDGM and Wolves are the 2s fighting their way to the quarterfinals. And today, we're going to see the final, like 2 teams make it to the quarterfinals as well. And let's see who's with us during the interview. Hello, Jerry， 跟我们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是杰瑞。
How do you think of your 2 performances using Nakalulu and the use of Yao？ 玩了1局Nakalulu， 1局Yao， 觉得自己2局表现分别怎么样呢？
还行吧，队友打得比较好。
Alright, my performance is quite so-so average level because I think my teammates did a great, better job. 你们第一个英雄在第2局选择了孙膑啊，当时是为什么做这样的决定呢
当时是想来一手阿古多马超，直接让我们中单玩阿古多马超的。
Okay. So we were wondering the reason why they're going directly to the Sun Bing as the very first pick for their composition. The answer will be like, we're considering to take Agudo, Ma Chao, and Sun Bing at the same time, but suddenly like a lot of changes happened and we changed the whole idea. 下一场比赛呢，接得很近呢，是迎战佛山 DRG.GK。对于这场比赛有怎么样的一个想法和预期吗？
只能说尽力打好自己的吧，希望对面轻点打吧。
So what will be the expectations you hold for the next match going against DRG.GK? So hopefully we can do our best and trying to make sure DRG.GK please go like light to us, like less pressure will be expected. Okay, thank you for accepting our interview. 谢谢 Jerry. Go easy on us. Go easy on us. I saw this sentence again. This is my second time of hearing this kind of this kind of sentence before.
You're quite frightening on that, but I think it doesn't matter because you already warm up, and I think Jerry really did some great job during these two games. Maybe he will perform so well in the next game.
All right. So much for the first one. We will be back with our second match. All right, ladies and gentlemen from all over the world, we are quickly back to the second match of today, the first half of today.
Yep. You can see the SCARZ versus Foshan DRG.GK, which is so important for SCARZ, but yeah, and they're facing the huge pressure at the same time.
Quite a schedule. You're going to have 2 games in one row with no time trying to reset, trying to readjust newly formed compositions. Need a lot of energy to trying to stay focused all the time.
But there's a good thing for them because 2 games, I think, just so for. I think it's not a problem for these players, and now they've been warmed up, and yeah, and they will have a better performance.
Yeah,
in this
so
game.
to talk about this, like 2 BO2, 4 fights in total, we will simply count it as a BO5 with a 3-1, right? 4 matches in total. Because we always have BO5 during the regular season of each KPL leagues.
Yep.
So BO5 will be constantly happening. And for those of you who are really interested in KIC or KPL, you can spend a little more time trying to watch some of the games from KPL. That was very, very interesting and very, very high quality games that we're talking about.
Okay, look at the word.
Well, how to translate this? Like keep calm, calming down, trying to restrict yourself being went too far. Don't get
wise.
too excited. Make wise decisions. Be smart. Be careful. Do not go too far.
Never going too far. Never make mistakes. So this is quite important for them.
This is the hugest problem for DRG.GK all the time. They have been one of the best teams in KPL for a very long time, almost 1.5 years. But I think the only thing that they're learning, trying to handle and task will be how to stay calm all the time during the game. Sometimes they're playing so aggressively, pushing something too hard, ending up in some mistakes. And the mistake happening, we can take a look at yesterday's matches, will be counted as the opportunity you gave to your opponent.
I think all the KPL teams, they want to be the best, but nothing is. But I think the mistake is inevitable in the game because you will need a lot of time. Every season, you will change the different teammates, and you have to start another new and fresh communication with each other. So it's really hard for them. This is a hard task.
I mean, please forgive us for holding up this high standards towards those KPL teams because we are having 3 groups separated in the regular season for KPLs, S, A, and B. So these groups are completely different. If you want to stay in group S forever, you have to make sure, and the fact is you're constantly going to compete with those high quality teams. The opponents will be constantly facing Wuhan Pro, Chongqing Wolves, Beijing Weibo. Yeah, so the pressure and I mean the stress really lies down there. You really have to improve a lot trying to keep up the pace. All right.
That's what makes them different. The foreign DRG.GK, they're always in this S group, so they have been through a lot of battles between Wuhan Pro and Chongqing Wolves, so they are strong too.
Just imagine the only opponents that can't change and will be choosing between Chongqing Wolf and Wuhan Pro. You know how hard to stay alive during inside Group S. All right, this match, Foshan DRG.GK will be in the blue side, while SCARZ will be in the red.
Yep, Donghua Taiyi, Shuden. Okay, really? Shuden?
What they're looking for? Shouyue?
Maybe. Shuden.
Nuwa, Shouyue, those character who has a long range of the Pokken abilities while trying to make sure that Shuden is not available on site.
Okay. But yeah, I haven't seen this card they use, Shuden, before. And then Shuden actually, I haven't seen this hero on this stage, I think.
Yes, quite a long time.
Quite long
Shuden
time.
has been appeared for a long time, not to mention KIC even for KPL.
Yeah, because every meta is being reduced a lot of ability.
Yeah, Shuden used to be a very highly preferred T0.
T0, the top supports.
Yes.
which like the Zhang Fei in this matter.
That's the reason why he got cancelled with a lot of ability he used to have.
Okay.
All right, second one, Ata and Meng Tian on the top lane.
The mid lane, ban away. The Zhou Yu is still available. Okay, ban away. And then Shen Mengxi.
Shen Mengxi? Yeah, leaving out Shen Mengxi deliberately.
But mid lane actually can do the corner pick.
I mean, for Qingfeng to use Ma Xuanlu going against Shen Mengxi, I think it's okay. Qingfeng did it all the time.
Yeah.
And fun for Meng Lan to play.
Yep. Lu Bang play as a support. And then Xiang Houzhen. Wow. DRG.GK, they want to end this game in 12 minutes.
I mean, you don't really have to wait for more heroes to come up. The first like 2 heroes from the side of DRG.GK give you the answer what kind of gaming styles they're looking for.
Yeah.
This duel, emphasizing the existence of Peng Peng using Lam.
And it's hard to deal with this kind of hero, this kind of duel.
Oh, this is quite challenge for Jerry because he's using Jin going against Lam.
Yeah, but they're not the only one. But that's not the only guy you get with because you're gonna get against the duel.
ASD going for the Xi as a mains to initiate like Xi combo chains. If this combo chain can connect with one another quite closely, I think it's okay. Xi pulling back the enemy and including the ultimate from these two frontliners, Zhang Fei and Lu Bu together.
They can do this kind of combo after 4 minutes, up to 5 minutes. Yeah, but before 4 minutes, 5 minutes, I think there's no more damage can come up from the SCARZ. Too weak, so weak in early game.
Yes, and Marco Polo, laning, highly questionable, huge risk, massive pressure. Marco Polo always facing this kind of situation. Whether they choose to exchange lanes will be the question, but Autumn while trying to do his best on the bottom lane. Like the last 2 matches from Autumn, very good ones.
Yeah.
The one number 7 and the last one, I think all performed quite good.
Autumn is quite important in SCARZ because actually the experience of him is more better and more than the others. As most experienced players in this team, they have to play as a more steady core, the core.
However, you have to consider the fact, how well you do the laning really like have a closer relationship of who you're gonna do the laning against. Like Meng Lan will be the one standing ahead.
Yeah,
one of the most aggressive marksmen existed in KPL ever.
And he used Bound, this kind of hero, so aggressive in the early game and played by the so aggressive
like 3
player.
best cards. Like the best move from Meng Lan, I would like possibly think of Gong Sun Li might be the one, Feng will be the second, and Lady Sun will be the third. 3 of
almost like that, and the marksman in this matter, I think it's easy to guess.
Yes. All right, let's see how well that Autumn can digest the laning situation down there, and whether SCARZ can find themselves a better or perfect combo chain when it comes to initiation and engagements. And for DRG.GK, we're just wait and see how well they can find a angle for Peng Peng to dive in, finish the kill, and win in the team fights.
In 5 seconds. All forces, move out!
The battle will begin shortly. We see those marksmen, and whether we are going to see those exchange for lanes, Marco Polo still choose to go to bottom, doing laning against Meng Lan.
Yep, look at the mid lane. Qingfeng so aggressive, that would be the first blood or not. ASC seems it's been taken very low, and well, that flash maybe is for the bigger picture.
This will be called gaming experience. Instead of going directly to the waves, both members DRG.GK, Qingfeng and Guy together just aiming for your mid laner, aiming for the opportunity to gain themselves their first kill, and after getting the kill, the wave doesn't even matter because they can just simply go to the red.
Okay, Meng Lan, that would be the solo kill. But lack of some damage. And then the Qingfeng used a flash to dodge a lot of damage. He's been taken very low, but still alive. And then Real Burst been taken very low. And then guaranteed the kill would by Shou.
Another kill, another 2 kills in favor of the DRG.GK. Even though that Autumn did a great job going against Menglan, but unfortunately the damage not enough. The power and the damage will be detected in the very first 4 minutes under the tower. Menglan used this kind of technique to survive.
Yep, that's a fantastic opening up.
What's happening? Like the Purify and the Flash is not used. And Menglan was losing during the laning. I was looking forward to what will be happening down there just now.
Yeah.
Hoping to have a replay.
I think the words inside Autumn's head maybe is what happened to the top side? What happened to the mid lane? I'm only level 2, level 3.
I'm trying my best, using Marco Polo, going against Fun, gaining some advantages, but suddenly, boom, all of my teammates just went down within seconds. And the red buff's gone.
It just said, hold on, ladies and gentlemen, just hold on.
Take it slow.
Take it slow, wait for me for 4.5 minutes. I will stand up and start up the pace. But yeah, it happens a lot in 30 seconds. Can you imagine that? And look at the ASD pull back the balls of this game. He cannot survive in this place. And then the Jerry is trying to do something with his ultimate, but I think he think too much.
I think Guy is playing so good. Every single time the ability has been like the movement and the destination of Jerry's ultimate will be fully predicted by Agai.
Yep.
Making sure that the last hit will be hit on the right target.
Okay.
Experiences.
Okay, look at the effect. Already the wildfire already come down to the bottom side.
I mean, DRG.GK is simply showing to all the audience what will be the limitation, what will be the maximum of advantages you could possibly have using this kind of composition, showing you the largest.
Look at the position of Baishou. He already gained a lot of vision for the team. So this is a detail of the side lane. You have to learn about this.
Oh, look at the boots. Like rotates faster.
I like it. So fast.
Rotates faster, making a lot of things happen. Make good use of the early 5 minutes to get your team the maximum amount of the advantages and to go lead as well. 5 kills, 3,000 goal lead, DRG.GK. Not leaving any chances for SCARZ, trying to struggle a lot.
Okay. Autumn just said, I want you to farm it up in peace, but there's no room for you to find it up in peace.
And they really followed the instruction from the flags we saw. Cautiously being calm.
Okay, ASD has been killed by the enemy once again, a Reaper. Fallen God trying to strike back, but yeah, you have to retreat.
And since the little squad there, 3 members taking down the very first tower, and bottom lane we can see the ultimate from Guy trying to gain those very advantages. Team fights helping Peng Peng clean the wave and at the same time exerting pressure to Marco Polo. The red buff is gone.
Gone once again.
Gone.
All the buff will gone.
Just gone.
Jerry is miserable, and okay, Autumn's trying to do something, but yeah, it's enough damage for the kill, but the cost is his life. Autumn really tried to do something. He really tried, and it is bad. But yeah, this is a consequence.
I mean, I could understand they're trying their best, trying to gain more kills to their side. But if you really want to engage, trying to make sure Rover, this Lu Bu tags along.
Yeah.
So with Eddie, a lot of things happening during the team fights. Lu Bu stayed on the top lane trying to clean the wave. You have to gather around. If you want to looking for the team fights and want looking for the kills, let Lu Bu join the fight will be a better option. See? The positioning of Lu Bu, ignoring all the things happen down there, went directly for the waves.
Yep.
So he might be feeling like after I get back to where it is, because he already used an ultimate, so nothing will be happening. He might as well just went for the lane.
So this is understanding insufficient.
Yes.
Yeah,
save your ultimate.
For Lu Bu.
Because you choose this kind of composition specifically trying to do those combos using their ultimate, so you might as well just save it for the whole team fight.
Yep. But I really respect the courage of Autumn. In that time, really trying to do something. But it's not in a good positioning, and they, just like you said, they have to gather around. Do the thing together, okay? Ultimate is being used, but look at the damage caused by Peng. It's so high, it's hard to take this kind of damage. And then Xiaohouden went into the back line, stop the roll, they retreat. No one can get out of this place.
This is a team fight happened between towers. And this fixture, this kind of team fight even result in winning with no man down will be telling you the fact that DRG.GK is leading, completely dominating the game.
Yeah.
So they're looking for over nearly like 8,000 gold lead. They're now looking for more. So the high ground tower went down, and take a look at the time, only 7 minutes.
Only 7 minutes, 7,000 gold lead in 7 minutes, 1,000 per minute once again.
I mean, every single team fight started, initiated before SCARZ can pull off a good and like stable formation. So every single team fight you're seeing, SCARZ only have 2 members or 3 members. They have to make sure the 5 versus 5 will be happening.
Yep, another fight here. Oh, happens right here. Oh, this is a true damage, so this definitely can kill the Xiaohouden. And Xiaohouden is down. 1-for-2 trade, I think, is pretty great for this time.
Yes, like 2 team fights are happening at the same time.
But no more resources you can get back. What you will lose, you will. It's losing right now.
I mean, Rover is simply using his life, trading for extra time for SCARZ member to finish the kill on Baishou and Qingfeng at the same time. Good ones, separating the whole battlefield.
Which means Liu Bang's ultimate definitely would go for the lamb. This is well, okay, 2 versus 3, but Liu Bang's coming. That would be the pentakill or not in this situation. Okay, Jerry uses ultimate trying to kill Mengnan, but Mengnan uses dash to dodge a lot of damage, and then double kill back over to Peng, and that would triple kill. And then that would be the quarter. Okay, wait a minute. Okay.
I mean, Zhang tried his best using the second ability, using the only dash he could have.
Yep,
trying to hide behind the walls.
But no way he can catch because it's so flexible of this hero. And then the real Furter uses ultimate, trying to clean the wave, trying to defend the base. And right now he's cleaned the waves exactly, but yeah, the course is alive.
Everywhere, like Foshan, DRG.GK go, there will be a massacre. Two lane heading towards the base. Ultimate fast.
Look at Jerry uses ultimate, trying to do some technique in front of the base, but they have no ability to stop this happen. So congratulations to the DRG.GK.
I mean, this game, DRG.GK complete shows how to win the team fights. So it's not random. The time they pick to initiate and to engage will be very crucial, because you can take those team fights into account. How many times does SCARZ have 5 members around trying to accept the challenge? During the team fights, none. So every single time, GK can find a place and find the right moment where they can have more than 4 members available, because they have Liu Bang. Liu Bang can be teleported right now, within an instant, joining the whole team. And every single team fight you're seeing SCARZ missing 1 or 2 members. No 5 versus 5 team fights are witnessed for the entire game. This all comes to good wave management. You have to use your wave, trying to separate your enemy's rotations and directions they're heading. So once a jungler is showing down below or top on the top lane, you're trying to make sure you find some opportunity to engage. And SCARZ, so difficult to trying to fight back, because the number of your players and teammates is not enough.
Yeah, when you're facing this kind of situation, you have to be decisive. You have to decide you want to commit in the team fight, or you just manage to use the wave to distract the opponent. So this is a hard choice. If you decide to commit in the team fight, to start up the team fight, you have to get around. Okay, 5 people, and with a combo, with a good communication in that, 1 by 1, and connect with each other. And if you only want to distract your opponents, you just split push and manage your wave and work a lot of team fights. Okay.
Currently, DRG.GK is fully prepared for this. Like the whole battle, how they manage the game, what will be their rotations, what will be their strategy. It's so loud and clear. They're following instructions step by step, and you can see those flags over there, trying to be calm, trying to make no mistake. And obviously, I think they did a perfect job. Like perfection, it is the word that we use to trying to describe the execution of the game. So for DRG.GK, definitely a perfect like role model to how to use this kind of composition, working together, make efficient moves.
That's why make them always in the S group.
I think DRG.GK, like the whole atmosphere and how they adjust into KIC is like a gradually in crystalline the slope, because you can see the first time they're doing the very first round of KPL qualifiers, there's an ups and downs. So even though they make it to the group stage directly after the BO7, but you can still see like some of the changes they made during the whole composition or otherwise.
So this kind of change maybe will help them a little bit. But hopefully, I think SCARZ can actually learn a lot of things from KPL team, because they are already in the level 2 compared with other areas, I think. So mostly for them is to develop the detail.
Of course.
In the early game, especially in some skirmish,
For DRG.GK, I think they have some personal goals that they did not share with us till now. Because yesterday we were doing this interview, right? We asked Huang what will be the goal their like whole team Chongqing Wolves are looking for. Definitely a champion. But the last year, like 2021 KIC, the final one will be taking place between DRG.GK versus Chongqing Wolves. Like DRG.GK is the second place for last year KIC. So definitely they are looking forward to go to the stage again, making revenge.
So is that will be the same story?
I don't know. I don't know.
KIC?
I mean, they're hiding. They're hiding this as a secret in their heart, not sharing with us, not sharing of an honest like goal for them, trying to gaming up with.
And most important is Jacko will stand there, said, "Okay, I'm still there."
Yes.
What are you talking about?
All right, those very highlight clips from the team fights that DRG.GK performed just now. Yeah, see, Jerry is doing those back and forth movements, but all the movements are kind of predicted by Agai, the support, Liu Bang.
This is but that's an easy thing for that. If you just watch a lot of time for Jing and you get used to and adapt to this hero, you can predict this hero's movement easily.
I think this one, like Feng is really like craving for the quadra kill over there.
Quadra kill, but Qingfeng said, just forget it.
Yeah, the dream is getting taken down by Qingfeng mid laner. Mai Shinanui also performed so good.
Yeah, quarter kill is not important. Quarter kill is the same as this triple kill. That's not a penta kill. If that's a penta kill, okay, I can leave it to you. Okay, that's a quarter kill. It doesn't matter.
The level of achievements are completely different,
Yeah, they're completely different. There's only double kill or penta kill, okay? Triple kill or quarter kill doesn't mean anything. It's meaningless.
It's already be a new record for KIC to have already expunged 3 pentakills within 2 players. The 2 of the pentakills will belong to Rock, EDG, and Marksman, and the other one will remaining to the jungler from Weibo, Nian, using Lam to get a pentakill.
Yep.
Going against XYG.
And then remember the double pentakill from Rock.
Yeah, this is what makes tomorrow's matchup so interesting, because every single one of them are waiting for the second match between Weibo and XYG. And after giving a pentakill to the core of your opponents, you will definitely get quite frustrated. But because giving out a pentakill is quite a how to say that, upsetting truth.
Upsetting truth as a good word for them. And I think XYG have changed a lot. You have to show some respect for Nian's jungle land.
Make good use of this upsetting truth and upsetting feelings and make it as some motivation. Motivates you. For example, September might be getting extra kills during the future matchups. These 2 junglers sharing the same high quality master of those assassin junglers as well. So a lot of good things are happening and a lot of more wonderful matchups about this one. And here we go back to the topic. We will be going to see the second match between SCARZ and Foshan DRG.GK. So hopefully the two teams are getting ready for this. We will take a short break and we will be back soon.
That's a huge pressure for the SCARZ. So I think that's a little bit break for the SCARZ as well. So that's quite important for them because they still need some time to reset. Only few minutes, or only 5 or 6 minutes for them. I think it's not enough for them.
Yes. So hopefully they did a great job. All right, during the recess, like some very interesting battles are taken between me and Jacko. So we were just talking about what a nightmare that KPL teams are towards those non-KPL teams.
Yeah, that's a huge gap for that. Well, that feels they suffer a lot of pressure from the Foshan DRG.GK, and yeah, also a lot of KPL teams such as the Chongqing Wolves, Wanyi Sapporo, XYG Beijing Weibo as well. You'll find that when you are jungler in the SCARZ or non-KPL teams, such as you will stand in a lonely place, and wherever you go, a lot of people just surround your jungle land.
Yeah, just to put yourself in the position from SCARZ. So basically, wherever you go, when you encounter those KPL players, the first second you saw them, you will get killed. And everywhere you go, they have only like 5 members, but 5 members are separated into like the maximum of the amount of the little teams, for example, 3 teams, individually go into different parts of the map. For example, you're red. For example, you're blue. For example, your bottom lane. You are constantly facing a lot of people happening down there. You have no idea why they're appearing down there, because the first time you saw them, the last time you saw them on the mini map, they are like in completely different directions.
Yeah, but that's a normal thing for KPL teams, because this kind of rotation, they practice a lot and so fast and efficiently, all right? For the non-KPL team, they still need some time to discover or do a lot of research and homework to study this kind of route.
I mean, the fighting over of the control of the vision, and sometimes you create a false vision for your enemy trying to trap themselves into making wrong decisions. This will be a very specifically designed strategy for those KPL teams. So they have already evolved into an extent where they're gonna be the monster. They're gonna be invisible during those strategy levels. So still a lot of gaps to go through. Hopefully SCARZ can just enjoy the game for this one. Okay, the BP back into line. So quickly, the first 6 heroes are being picked out.
Okay, 公司力量 and Artan so aggressive in the early games. Maybe SCARZ trying to really serious to a lot of team fights in the early game.
All right, the top laner.
The
Daisho to play will be Lianpo, and the support will be Zhangfei. 2 very stable tanks standing up as the tank liners.
Very stable, but wow, look at SCARZ. Look at the initiation and the damage in the early game.
Yeah, hopefully after level 4, gaining themselves the ability to do the ultimate, trying to pick up and active action, trying to play more actively, gain yourself those initiatives you are going to be finding using this kind of competitions.
You have to find opportunity to create to create a team fight, and then just make sure you can secure a kill or not. Secure the kill in the team fight. That's quite important for SCARZ to snowball a little bit.
I really like the last pick from DRG.GK. So after a full glance of SCARZ composition, they have an idea that they're quite strong in the early game. So we have to pick one hero who can shoulder this kind of pressure from our opponents. That will be a Q touch Pena. The finalized decision, good make.
That's a good choice. Maybe Tiger is also okay, but UQ Touch Pena can show more competitive in the early game.
Yeah, this is definitely a better solution. Not a better one, 50-50. Really depends on what kind of hero that Peng Peng really want to play. But the Tigress Peng Peng plays is also really good. You know, So the early game jungler paired with 2 tanky frontliners will be one advantage to the side of DRG.GK.
Yeah, but I think the advantage for SCARZ may be more, because bottom side they have constantly Autumn, and a carry the frenzy can actually show the good priority of the bottom side, and then Huang with Xue Ying in the mid lane. Yeah, that would definitely can keep the priority of the mid lane. So they have actually they have 3 lanes priority.
3-lane priority. You know, sometimes after the whole BP, if you result yourself in a 3-lane priority composition, you're looking for to make it into 4 lanes, which means that you have to take full control of your own jungle and trying to expand your vision to your enemy's jungle. But that might be a problem because the jungle from Ukiyo-Touch Pena will be highly guarded from those like frontliners from GK. Very hard to get in. The 2 smites available.
Very hard to get in, but you have to try because you have full. Make sure the full control of your own jungle land is the first mission for them, and then you will looking for more. You have to look for more.
Gradually, like gradual, trying to build up your gold lead and your leading situation. But firstly, first round of the buff should be secured, and then trying to look for more. So make sure that your jungler, Jerry, can be fully farmed up till the level 4 and make good use of Ochik2, like ultimate from Donghang Tai might be a chance for SCARZ to looking for those advantages and really like victorious team fights in the early game.
Yep, but take care of your early game. You cannot just
be cautious.
Be cautious. You cannot be killed in the 30 seconds once again in the mid lane.
I mean, every single movement might be predicted, and you can never guess out the result of KPL teams trying to decide whoever gets to the very first wave of the lane. For example, this one, 4 people rushing into the mid at the same time. This will be the surprising opening that we kept talking about all the time. Yesterday we saw how Wolves places, and today GK.
Okay.
This just melted down every single thing that we designed for SCARZ.
Force your flash out and look at the mid lanes over there, and Xingfeng uses flash and trying to get himself away. And right now, he will buy a lot of time for Ukiyo-Touch Pena, for Peng to steal away the rat. That's
marvelous. I would say the design of the opening is so good for DRG.GK. Get something around, making sure that DRG.GK can do the invasion from the both mat at the same time.
Yeah, maybe the composition is the same and more familiar in every single game. But look at opening it up. Every time is so different. That's what we call the strategy.
And Baisho and Agai together make good use of the tankiness initially.
Jerry is in danger. Only level 3 can use the first ability to get over the wall, and then Peng is chasing after Jerry.
Well,
luckily,
that's really dangerous.
Really dangerous. Luckily
that's really dangerous. But unfortunately, even though Jerry kept himself alive, but the fact that the red was gone for good.
Red's gone, maybe it will go on forever.
Yeah, it will be gone forever. The next one will be highly targeted as well. And the bottom lane, Lady Sun going against Gongsun Li. Gongsun Li is not gaining some advantages here. And once you lose the bottom lane priority, you're facing the fact that DRG.GK, after Qingfeng clean the wave, he will be rotating to the bottom. That's why that Autumn choose to retrieve back, standing under the second turret. That's a good choice.
But they already lose the priority of the mid lane, so this is quite important for the bottom side because ASC cannot provide a lot of protection for Gongsun Li. And then blue side, they're trying to get inside, but the only thing is for them is collecting some information. But the main purpose is the red.
I mean, this is worth to analyze more because in the pre-match assumptions and the whole analysis part from the compositions, SCARZ actually have a 3-laning situation right there. But due to some mistaken made during the laning or those detailed moves you play, you're losing the priority over to your opponents.
Yeah, so detail is so important in the early game. Every single detail can cause the butterfly effect.
Consequences after consequences, and now DRG.GK is taking over control of the Tyrant, very first one, and I think it will be planted in their heart, in their muscles, in their memories, trying to gain for more.
Okay, this is muscle memory right now. Priority is being kept by DRG.GK once again, and then look at the bottom side, there will be some danger. Okay, 2 versus 3, another Ata's coming. Look at the damage, is that enough for any kill? Or something to be taken very low, and then the Samung Shi will save him alive.
ASC is making the rotation, trying to help us a little bit, but It's not okay because the damage to holds candle and Menglan still looking for more, doing those auto attacks. Look at the crit damage from Ladies with the Flash, getting closer to AS and managed to get 1 extra kills. And I think there is a double kill again. Oh my god, it's hard to control right now. Menglan getting defeated by Lam. Nice diving in, but I think the kills is already okay.
Yep.
Menglan is on fire, even though it cost him the flicker, even though it cost him the clashes, but it's okay.
And Autumn, he was trying to find another kill for the team, but wow, that would be a flash available. So, two members staying low, but without any kill.
And now this is how the team fight starts.
Xiang Fei issues ultimate to push back everyone, and Autumn in that time is in the dangerous place, in the poor positioning. And then Menglan just dominates this team fight.
Yeah, here's the truth, that before this game even started, Donghua Taiyi have already used ultimate and the marksman is going down forever. Okay, let's see.
Again.
Back to line.
This time it's SCARZ. We like to type in this turret and then everyone down.
I have mentioned like 3 heroes from Menglan, right? The first one will be Fun, the third one will be Lady Sun, and right now we are seeing that how aggressive the Lady Sun can be when it's used by Menglan.
Yep.
Very flexible, very hard to catch. A lot of crit damage coming from this character. And someone's hiding in the bush, Menglan!
Actually, Jerry did a great job.
You know, if Menglan can get closer to Lam, he will know that somebody is in the bush because he will have your speed boost up.
Yeah, he already felt someone is inside, but he's not so sure. He would like to use the second ability
to check again.
But yeah, this is a lamp. You're already in his range.
This is the kind of actions is what we're talking about all the time for DRG.GK. After a short break where they are earning themselves a lot of lead, they started to make this kind of mistakes. Like, it's a fortunate thing for them that their opponent SCARZ not so detailed in every single movement, but just to imagine, they are destined like to make it to the quarterfinals. But if your like enemies and your opponent will be KPL players, this mistake might result badly for your own side. Yes.
That's a different kind of butterfly effect. If that happens when you're facing against with the other KPL team.
Of course. We're gonna see a totally different game.
You cannot imagine that if that's a Wuhan Pro.
Yeah. You're stopping your whole farming up rhythm. When the rhythm got kind of interrupted, it cannot just turn this side around very easily.
And then they're gathering around and trying to do something to the bottom side.
Oh,
knockout 3, but where's the damage? It's so tanky. Baishou he's suffering for members damage.
What's that crucial like damage tank? What's that slogan? I always thought it will be triggered by that. All right, but the use of the flash, it's a cost for Baishou.
Yep, but damage insufficient shows a lot in this team fight. From the side of a SCARZ right now, there's no more damage. The only damage seems like just from Autumn. The damage from ASC is pretty tiny.
Yes.
Okay, Howling Emblem trying to steal the Tyrant. Okay, and they get it done because Pompom's not here.
Pompom is not even on the side.
Yeah.
He's taking this Overlord instead, trying.
But this is the little one.
Yes.
Little one, it doesn't matter. I can take your blue.
Goal differences here. Pompom leading, highly leading, huge gap between Jerry and Pompom.
Yeah, but ASC has been taken very low. You have to retreat. But what about the top side? The top lane, secondary turret. But they just leave it. They want to control every resource in the jungle lane. And right now it's a turn to the red side.
Jungle really suffers a lot. Jungle is normally those consequences and those bad results after bad laning. So when you're losing during the laning, your jungle will be lost, and the jungler will be the one who suffers a lot.
Yeah, I know that feeling a lot. If your teammate really don't know how to offer the protection of the jungle land, yeah, the jungler will suffer all of the things. You have no jungle monster can farm up.
I mean, it's not easy. Like SCARZ just got and watched 2 high ground tower going down, standing right in front of it.
And have no ability to stop it.
No possible way to fight back. It's about the range, right? Because like Qingfeng has a Shen Mengxi, but AESC is in Zhou Yu instead. So they will get constantly poked. But with this kind of go differences, the poking is very, very difficult trying to shoulder it. There's no shield to soak in, and Zhang Fei will be on the other side at the same time. So no HP recovery will be offered from SCARZ.
Yep.
Only the minor one from Zhou Yu itself is not enough.
Yeah. Oh, look at the Jerry's right there. He's in danger. Zhang Fei uses ultimate and trying to find a kill, and that's not enough range all around explosion. Look at the passives. He's burning and then burned down.
Double kill.
Double kill back over to Qingfeng.
The super soldiers available. ASC still have the ultimate enabled to clean the wave.
Trying to clean the wave, but it's so hard for him. And the flash available once a time. The super soldiers been cleaned by the SCARZ. Finally, can gain. He can defend this one wave, but there is another wave coming. But everyone stay low. I think DRG.GK
doing solo fights going against Word. Even
1 versus 5.
To do.
What a hero of Autumn's right now. Autumn's been taken very low. Hey, look at the Joey. He just shut down the Chongpeng.
Super Soldier remain alive. Autumn back to life.
It's not available for DRG.GK to end his game so quick.
All right, actually gain themselves extra time getting prepared for the next round of the battles. But DRG.GK right now they're seeing 2 dragons available, only 10 minutes and 20 seconds it is. SCARZ with full HP surrounded, rushing into this dark tower. Maybe they'll get their hands on it. Lady's making fast rotation down, but I think the time and the speed is not enough. Using the ultimate, trying to look down, but unfortunately does not succeed.
You have to make it quick.
Oh, this is a good response.
Good response for that.
Very quick reaction to what's happening down here.
If they can take the Shadow Overlord, maybe a lot more better.
But the Overlord belongs to GK. There's no way to find that vision for it.
Yep.
Oh, Baishou.
Okay, use the ultimate, knockout 3 and down. Look at the damage. Who can follow up the damage? Yes, using pick every low. Zhang Fei will be the core of the team. It's gonna be this assassin. And then Autumn just come inside and pull back everyone. But where's the damage can follow up? Look at the Jerry, he pulled back 3, but nothing's gonna be happening. Double kill back over to Menglan.
Again,
right
it's
now.
an ace. It's an ace. Only Qingfeng 1 member in trading of 5, and the wave is available. And DRG.GK will only spend few more seconds to gain the 3 points to their team. I mean, the victory is quite expected to happen, but for this one, I think from the last movement from Baishou, you know exactly what will be happening. This Baishou is getting so close, and with the flash available, you know what's gonna happen. He's using those very fatal ultimate, trying to knock up 3. But what really surprises me that it's followed by Zhang Fei's ultimate, cleaning out the whole squad.
Yeah, I was just wondering, where's the damage? And Zhang Fei uses ultimate. Wow! And we'll find a kill for him.
And damage is really huge, you know?
Because he also reached in that way, because Zhang Fei never died and gained a lot of goals from the teammate.
I mean, this one is very interesting because we see different kind of movements from GK's members. And finally, we're seeing those aggression that we kept talking about from Menglan. We have been casting GK's game a lot, and I kept saying that Menglan will be one of the best marksmen, one of the most aggressive marksmen in KPL, and hopefully we can see those kind of diving for kills, those kind of bravery, those kind of force and motivation diving into the team fights. It's really shone in the early game of the early phase of the game.
Yeah, without doubt, I think Autumn is a good marksman in the game, and when the good when the bad versus the best marksman, and I have never seen that Gong Song Li will fail during the landing phase. So you can see how aggressive and how proficiency that Menglan in this hero.
You know, after the composition is being formed out, so if you just hold your hands on those logos and those team names. You just simply compare the qualities and the strength and the disadvantages between those two compositions. I actually think SCARZ can win themselves with 3 winning lanes.
Yep.
That will be the question. Why are you losing at the laning when you're supposed to have better ones using those kind of heroes going against the other one? It really comes down to one fact. So you have to make sure those details, using those abilities, those one single last hit of the auto attacks will be mattering during the laning.
Yeah, because
it's very hard to practice.
Yeah, it's hard to practice and it's hard to predict what they will do, what DRG.GK will do in the early game.
Yes.
Yeah, they start with more members in the mid lane and just shut down your HP and then just dive into your red side directly. So it's hard to imagine that happen.
There's a lot of detail when it comes to solo laning. For example, Gong Sun Li versus Lady Sun, a lot of technique are buried down doing those solo lanings because Lady Sun will gain extra damage after the use of the first ability. So basically every single Gong Sun Li will be waiting for that ability being used and then going further using the second ability to dodge those extra damage from the
the second ability is what Lady Sun most afraid of. So this is quite important for Lady Sun to force the Gong Sun Li second abilities out, and when the second ability is not available, so Lady Sun can do a lot of things.
So when it comes to like solo laning, it's a topic of gambling whether your opponent will use that ability that you're looking for, and once you grab the second that hero like unleash and use of that ability, it will be your chance. So this is the hardest part when you're trying to improve as a team. So the first step will be you have to improve and your personal ability trying to master this hero.
Yep, individual ability is
the single hero.
Individual ability is the first tag for every player. You are, if you're good enough, you will join the team and you are on the stun list. And after that, that's what we call the teamwork. Individual ability, add more teamwork, there will be a lot of things will happen.
I mean, to like in clear numbers, it requires you to spend thousands of hours trying to practice one hero. And basically, every single KPL players might be playing. For example, if you're a bottom laner, you might have experience every single marksman available in HOK, and each practice and number might be over 10,000 times.
Yeah.
That's the
Look
hours.
at MVP.
That's the time they played. DRG.GK Agai.
Agai. Oh, the MVP. The ultimate. The ultimate can take down everyone. And then the KDA2013, just like a tank. And actually, Zhang Wei, in the stage of 2019 or 2018, he used to play as a side lane tank in that time. Oh, it's 2021, yeah. And that's an item shows up and he can play the side lane as a tank.
Especially designed items. Zhang Wei can still win for the side laners if you're really leading the gold and you find like 4 perfect teammates to ranking like 5-in-1 team with you.
Yep. What's more? Shooting can be the side laner too.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Agai constantly causing those damages, gaining the kills.
Always in the front line.
While staying in full HP bars. That's the weirdest part of this highlight. And shielding those tower aggros, like perfect job.
Perfect job for him. Okay, flash for second contract, but not enough damage for the kill. I think that's a good idea, but the rotation that the DRG.GK they made is so fast.
Oh, this is the fun that I enjoy the most of this game. The ultimate, locking down 1 kills and then looking for more, ignoring and taking down all the tower powers. Tower damage, basically nothing, shielding at the same time, enjoying the teamfight as a whole unit.
Look at this, the show he gained, dude. It's a gigantic show to that.
Guys, completely enjoying the game, soaking in. So happy for him. He's a main brain. I've been talking this about several times. Age will be always the main brain behind all the movements, all the decisive for the whole team.
Because if I remember is it correct? That's the most experienced player in this team. Yeah, Age actually played as an esports athlete for a long time.
He transferred the positions as an esports athlete as well. He stayed in GK forever, and the very first stage, the very first step from his career will be the top laner for GK. And then he transferred, making good use of the game experience to be a very good support for the entire team. And right now he will be the team leader and taking Menglan, Qingfeng, Peng Peng, Basho aside. Trying to fight for more. They're definitely going for the final glory.
I think Menglan, Peng Peng, and Baishu, they're just like a new generation. And Qingfeng, they actually play play as an esports professional player for a long time. So the experience they will share together. Yeah, Menglan, Peng Peng definitely with Baishu, they have much better individual ability for that. So they will be the core. And Age and Qingfeng, they will be the brain of the team.
Yep.
And look at data over there. So comfortable for the DRG.GK and getting a lot, and they snowballing so well in the mid game and showcasing the KPL strengths.
Team Data leading all the time, not even letting SCARZ having the time, making the time to the late towards the 20 minutes in the dragon.
Group C, DRG.GK 10 points right now. AG will be the next game and going up against Red Canids.
Looking for those extra 3 points, you know, trying to keep up the pace from DRG.GK. They're constantly fighting over with one another because they're running at the same points. They're waiting for their next battle, trying to gain more. And the most important one will be the 5th match for today, where Foshan DRG.GK will be directly going against AG. And this game will tell all of the final answer who will be the #1 leading Group C. Or otherwise, we might just see a tie. So if a tie happens, we will see an extra BO1 fighting. All right, so we're ready for the interview, and let's see who's with us during the interview. Hello， 鹏鹏，跟我们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是佛山 DRG.GK 鹏鹏。
How do you feel after the first round of KPL qualifier and now to the group stage? Different formats, different schedule, the whole journey. Just share with us your experiences. 我们从第一阶段的 KPL 的一个选拔赛开始呢，又到小组赛，今天已经是最后一天了，一整个 KIC 的旅程。鹏鹏跟我们分享一下自己的感觉吧。
感觉就是赛程也比较紧嘛，然后又要保持好状态，每一场都去认真对待。
All right, I think the schedule is quite busy, so the most important thing is to keep up with the pace, keep our best condition holding up to every single match in the future. A lot of fans are expecting the 5th match for today where you're going to be countering with Chengdu AG again. So what's your expectation for that matchups? 我们所有的观众啊都在等待今天的第5场比赛，因为是你们会再次交手到 AG 那一场比赛呢，鹏鹏有什么想法？
想法的话就是认真对待嘛，然后每一场都是发挥出自己的实力嘛，然后去好好对待，然后就是不要松懈。
All right, take it seriously. We will try our best to fight for more, and the most important for us is trying our best. Do not hesitate. Do not make some simple mistake to our opponents. Will be the thing that we're trying for. Okay, 谢谢鹏鹏接受我们采访。Thank you. 鹏鹏。You know, he's been super serious on this interview. So normally this player is quite humorous, I would say.
Kind of like that, but every word he said, just like I will be serious in this.
Yeah, play seriously.
Yeah, very seriously in this KIC because they're pretty strong. They have enough ability to show the competitive with Chengdu AG, Chongqing Wolves, and eStar Pro. Hopefully, they will go further in this game.
Of course. Best wishes for them. And here we go. The 2nd match for the day is about to finish, and the 3rd one will be taken between Chengdu AG and Red Canids. And we will be back shortly.
life's worth, compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high and light. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is in our sight. It's our time to shine high and light.
All right, thank you for your patience and thank you for waiting. Chengdu AG versus Red Canids.
Red Canids, yeah, because they're facing a lot of different stress today because today they're gonna have 3 matchups, and the first game they against with the SCARZ, and to another level of the SCARZ. Now that's the next level they have to challenge with Chengdu AG. Okay.
I mean, very difficult because each team actually have like 3 games individually, but like Red Canids started up the whole day, taken in and participated in the very first one. So they definitely got up like earlier than AG. They'll have already been going through the battle going against the SCARZ. And AG, this will be their very first match of today. They're gonna have 3 remaining for the next half of today's matches, the 5th and the 6th one.
Just get a little bit warm up, then just keep the stage from this game. But I think the members of the Red Canids actually they feel so happy for that because it finally can against with one of the best team of the KPL and can learn a lot of things through this competition.
AG. I mean, what AG did throughout the second KPL qualifiers, all the time winning, all the time becoming undefeated, even though they got it with a tie going against GK, I think it's all okay.
Yeah, but the first round KPL quarterfinals, they win all the games.
Yep.
Yeah, win all the games from the KPL team, so this is quite important for them.
I mean, AG participated in every single tournament in 2022, but now they're faced, I think it's the best conditions. That every single one of them, each players are doing their best throughout the whole tournament in the entire year. They're performing in the best mode for KIC, getting fully ready.
They've been ready right now, so let's dive into the BP. Wang Taiyi.
Now this might be an easy one for them.
Easy one, but Shen Mengxi is out there, so the Red Canids will go for the Shen Mengxi and not. Oh, ha.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for, right?
That's what we're looking for. You have to play what you can play best.
Oh, this is really interesting because normally if you want to pick a mage, you don't have to pick it as the very first 2 picks, especially when it's Xiao Chao. So it makes more sense when you're trying to lock yourself with a Shen Mengxi. Otherwise, the Shen Mengxi might be locked away from the side of AG.
They're afraid that the other side will pick the Shen Mengxi if they don't, right? So you have to keep the Shen Mengxi prioritized. That's the style they play in the game. And then Mengtian might once again, Chengdu AG. Wow.
Because like the second round of qualifiers is BO1 and the group stage are BO2. So we have been watching those very limited BOs for a long time. Makes me have like some false imaginations of how many meta picks, how many meta heroes are available in the very first round of the BP. But because beginning from the next stage, we're going to see all BO7s. So ladies and gentlemen, we have to assure you, you're not going to see the exactly same strategies and BP starting from the first battle and the quarterfinal. It will change completely.
And they're gonna save some hero for the next round. So for the next game, the first game and the second game were totally different from the BO2 because only 2 games you can select a lot of heroes. When you turn into the BO7, you have to think about what if you lose the game. The next, can you have enough hero pool to deal with the next game?
You can think about the future. You capped saving those heroes, saving those very good combos and duels for the later ones. And in total, it's counted like the 4 days of the quarterfinals and 2 days of the semifinal, including the grand final. 7 days of the matches it is being left out in the future. So there are limited chances of seeing those very good matchups. So stay tuned. We will be seeing a lot better performances in the future. BO7s. All right.
A totally different style from other regions.
Oh, I like this. I always enjoy using Mengya going against Mengtian.
Mengya is the son of Mengtian, and Mengya actually, the early game and mid game can do a lot of damage, can easily deal with his father, Mengtian. But in the late game, wow, his father is so tanky.
Of course, But see the laning right there. Early game, mid game, I think laning is really winning from the side of Red Canids.
Yep.
You have Shen Mengxin to lock down and secure the wave priority while you have very highly participated, highly mobile, and a lot of burst damage gonna be dealing with. And dealing from Meng,
They really are. They win a lot of lanes. They have a lot of advantage.
And this competition is really good.
Really good, but just like the DRG.GK versus SCARZ, SCARZ, they also win 3 lanes, but the problem is they don't know how exactly play with this kind of competition. The detail, they miss a lot of detail. They haven't discovered this kind of detail yet. So that will be some difficult, there will be a lot of difficult for them.
No, with this being said, so what I was hoping to see is that Red Canids should do their best trying to execute the right way to win the lanes. They're getting a better compositions. They have a lot of winning lanes. They have a good damage after level 4. They have good combo chains and good initiation methods using ultimate from Zhang Fei and Lu Bu at the same time. And also we saw the solo fights yesterday happen during EDGM the Wolves fights. Like Miyamoto Musashi getting the solo kill against Lam during the mid game. So the composition really good, really works. We just to pay more attention of how Red Canids will digest and trying to adjust, trying to find a better way to use this composition.
Only if you have the courage to fight against with AG. You are strong enough. You're strong enough. Remember that. You don't need to afraid of everything.
To show us your understanding of these 5 single heroes. They're able to do a lot of things. And from AG, I think we don't really need to worry about this 2 pairs, for example, Mai Shinanu in the mid and Lan together with Liu Bang have managed for them to secure down a lot of points in the earlier matchups. No need to explain more.
Even the KPL qualifiers.
They use this composition a lot. Xue Ying, 2 of the best moves, Mai Shinanu and Shang Guan. Right? The assassins choose one.
Next, what we call the backline destroyer.
And Yian has been more confident than before. A lot confident. You can see from his moves.
And then when he plays Meng Tian, he will be so aggressive.
Now late game, this Meng Tian will be invincible since the burst damage from Red Canids will be insufficient. Those damage from Shen Mengxi together with Meng Ya will be gradually poking away, stealing away the HPs. But if you're referring to those sudden movements, sudden stealing, sudden chip away with the HP bar, it's not gonna happen.
You have to do it together.
Like quick damage.
Quick damage, you have to do it together.
Forces, move out!
Meng Tian, you're afraid of some quick damage, nuke damage, but constantly damage,
you're giving him a lot of time to heal.
A lot of time.
All right, here we go. The battle will begin with Shen Mengxi and Mai Shinanu together, 2 versus 2 in the mid.
Chao Ying go for the person instead of the minion wave, but not success. Proceed. Rakan is there making the rotation to the top, but they stop in halfway and trying to interrupt your rotation. Once again, they face each other. Xiao Ying just chase after the Shen Mengxi everywhere. And then the lamp go to the mid and share the middle wave. And then the mid lane Reaver Sprite will go to the AG. Even though Zhang Fei carried the smite, but no ability to stop this happen.
Yes, you're getting those minor intake everywhere will result hugely when you go full lead. And Red Canids 3 versus 2, chasing Wei Yang into the jungles.
And Wei Yang's been taken very low. Look at Zhang Fei, he has a smite. He can successfully invade the jungle land, but the Cortez is live. But Miyamoto Musashi used the ultimate to lock the Mai Shinanu. He will die there.
This movement is extremely good for the side of Red Canids. Still this right away, gaining the buffs and gaining the kills. Danny right now is looking for 2 colors beside her foot. I think it's okay. did something. You steal away Wei Yang's red buff, and you managed to go away 1-1 straight. I think it's okay, complete okay.
That's what they should do in this time.
Danny.
They really know how to play this game right now. But I think it's quite dangerous in this play. Use the ultimate. Oh no! Look at the protection from ice. Flash, second ability, and with Flash just dive into the bush
but the
directly.
Same thing might be happening down there. 3 versus 1. Eno used the
okay. Oh, but Eno got us beautifully strike back.
And Saw with no further help, and he is only level 3. He have to fight for his life.
Yep. But Xue Ying still chasing after him, and then first ability with the second ability will guarantee that kill. But Xue Ying went too deep, went too far.
But I'm enjoying the vibe here. So we're seeing a lot of fights happening, but every single parties have their winning.
This is just like a party, and that's what Red Canids have to do. They have to be aggressive. They don't need to afraid of everything.
Yeah, I said like show us your understanding of this 5 years, and they did it. They know that these 5 heroes can win themselves those winning lanes, so that after clean away, they made an invasion trying to steal away the blue and the red. It's okay. It's totally like looking good. But, you know, some detail, for example, if Nian is really brought so low, he can choose to go back. You have the option trying to go back. You don't have to stay there all the time.
Yeah, but Danley, he faces a lot of pressure in the jungle land. And then Nian stay in this play, also in a dangerous place.
Oh, misses
Will
here.
they strike back or not?
Oh, bottom
not.
lane.
Oh, you know. Got surrounded by a few people, but that would be a little bit... that would be a huge cost of Red Canyon.
Yeah, this will be like the 3 versus 2. From the replay, we can see Fusion is trying to steal with those tower damage.
Yeah.
And Eno was being brought very low with the auto attack offered by Mengyan, managed to take this kill, but the reinforcement is made really quickly.
Yeah, it's pretty hard for the Red Canids, but at least they try.
At least they try. They did a great job.
Yeah, they have to try. Even though they still they still lead by their AG about 3,000 gold.
It doesn't really matter. Enjoy your
really
game.
Matter.
Yeah,
I think it's much better than the previous game.
Instead of waiting for to be like push to your high ground tower, push to protect your own base, you have to fight back. This is one strategy from Red Canids. I really like it.
Oh, look at Zhang Fei. It's been taken back a lot. Oh, another fan. Guaranteed the death. And then miss, and Nian is in danger. Montan used the ultimate, dive into the turret, and then Fallen God jump into the air.
I think Nian can just simply choose to go away. Let go of the tower, or otherwise your life might in danger.
When the turret's down, it's your time to the death. And then Danley uses its ultimate trying to go inside, trying to have some trade. But yeah, it failed to trade anything.
This is what we call butterfly effect. Once your team, it's been like the few members of your team has been killed, went down. So you make simple mistakes and result in constantly being killed all the time. 2 team fights happened, and AG is completely turning this entire game over.
And you will find out your jungle and your resources will lose step by step, one by one.
If you cannot simply avoid the truth that you cannot shield your top tier 1 turret in the bottom lane, just give it up.
Okay, Liu Bang combined with Lam do a lot of damage in the back line, and down is being taken very low. Look at Nian trying to get the kill, but forget it. It's enough because two members of the Red Canids team is down. Saw. Ultimate's been forced out. Pretty dangerous for the next team fight. Hopefully we can see combo from Lü Bu and Zhang Fei. They use together. I wish I can see that happen.
Gather around, making sure that your teammates can surround you during the team fights, and making sure all the abilities and ultimate will be ready for the following up team fights. And do not just solely went into those unknown area. For example, your jungle. For example, the bushes. making sure your frontliner goes into it first. But
look at that, going once again. Oh, Meng Tian come inside. Look at the burst damage. They're gonna end this game in this time, and everyone down. Double kill, back over to the Xue Yang, and look at the time right now, only 7 minutes, and the minion wave of the bottom side is available. They will destroy this high ground turret, they will destroy the base in 7 minutes and 10 seconds. How aggressive they are.
this will be the result if you're gaining the red from Xue Yang. Every single member from AG will just become their monstrous mode. Become so furious. How dare you to steal away our red? You don't want to mess with them about the buffs.
They were just like a truck. Always crash into the crowd and that would destroy everything.
We didn't know. I really wanted to, just take this victory and this defeat quite gently because no matter what the result is, we finally saw something different from Red Canids. We have been waiting for this for a long time. Every single battle they went through, they're like, trying to protect ourselves, trying to play passively, trying to look for more, trying to buy Danny more time to farm up. And this one, they're going for this 3 winning lane composition. They actually made good use of the priority of the lanes and make rotations to the jungler, getting their enemies to red buff. I mean, stealing away from the red buffs. Some of the KPL teams is unable to do it.
Yeah. Even though they were losing the game, but I think we don't need to take this as a serious things because the important things we are watching just like the little improvement from them. So this is a crucial things for us. Just watch them grow up fast and then step by step. I think they did a pretty great job in the early game. Yeah, they're doing the jungle countering.
Like stabs is what you're talking about all the time. We have to see those minor improvements you made, even though you resolved badly as a consequence, you lost eventually. But it's okay. So you made a different decisions. You act differently, and you have some understanding and comprehension about the composition you have. This will be good. And let's see like how many pressure they actually set on the bottom lane. was constantly facing those 1 versus 3, 1 versus 2, and making have to ask for the help from Xue Ying or from Ice all the time.
It was just like I don't care. I will die there or not. I just want to kill this guy. I heard that that's one of the best marksmen in the KPL. I have to eliminate him.
But after watching this game, one thing should be highlighted. So that's the speed, the efficiency of AG, finding the loophole of your enemies. Once they found out their enemy really want to pick up those fights in the bottom lane, they make so quick rotation back to the bottom, winning, taking in 2 winning team fights and just completely changing the game.
Yeah, that's where Candy have to learn about this. Yeah, the rotation have to be quick and have to be decisive. For them, I think they already separate a few parts of the team fight. The bottom side, maybe the bottom duo, they will play in the solo laning, against with each other, and then Danny, the jungler, maybe is the one who wants to clean up the battlefield. He's still doing the just like solo thing with the side laners, so that would be a few parts of that. Top laner with the jungler, and then mid laner will play by himself, and then it's the bottom duo. That's a few part of that. They have to be gathered together. They don't need to separate a part of that.
I think the early participation from Danny is very important when it comes to winning team fights. Like this Miyamoto Musashi participating in a lot of team fights initially happened, gaining themselves those kills. Very important in the future matchups. So AG MVP with no doubt Xue Yang. With the first buff being stealed away, we can see that Xue Yang is so furious about the result and finally get those very accurate hits to backliners and destroy all. Totally massacre.
Don't take my buff. It was like say don't take my buff at the time. And then with Liu Bang's help, he actually invincible at the stage of that time. And look at the roll. Nian used his ultimate trying to escape, but when he circle around and then come back to find out 3 persons in there.
Yeah, Nian really need to learn to make better moves and decisions. So sometimes you will see that even just within one single team fights, the KPL teams manage to take over 2,000 gold differences. It's not like the kills offer them this kind of gold. It's because after each team fight happened, the cleaning up of the rest of the battlefield, it's so perfectly done. They will just dive into jungles, finishing the lanes for you and gaining as much gold as possible.
Yep. That's what we call getting more advantage from those details, right?
The strategy of the post-team fights are so clear and dedicated for those KPL teams to do. Are the like Fusion and Saw, like 100% killing participations.
100% and SAR as well.
Good one.
Because every time the skirmish we create in the bottom side, and then they will got strike back from the opponents, but it doesn't matter because they already take down.
Yeah, and not only Wei Yang will be the one good assassin. I think Xue Ying played really well during this game. You can see wherever the Xue Ying go, it's like I've said this several times, like rhythm machines.
Yeah.
He's trying to initiate and also picking up those leftover kills for the teams. 326 KDA for the entire team. That's huge.
KDA soldier, all of them. They can keep the KDA of that because of the huge goal lead of that, and with that huge goal lead, they can do a lot of things in the game. But mostly, we have to learn about is the way they extend the goal lead, how they can end this game in 7 minutes. Oh, that's quite important. Maybe some mistake made by the red Canids, so that the AG can end this game so quick. But the way they extend the goal lead, the snowballing, the strategy to snowballing is so important for us to learn and just discover.
And not to mention the first 2 minutes they're losing in the team fight. So they basically spend only 5 minutes to win the game, taking down all the high ground towers. And not to mention the outer turrets. All right, so there will be the very first match between these two teams. We will be back shortly. Welcome back. This will be the last game between this PO2 because we're only gonna see 2 matches up going on between these 2 teams, AG versus Red Canids.
And this is a crucial point for the AG because they have to show the competitive in this group against the GKs right now because they're chasing each other.
I'm starting to rise my expectations for this one because even though Red Canids lost early on, but I think the composition and the execution of the gaming strategy is very good.
Yeah, improve a lot.
Changes are happening. We embrace those changes. Whoever made it, we really feel gratitude, feel very appreciate who is gonna do those changes.
Yeah, hopefully they will surprise us again in this game.
Red side again. Maybe going for Chao, they have put your hands on this mages.
Without regret, okay, without regret, Chao might be the choice for them.
Xiaoyun, Xiaoqiao, Consort Yu, all those heroes that we saw them playing used during the grand final in Brazil area qualifiers. Maybe Sean, treasure all the opportunity you have.
Yeah. MVP star. Let's get it started. Donghang Tai Yilan swing ban away and another way in the red side. Da Qiao Gongsun definitely is a big span and Lu Ban Master for ice.
Will this be a Sweeney choice? Shenui and Lianpo, I like this.
Yeah, look at Penta of AG. So cute.
Right, missed using my Shenui and
that would be a little bit surprised for that because, yeah, as we mentioned a lot repeatedly, this hero is one of the high upper limit hero in Honor of Kings. So I wish I would see the different performing style.
Touch, but it's like suddenly reversed. It's like a reverse compositions from both sides. Like it will be really typical and common for AG to pick this kind of composition, but as a result, Red Canids finally get their hands onto those assassins who can do a lot of things in the early game. A very active one.
Yeah, and on the other hand, AG they're gonna practice this kind of competition. Lu Ban duel with Zhao Jun. It's quite solid one.
Yeah, the strategy are completely different. Like the first one, they're emphasized on their targeting, their engagements in the top lane. While this one, it changes suddenly to become like protecting the marksman. They will always surround Ino, trying to give Ino a good positioning so that this Lu Ban number 7 will be constantly dealing a lot of stress, a lot of damage to the front lines.
Because Ino suffered a lot in the previous game.
Bodyguard strategy is what we're referring to this kind of composition from AG.
Yeah, exactly. So they ban away the Zhuangzi and that way, which hero can dodge a lot of CC.
Yes.
The Chengdu AG can offer a lot of CC change.
And Zhuangzi will be those characters that Red Canids really like to pick. This is a very popular hero in their area.
Yeah.
Oh, Mozi. Okay.
They really have that understanding of this matter.
Who will be the marksman company together? Will it be a Xue Ying or a Consort Yu?
Xue Ying might be some difficult task for fusion.
But anyway, you just go for it.
At least you have to try it. Okay? At least you have to try it. This hero is a lot of fun.
All right, so sudden change of the strategy again. Of course.
Okay. We're gonna witness the first Xue Ying in the non-KPL team.
Oh, this is so interesting. I'm really loving, I'm feeling a lot of things at this moment.
This kind of moment, it's quite good.
Finally.
If we are just talking about the composition of the Red Canids, if you're just talking about the composition of the Red Canids is so good. Okay, not bad. Of the poking.
This composition is being used a lot in the very first day of Week 2 group stage, E-Star, right? It's used in the composition we're seeing Qingrong use Xue Ying all the time. And right now, Red Canids, this composition works in a team, works like synchronize with one another. It's always make a better sense. Like 2 Pokken, 2 assassin, and 1 tank with a lot of initiations, and that's it.
Yep, and accuracy of fusion. I just wonder about it because we saw a lot of Xue Ying in KPL team, Qingrong, Bao.
Fusion is really happy about this. Even himself is really looking forward to this match.
I think he's so happy that he can play with this hero.
You know, sometimes with the help of Mozi, you will get more accurate than before.
Yep, fresh experience for him. And then the coordinator of Mozi and Xue Ying is quite important in the bottom lane.
So this is how this duel works. In pair, like Mozi will use a second ability, also very long-range Pokken abilities, will enable the targets being hit with a little bit stun for half a second, almostly, around half a second, and that will be the time where the target will show his vision, and Fusion will have the idea that where the enemies are standing, and then using the snipe, following the same routes, the same projectile as Mozi's second ability, and hit the target easily.
Yeah.
So this is what makes this combo really good and works with one another. And let's see that accuracy, that like mutual help and assistance from Mozi and Xue Ying.
It's quite important. You can hold the trigger for a few seconds and wait for second ability from Mozi and then find the stun, and then you can hit on the target easily.
You know, AGs are competing with different teams, but Ino will always be the target who suffers a lot.
Suffer once again.
Yeah, even though in this time he got himself like 2 very perfect bodyguards, but he will be the target from this Mozi and Xue Ying, and that really like spend a lot of time, nearly 80% of our attention at time, trying to see the performance of Xue Ying and Mozi. Very good one.
And let's wait and see this kind of bottom duo we show us what kind of performance in this game.
And missed.
Look at Wei Yang hide in the bush. The first mid lane. The priority is definitely regained by AG.
Yep. This is a very typical way for Agudo to start.
Very typical for that. And then the bottom side, Ino versus Fusion. And Ino actually can clean the wave so fast, and Xue Ying, you have to save some bullets for himself and wait for the monster.
This one. Ooh. Right on the target.
Okay, not bad, not bad. And so fast.
You know, also use Xue Ying early on, getting the solo kills with a very, very unusual way.
Maybe we'll see some miracle happen right there. Maybe that would be a solo kill from Fusion.
Yeah, I don't know.
And we have no idea.
Everything might happen on stage since this composition are really interesting. A lot of challenges, a lot of things might happen.
Yep. Finally, we got interesting in this game, and oh, look at the monster right there. That's been taken very low, as well as a Fusion. Fusion gonna down. Oh, look at that. That's not a sniper. That's a huge bomb.
And Messi still looking for more with the help of Sub. Managed to down one person, but the damage is not enough. I think he could choose use the flash to dodge away.
And the skirmish still continue right there. And Star's been taken very low without the
coming.
Oh, it's been in the frozen one once again. That's the ultimate shield.
And again, Immune trying to gain this out, but it will be a 1 versus 4 for Nia. Butter trying to weigh out.
Everything happens in this corner and not stop yet, not stop yet. Haven't stopped yet, and the Fusion's been taken very low. You know, once again, trying to use ultimate shield and find another kill. Everyone's staying low.
I mean, this team fight actually won till Fusion got back again. The team fight continues and continues to happen, and AG actually gathered himself 5-1 roll down bottom lane. Nian made rotation from the top to the very bottom, joining the team fight in dealing a lot of damage.
That's a double go back from Fusion.
You have to wait for your cooldown.
Double go back from Fusion. You just go back to the battlefield and then go back to the home. Go back to your home.
Yes, but the answer from AG is really obvious. Like, they are not leaving, giving you a lot of time trying to get your hit, trying to get vision, trying to do your snipes. Will just happen in front of you, getting those sudden hits to you so that you have no time to react.
Yeah, no time to react, and the accuracy of the Fusion, I think, is pretty enough because, well, every time he can hit on Ino, but not enough damage for that.
Yeah, this is one way to counter those Pokken duels.
Yep.
You use those assassins getting closer to the backline, making the them hard to stay at one position making the snipes.
And this is so funny. And look at the position of Foshan right there. Oh, this surround, this sandwiching, it's so great. And another skirmish we create in this corner once again. And look at Frozen. Winter's coming. Is that a solo kill over there?
Xue Ying getting the kill to the side of AG and others. We can see that Fusion is full in HP and Ino is actually being brought quite low.
I think AG already already bring in some cares by Red Canids.
Going very deeply down there. He used the ultimate. He will cause announcement to do so. A flash will be forced out again.
Oh, show for 3 kills.
This will be a lesson learned. When you are considered to be the longest range of a hero, you don't have to stand so close to your enemies. Make a good use of your poking ability you're born to have. Fusion. Lesson learned. Definitely gonna pick a better position during the snipes.
But without doubt, that's so much funny from this game. Come up with this game. I think that's what kind of stage we would like to see in Red Canids.
I mean, even AGs are quite enjoying the game right now.
Yeah, quite enjoying, and yeah, you want some team fight? Yeah, let's get it.
It's always a good experience when you're engaging, fully committed to the team fights, and then getting a lot of kills, getting engaged all the time.
Yeah.
All right, someone is surrounded from the back lines. All right, you will have the idea that misses get closer.
Oh, that would be some danger for them because the teammates are over there. Look at the Yino's been taken very low. It's been taken down by the My Shinanui. And then the Luban Master killed by the Miss. So double kill back over to Miss. And Xue Ying missed every single ability of that, but it doesn't matter. Chao will kill everyone.
Yeah, it's not over yet. This is what I'm talking about. Even though Red Canids is forcing a lot of things out, using all their personal talents, trying to gain these 2 kills, but unfortunately they're going too far, so they're getting surrounded by AG members.
Yep.
And doing this trading lives is not favoring Red Canids because let's see the dashboard, let's see the goal differences. AG is still leading the game quite a large extent. Like Ino and I are going too far, obviously. You're not doing the lading, getting so closer where you're not so sure whether your rest of the squad can be able to move this quickly towards and trying to assist you back.
Yep, but you're right. They're really enjoying this game. They're really enjoying this game, and they're practicing the combo with from the Luban Master and Zhao Jun.
And this one is way out of expectations. All the confrontations, all the compositions are just so good.
Yep.
Actually surprises a lot.
Maybe there will be another surprise from this kind of matchup. Okay, so it's been pulled back, and that combo succeeds successfully to use this combo.
Yeah, this combo is expected. There's a reason why they ban away Zhangzi at the very last ban places. They're so afraid that their combo chains might be purified away. And right now, Fusion is getting brought quite low. They're using the ultimate, the getaway, to find himself a safer place to stay. Bottom lane. Oh, solo fights.
Yeah, solo fights right there. They have to retreat because Ma Chao issues sprints, and look at the damage.
That's a precise calculation of the damage you're left. And when will be the next second you want to pull your out attack, right?
Ooh, the damage from Ino is pretty high right now. But Ino, you just ran too deep once again.
And right now, a good old together while joining in the front line, making sure that this Luma number 7 will be protected, will be surrounded by the other 3 members. Like Ino is under such a safety insurance. Stay safe all the time, deal the damage, having full vision on the map.
Yep, because Ice is always on his back. Look at the damage jumping inside. Dan has been melted down within seconds, and then Nian have to flash out to save him.
The waves on the mid is rushing in, and this highway tower will be taken down shortly. AG, 5-member gather around the same time. It's a 5 versus 3 up there.
Yeah.
9 extra seconds will be needed for those 2 members to revive.
And the bottom side meaning waves available and already crashing to the high ground turret. The bottom side high ground turret has been taken down in this moment. And look at the damage. Nian can suffer more from that, but the Minion Wave jumping to the base right now. Oh, back everyone from the fountain. Oh my god.
Perfect crowd control of 4 members in one roll.
And they're gonna end this game as quick, so the AG will gain himself 3 points easily.
I'm gonna spend this opportunity with the interview with one of the AG members. I really want to know what's going on, what's happening in their brain and their strategy. I was wondering what they're talking about during the team fights.
Yeah.
Because this kind of composition, they never have experienced because like Red Canids has not been pulled out this kind of composition before. This is their very first time to try out. And I think the pressure is there.
Yeah.
Initially is there. They set some huge pressure to Ino, making those rotations so that Agudo give up the idea that company Ma Chao all the time, like Nian is solo playing all the time.
Yeah, even though they end this game so quick, but without doubt, the accuracy of Fusion by playing in the Baili Shouyuan is so
not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad. Every single second ability can land on the target, lands on Yino. Wow, definitely the first target of Red Canids in the day.
Indeed, like at first, initially when doing the laning, he's not have the assistant from Wolves, which means that he had to predict the movement from Luban number 7, right?
Yeah.
So with this limited amount of time of when it comes to exercise, when it comes to get to learn how to play and how to master Baili Shouyue, he really did a great job there. And after like Wolves joining the game, but sudden change from AG just completely changing the whole composition, you expect to see those 2 versus 2, but at the end it will be like 4 versus 2.
4 versus 2, that's so important. I think Fusion performed so well in this game, but I'm sorry, with Moors, I think lack of the proficiency of this hero.
Experience.
If SCARZ can, experience. If SCARZ can gain more experience and practice this hero more, I think this kind of duo will become the core competitive in this team.
I mean, the biggest problem for Fusion is not how accurate to have the snipes on the targets. This task considered done. Good performance, but whether you can choose where will be the best choice to position will be the remaining task for him to handle. Because you can see that down below the bottom lane, he is rushing to the second bush, standing so closely towards the tier 1 turret to AG sides, which means that you have to make good use of your long range distance poking ability. You don't have to step so much further. It's very dangerous.
Because this is the hardest point to find a right position for Baili Shouyuan. It's quite important because every time you will see the player who is so expert in this hero, you always can find the right position and safe position for him.
I mean, if you have problem like struggling to find wherever is the best positions of the best positioning for you, my suggestion is the best scenario, the best solution will be like standing under your tower. Your tier 1 tower in the bottom lane will help you a lot. So this will be highly expected to be improving in the future if they have enough time.
If they have enough time, but I'm quite impressed and surprised from that because such a short time they practice this kind of composition and actually effective in the early game. And the accuracy of Fusion really surprised me.
I mean, GK have to prepare for this because I think that Red Canids is going wild from now on. So the next match, they will continue to challenge DRG.GK. So DRG.GK better be prepared a lot of possible like confrontations they're gonna be engaging during the team fight, during the game. They do better make this work.
Maybe the GK will enjoy the game once again.
So much for this. Like MVP goes to AG Ice.
Ice damage taken 27%, suffer a lot. And then the KDA 0-8 because every time Ice, I think the damage taken 27%, I think 15% from Shouyuan.
It's a perfect example how to use Luban, right? You have to offer your vision, you have to protect your marksman as well. You try your best to initiate and doing those combos with Xue Ying. But Luban is so busy getting the combos with 2 different types of heroes.
And he blocked a lot of bullets from Fusion.
You know, at this current meta, I think the most difficult one when it comes to the position of support will be Luban. you need to think a lot of things, a lot of decisions. What to do, where to go during the team fights. Whether you're irresponsible to initiate or whether you have to go back to protect Luba number 7, this decision have to make within 1 second.
This is a hard choice for every support. I think every hero as well. If you use Zhang you have to decide when you have to initiate, when you have to defend or push back the enemy. So this is the same as the Luba Master, but it will be more effective in the game because Luba Master is more directly to pull back the enemy.
You know, after all, I don't really want to emphasize the truth that AG wins again and Red Canids lose again. It doesn't really matter because you can see the rankings, like huge obvious gap are between the two teams. We don't really need to mention again like how powerful AG is or Red Canid can still improve in the future. But the fact that they can learn a lot of combos, they can learn a lot of duel and trying to make it work and practicing it in the stage will be requiring a lot of bravery to do this, a lot of confidence to do it, and this kind of achievements, this kind of changes are appreciated. So huge respect for Red Canids.
Yeah, and that was really work for the Red Canids. The first step is they choose to pick up this kind of composition and show us a lot of talent and potential in this composition, right? Okay, this is the first step, and the second step, a really master or expert in this hero a lot because Fusion in this kind of goals he can do such as 28% damage and Mai Shunui 26% damage with miss. Yeah. Just like we are worried about can they handle this kind of hero or not, but yeah, definitely they can handle it.
They said it for themselves, they're the pioneer representing Brazil area, and this kind of courage, this kind of confidence just demonstrate how they are so good fighters representing the whole Brazil area. I really respect this kind of actions and this kind of act. So I think DRG.GK should really be prepared to take the challenge from Red Canids in the 4th battle of today. So we're probably gonna jump into your interview shortly, but to think of some possible answers and questions I'm gonna receive from AG's members. All right, no more time waiting. We'll directly dive into the interview. Hello Eno， 跟我们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是成队上尉Eno。
How do you feel when doing the laning going against 墨子 and 守约 on the bottom lane？ 今天这一局啊，最后是对阵到墨子和守约的下路，整体的游戏体验是怎样的？ Eno 跟我们分享一下。
还不错吧，因为我自身带的铭文带了10个吸血，所以没感觉很难受。
Alright, so I feel quite good because initially I have some HP recovery design in my personal setting up for the role, so I was pretty covered, can do the HP recovery all the time during the laning, so not a lot of pressure from this. 今天呢，很多人在期待我们第5局对阵到 GK 的比赛哦。这一局一诺想要带来我们一个怎样的比赛呢？自己觉得？
全力去打吧，就最好就能赢下比赛。
Alright, so what do you expect us to see as the 5th match going directly against DRG.GK? So the answer will be like, we will try our best to fight for more and hopefully we can do a great job in that match. Okay, 谢谢Eno接受我们采访 Thank you so much. It's been very humble, huh?
Very humble.
Initial setting is very important.
Yeah, and the members from GK, from AG, I think they're the same. They just want to try their best and fight for every single game.
All right, so much for the first half of the matchups, and the next 3 matchups will continue to show up, and the caster will be leaving our caster Datsumule and Nora at the same time. So stay tuned. We will be back shortly.
All right. Let's go. I know everyone was just missing us a lot. I'm totally sure. Me, Isaac Pena, Muley.
It's me, Nora, and we're back again.
All right, so you guys are going to be with us for the next 3 matches. It's going to be the second half of the day. We're going to have first Red Canids Kalunga against Foshan DRG.GK.
Yeah, and this is going to be the last game for Red Canids participating in our tournament.
Yes.
And I don't know if you guys watched the last game. I really enjoyed it by using that 墨子 plus 手约.
Oh, come on, those guys are already going crazy. The craziness is around. You can feel it that they have no pressure whatsoever. They know that they have only 2 more games and they're just all in.
Yeah.
All in completely.
You know, they do have they have balls, you know. They just want to fight back. And what I learned from it, I just want to use it to fight back.
They have a lot of courage, that's for sure. They have lots of courage. They're very brave. I was watching the video introducing them at the beginning of the stream, right? While we were just doing our makeup.
Yeah.
And just checking there, and checking that, the way that they won the finals, the way that they were undefeated and they make it to the last game of the Brazilian and regionals. It just shows you that they've got the confidence. They've got what it takes. What they have to do right now is just to try to apply it in here. They've been trying really hard. And after the last 2 games that we just saw, they probably can do it.
And that's why actually I'm holding a really high expectation towards them for the last game. Because, you know, actually Red Canids is the only team from the other region who can actually got a triple kill during the game. And that's exactly the one when they were playing against DRG.GK.
Is it gonna happen one more time?
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm really looking forward to seeing that happen again.
Come on, you need to have a position. Come on, give it to me. Do you want it to happen or not?
I want to have
Let's go. That's it.
Go for
it's a matter of opinion.
Kill,
and I want them to get a quadra kill. And believe me, I want the DRG.GK just to come in and show us what they did during the first week, right? DRG.GK, we're completely sure that they're gonna make it through, that they're gonna make it to the next round, either first place or second. That's not a question. But I want them just to show what they can do against Red Canids Kalunga. It is not a matter if they're going to win or not. At the end of the day is how you're going to make it happen.
Yeah. And actually make it clear, it's because now the situation for these 2 teams are totally different. For Foshan DRG.GK, they already secured 1 spot going into knockout stage. And for Red Canids, they had no chances to go further. So this is going to be their last showcases. So for DRG.GK, they definitely want to go for that one, play against AG, right?
Yeah.
So maybe for this turn, they're going to try something new.
Let's wait and see. Trying new thing has been the flavor of our second week, right? And week 2, every single team is just trying to try new things. Those teams coming from the other areas, they're trying the things that worked for them during the regional qualifiers. And for those teams from KPL, they're just trying those strategies that they will see necessary for the best of 7s.
Yeah. Let's see it again. You know, the last time when these 2 teams play against with each other, first round, DRG.GK, Peng used this line, got a quadra kill. And in the second round, Danny from Red Canids used Lam again. Reply in a triple kill.
So Lam is going to be the hero that both Peng and Danny are going to prefer.
Yeah.
For this first game, is going to be Peng the one that's going to take it. Let's see if he can just perform the same way. And let's see what Red Canids can do about it, right? The options that they have in there, the first 3 picks that they got, Chanfei, Jing, and Yixiu, are all 3 very good picks. They work really well together.
Because it can allow you to have a really nice crowd control. And those crowd control that done by Yixing and Zhang Fei can allow Jing to have a really nice spot for him to do the output.
I love the fact that Red Canids didn't go for Shen Mengxi. Sometimes I just feel like the teams from the other regions are just thinking about just picking Shen Mengxi because it's such a meta pick, instead of thinking about what works for their strategy. So not going for Shen Mengxi, for me, it's a good flag. It's just a flag. It could be a good flag as it could be a bad flag. Let's wait and see.
Again, Byron as a counter pick towards Meng Tian.
Yes. You mentioned something about practicing, right? And this is it. Like, if the other side picks Meng Tian, well, I'm going to have to play my Byron. Byron was a great pick yesterday in the game between Chongqing Wolves and Shanghai EDGM, right? So why not just trying it right now? We know that it's going to be out there, so let's get familiar with it.
And we can see, like, when people are playing against each other, especially in this group stage, these top laners really wants to do solo lanes.
Yeah.
It really wants to do solo fights, so Byron is more favored.
It is a very good pick. Again, you need to have an advantage. If with Byron you do not have an advantage in gold and items, then it's pretty useless.
True.
So it's gonna depend a lot on the way the How Bai Shou is gonna be facing Nian at the beginning of the game.
Yeah. For Bai Shou, I totally trust his like own mechanic. Bai Shou is quite sophisticated with all those top laners heroes.
Ooh, I like that word. I want people to describe me as sophisticated.
Like a master.
He's a sophisticated caster.
Yeah.
I love that.
All right, I'll take that. Anyway, like for this composition that DRG.GK just selected, actually is almost the same as the one last game they play against with Red Canids. So
if it's working, why to change it? If it isn't broken, don't fix it. That's it. You just need to go with what it works. I know that Foshan DRG.GK right now is thinking about Red Canids, but at the same time, their minds, they know that they need to win not only this game, but the next one after. That's the next game, the one that is going to define their fate.
Yeah, that's what we've mentioned. Like for DRG.GK, the purpose for them for tonight is to play against with AG to see who's gonna win the first place going into the knockout stage, because that's gonna decide your ranking in that duel.
Well, let's see what's gonna happen. From what we saw in the previous game from Red Canids Kalunga, they're just gonna be putting a lot of pressure on the other team's marksmen. So it was Inuo before, and right now it's gonna be Monglan. So for Monglan, I'm so sorry. Like it's gonna be the whole Red Canids going there as wild hunters going for them.
Arrive in 5 seconds. And for this game, with 2 smites being carried from Red Canids, I'm wondering while they go to their opponent's field.
Oh, did you watch the game against AG? They just did that. They just jumped in straight, went up to the red buff area, and then just ended up winning the fight. We want to see more of that.
Yeah, I really like that.
All right, let's go. Already it's a 2-2 over there in mid lane.
It's just an original opening for these two teams.
Okay.
Like you can see there's some slight movement down by Zhang Fei. Now you can see they got those awareness about we need to take care of our red buff.
Yeah, they need to take care of it. And what Sai is doing right now, he's not actually contesting it. He's just getting vision. But right now it's going to be 4 people from DRG.GK. Danny's going to come in and he's going to jump into the mix. Niap is put on air. He's going to flash out of the fight. Sai is going to fall. It's going to be Danny, the one that's going to follow him. It's going to be a 2-0 trade.
This is a 4 versus 4. But because of the damage dealt down by DRG.GK, going to be a little bit more dangerous, especially for heroes like Iron. So that helped them to win the upper hand.
I think that it was a good idea by Sa, what Sa was doing, just like giving vision, right? But right after you got the information, why do you stay there? Like, there's no need for him to stay there if he's not going to contest, right?
He wants to like gain the vision for his allies and buy some time for them to come and aid. But the problem is
everyone was so far away.
Yeah, and here's a trick actually, because Jin didn't use his smite at the very first time when he wants to take down that blue buff. So that's the reason why after she already arrived at the blue buff, the red buff side, the smite still in cooldown. That's about the timing and experience.
So you mentioned a very interesting detail, right? Like your abilities being on cooldown or not. And if your abilities in cooldown is a clear cue for you to not try to engage. Now the blue buff is going to spawn one more time. It's going to be 4 people from DRG.GK, the ones that are going to come and invade. Sai is being pushed back by Monglan.
And Red Canids try to retreat, try to avoid this team fight. Just let it go.
The Heaven's Origin is going to lock Guy in, but the damage doesn't follow.
So actually that's sort of waste of the ultimate from Mist, because the next movement is going to be GK again going into a red buff side.
And it was a very big AoE, so his cooldown is going to be longer.
Yeah, because the bigger he create that chessboard, the longer the cooldown will be.
Let's wait and see. Rotations from red coming in. They want the Firehawk and they're gonna be able to take it.
But the problem for Red Canids now is because the level deficit that Danny is suffering right now. He already got 2 levels in deficit.
Yeah.
That's quite huge.
It's not his moment to shine. Look at that, Nian being taken extremely low. It's gonna be Guy that's gonna come and TP to top lane to push him back.
Well, actually, this kind of roles is DRG.GK try to force out your flash and also your ultimate. Without your ultimate or your flash, Mengtian just gonna be a normal tank.
No, but at the same time, Guy had to proc his ult as well, right? So I feel like it was a fair trade.
True.
Guy needs to have his ultimate available to try to protect Monglan. The one thing that I have not seen from Red Canids yet is just the same sense of aggression that they had against AG. Right now, they're just missing a little bit on that.
Like,
the
never be
rotation.
afraid. They just confront GK. You know, the problem for those games when you're playing against teams from KP Origin is that you can't just easily let everything go, just hand over everything to your enemy. They're just, you know, quickly snowball the game.
A little bit hesitant. Look at that. The rotation bottom lane. 3 people trying to take the turret. And DRG.GK is not going to contest it. They're just going to try to push the one on top. It's going to just be a fair trade of 1 turret each.
It's not fair, since DRG.GK not only take down the top tower on the bottom, but also the red buff from their opponent and another overlord.
Oh, but look at that. It's going to be the mirror domain pushed on Guy. They want to take him down, but the ultimates have been proc. It's time to push back because Team Feng is smelling blood and he's coming in. He takes on 1. He wants to take a second one. Danny tries to go. He's not being able to run away. Sai's the only one alive.
But he's not gonna take it for such a long time. Double kill goes to Mengya, and there's another solo kill happening on the top.
DRG.GK just being a little bit more decisive than Red Canids, right?
And you know what's the spot, what's the cue? It's because at that brawl, when it was happening, Danny was out of mana. Use his ultimate, but that's it. Without mana, you don't have enough cooldown to support you, to refresh your second ability or first ability.
Danny Fusion and Sa, all of them just proc their ultimates trying to take Guy.
Yeah.
Guy does not fall, and then the only faith for them was just to go back to their base.
Yeah, because those items, those gold, doesn't allow Danny to have those insta-kill right now.
Look at that. DRG.GK wants control over this blue buff. Sa gets the vision, he knows he cannot jump yet.
And Pompom is ambushing behind the first tower, and he's now coming in.
He's gonna take 1. Can he take a second one? Miss is gonna try to run. He's gonna be unable to do that. Mengtian is going to follow him. It's gonna be only Danny and Fusion trying to protect the turrets now.
Killing spree. Pompom's gonna be unstoppable right now. And they even try to shut down 1 minion wave to gain more time. Purify and Marco Polo tried to escape. What about Danny? He can't do it like alone. He can't do it 1 versus 3. He's trying his best. He really did a great job, and he successfully did it.
And he just took the flash from Paixão as well, right? Paixão, he thought that he could just flash in and take the kill, but sadly for him, he missed.
I didn't expect that Danny could succeed.
Lovely.
That's quite impressive.
Look at that. That's just exactly what you want when you're Lamb, right? And you're facing Mengtian. You just want him to proc his ult and just for you to keep stacking your passive. Stack and stack and stack again and again and again.
Yeah, the more targets that Pompom has, they can allow him to stack up for several times.
All right, 7 minutes and 20 seconds. the turrets for the top lane not looking really well, that's going to be the area that DRG.GK is going to have to pressure on a little bit more.
And if...
Xingfeng jumps in, Fusion is going to have to ult his way out of it. Now Pong is going to be the one that is going to be caged. But if you cage me, I'm going to just counter-attack because I am a hunter. He's coming in, he's going to take only 1 kill. It's going to be Danny, the one that is going to fall.
This is a 0-1 trade, and GK now can clean up their opponent's jungle and also take down the second tower. But to be honest, Red Canids, they really did a nice counter-attack. Like for these engagement that was happening, again, they've got 8,000 gold deficit. And that kind of significant gold deficit, they didn't be ace or didn't be like, they're playing smart.
They're being able to retreat quickly, right? It's a matter of the decision. If you're not able to fight it, and if you're gonna be initiated, try to clean the wave, and then after that, retreat in the moment that you feel like your HP is extremely low. Xingfeng coming from the side.
But I don't think he's gonna just tumble in. Because,
nah, the turret's still there.
Yeah, and also the flashing cooldown.
It is true that he's got a little bit of an advantage, but that advantage is not that gigantic yet.
So now for Red Canids, actually the situation is quite dangerous and they didn't even successfully did any kills as so far. But they already in, it's almost 10 minutes. So actually they can do something while the next Shadow Overlord or Shadow Tyrant is going to be spawned.
Their goal is just to take Monglan down. That should be the goal for Red Canids right now. Monglan being the second highest gold in the whole team. So trying to take him. Baisho is going to jump. Right now they're trying to go for Monglan, but he's got a great angle. He's just dealing damage, and the damage is going to be sucked in by Red Canids. They're going to fall slowly, one by one, just like if they would be dominoes. And it's going to be double kill, triple kill for Monglan.
And another kill done by my Shiranui. This is a 1-5 trade, and DRG.GK just end up our Red Canids, and they can use those vanguards that is spawning in the mid and try to push. There's still 4 people remaining from DRG.GK's side. They don't need to hush, they don't need to rush.
Danny's going to be back, the turret is going to fall. It was just the problem in that whole fight, the fact that Monglan was not contested at all. And when you are a Mongya, like that's the only thing that you need. You just need to find a good angle, and you just put your guns up, and that's it. Look at that, like he jumps in, tries to take a Monglan, he's not able to, and just spot him. 1, 2, 3, he procs his ult, and then he can just deal so much damage. Excellent triple kill.
Another triple kill. But you know, for me, actually, I guess for like Red Canids, they really need to avoid those engagement right now. The goal difference significant. It's so huge. They're not be able to contest GK in this time.
Look at that. Pong comes in. Now his target is going to be Sa.
Double kill.
Nian right now. He already got 2. He doesn't want to try to force a third one yet. And right now he forces Nian to go back on the fountain. The minions are already in. Fusion's trying desperately to kill them. Now he jumps in, oversteps in the fountain, takes lethal damage back. The super minions come in. Are they going to try to finish this? It's going to be a double kill. It's going to be the crystal. And it's going to be a game for Foshan, DRG.GK.
Congratulations to DRG.GK. They're just using their mechanics and try to accelerate the pace. And we can see how many double kills, how many triple kills are happening in this like single game. Everything's just going insane.
Very good performance for Red Canids and very good performance for Foshan DRG.GK as well, right? I feel like at the end of the day, they came in and they did exactly what they planned to. Protect Monglan and use Guy to do that. Allow enough time just for Pong to jump in and then just collect the kills.
Yeah, after they take Mongya as their marksman, it somehow give us a sign about they want to accelerate the pace. Because Mongya is one of those marksmen can use those outputs to always forcing you back and try to snowball the game.
So it's not a matter of just going face to face against him, right? Like it's a matter of just trying to find the right angles to jump in. from the sides. That's why for Mengya, he just prefers being either in bottom lane or top lane. Whenever that Mengya is in the mid lane and there's a 360 degrees opportunities to jump in, and that's the hardest position for Mengya.
But once you're like beside of the wall, beside of some kind of complicated landform, you can just easily use those landforms to escape those damaged out.
Well, very well done from Menglan, just giving us a very good lesson on how Mengya is supposed to be played. For Red Canids, they have one more game and they should just go out and enjoy it.
Enjoy it, and that's gonna be the main point. And I'm expecting that Danny would use Lam again. Because as I've just mentioned, in the previous series when they were playing against DRG.GK, Danny is the only jungler who can take triple kill from the teams that from KPL region.
Now is DRG.GK just gonna allow them to take it because they already used it?
And that's a good point. Maybe if they like really wanted to take it serious, they were just banning Lam away.
All right, let's wait and see what's going to happen in that next game. For this one, the performance from Red Canids showed us that they're aggressive and they're an aggressive team that they just like pushing up. Not as decisive as they were in the previous 2 matches against Chengdu AG.
Yeah, that's something actually I hope that they can change in the last game because there's nothing they need to worry about. They just give in all those resources, hand it over to their enemies so easily. No contest, no confront. Just like, okay, it's Christmas, I give you as a gift. It can't be done that way, right? Actually, like in the early game, those compositions that Red Canids selected, they had the power to contest DRG.GK. So the problem is when they are fall behind with DRG.GK at that time, that shouldn't engage anything.
The first minute engagement that they had in the red buff area, right? I do believe that Sa had a very good option of just coming in and getting the vision, and then just after having that information, just replete, right? Go back to your jungler and then just try to make a different decision. He overstays there for too long time, and he's already so deep, so deep into Foshan DRKs.
Yeah, because it apparently shows that DRG had got that plan about, I'm gonna do this invasion. So there's like 4 people gathering together, aiming at your red buff. So that's the reason why we hope that Red Canids could be more aggressive in the next game.
No, aggressive is a good decision, but you need to be decisive when you're aggressive. If you're gonna be aggressive, then just make the decision of everyone all together as a unit. Not 1 or 2 people step by step. It's not the way that this game is supposed to be played.
All right, this game MVP goes to Menglan. He's Mengya.
DRG.GK Menglan with a damage of 25.5%. Just the fact that Menglan did not even die once, that's actually the main point in here. As long as Mengya is alive, he can keep dealing damage. And he's just a damage machine. That's all he needs to be. He doesn't even need to be taking the kills. He just needs to be dealing damage, taking them down, allowing Pompon to jump in and take the kills. But he even took 7 kills in this one. Wow.
Yeah. After he got ahead of the laning phase and also after he got that gold lead, he won't be worried about anything. He won't be afraid.
Yes. Just look at his positioning here. Like he locks in Niap just in the front, and in this one as well. Like everyone just throwing all their abilities, trying to take on Menglan. And look at his HP bar, because he can just recover HP as the more damage that he deals, right?
And you know the reason why he's gonna have such a safe spot? It's basically because every engagement was initiated by DRG.GK. They try to force you back. So every time Red Canids were reacting, what we call reactively, right? They try to give you an answer. So actually there's no time for Jing to go for Mengya. There's no time for him.
It was a difficult decision, right? Like they saw danger in their bottom lane turret, and they needed to do something about that. And they stuck to the decision that they wanted to have. Like they wanted to protect the turret. Probably they should have stepped a little bit deeper. Just stepping a little bit deeper, not actually pushing in that forward positioning, right?
Like step back. You know, there's 2 things that actually that's the reason that I found why a lot of teams can't contest with teams from KPL region.
Yeah.
The first one is because they don't have that kind of awareness, like we need to guard our early game.
Yeah.
Try to be peaceful, try to be safe. That's impossible in this tournament. And second is after they got that kind of code difference, the only way that they can think out is to fight back to gain some advantage. But in this game, it rarely allows you to do that, right?
Yeah, you cannot fight back. Like if you go and check on the KPL teams, because it's not like the KPL teams are always on the advantage, right?
Yeah.
Like when you have two KPL teams, like for sure there's going to be one team that's going to have a little advantage, and there's going to be a second one that is going to have to reply back to that. And when you see those games happening, it's never just like go head first, trying to go back for the fighting. It's always a split push.
Yeah.
It's always one jungler coming down to the other lane, pushing the waves up, and then trying to find that rotation mistake. And as you find the rotation mistake, yes, engage in the fight when you have a power play. Without a power play, on a 5v5, you're not winning.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to say. There's not only one way if you want to fight back or buy some time when you fall behind.
Yeah.
You can do it smartly, like split up push. Or when you saw your enemies are trying to take down that Tyrant or Shadow Overlord, you can do a trade. You can do a dragon trade.
It was a really nice performance from Red Canids and an even better performance for Foshan DRG.GK. Now we're going to move into a little break, and then after that, we're going to come up with the second game of this best of 2. Okay, second game. Let's wait and see what's gonna happen. There's gonna be Red Canids' last game in our KIC 2022. It's gonna be their goodbye. It's gonna be their last game, and hopefully, it's gonna be their last opportunity to show us something, different. And at the end of the day, even if they don't show us something different, it's gonna be their last moment just to celebrate how far they've made it from Brazil all the way until South Korea.
Yeah, once again, actually they earned their spot participating in our tournament. They've been such a long journey, and that's not easy. So they're representing Brazil area now, participating in our tournament. This is gonna be their last showcases.
Let's see if Foshan DRG.GK is gonna allow them to take that lamb, right? We're always counting on Danny being able to take lamb. Maybe Foshan DRG.GK is gonna allow. It's not.
Bingo.
Yeah. If the man has already taken the one and only triple kill from the other areas, like why would I put myself in that position?
Yeah,
it would make no sense.
Especially they saw the last game that Red Canids play against with AG.
Yeah.
They used the one that AG once used to fight them to fight back. 墨子 plus Xue Ying. So this turn, they just ban it away.
Banning that away. Sad. But well, life is like that. It's gonna be a Master Lupin and Lupin number 7 combo, their answer for Red Canids.
Actually, they use it quite a lot. And also, they want to pair with Kai and also Guan Yu.
Try to allow Master Lupin and Lupin number 7 to have as much gold as possible. Just being able to get gold, get an advantage. But again, that's not early game. It's gonna be mid-late game combo.
Yeah, especially they are taking Zhao Jun as the mid. I'm a little bit worried about the first like 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah, in the first 2 minutes when Zhao Jun does not have her level 4, it's gonna be difficult for her to win the mid lane. So it's gonna depend a lot on how how Sai is going to come in and try to help her out. But can Sa do that?
It's gonna be a little bit hard for him, especially they're having Lupin number 7 on the bottom, so he definitely has the responsibility to take care of his son. So Zhao Jun is gonna play it alone, and also with this Agudo, now I'm quite worried about the early game for Red Canids.
Agudo and Guan Yu probably is going to be.
Yeah, but the problem is, once you got Zhao Jun in the mid, but you are doing those facing against Shen Mengxi. Shen Mengxi definitely gonna gain the priority to move faster.
Oh, it's not gonna be Guan Yu, it's gonna be Mulan.
Mulan. I love this hero. And
it's a very difficult hero.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's a very hard one. Has Nia been just staying up very late, just practicing that? That's tough to master.
Well, it makes me feel like actually Mulan shows up several times in our group stage. And is it because after they saw like how great the high ceiling that this hero has, so they just try to learn it.
Kushi is the one that came in with that Mulan first, right? And it was a very similar composition, just trying to build around that Mulan, just allowing Mulan to have a lot more of the gold, a lot more of the items. That's mostly why they choose to pair that with Agudo. But that's gonna be a lot of pressure for Nia.
Yeah, but again, gold. Like once you've mentioned how Mulan's gonna have a gold lead, especially their upper side of the map isn't that strong.
Yeah.
Agudo gonna open with the blue buff. But for GK, if they want to do it thoroughly, they would let Zhang Fei to get into that blue side.
Yes.
And let the jungler to do it on the red side. They want both.
So we talked a lot about how Zhang Fei for Red Canids came in and tried to control the vision. Now it's gonna be the other way around. How this time is gonna be DRG.GK's and Zhang Fei coming in and doing exactly the same. Let's see if it is gonna be the same result or if it's gonna be different. And if it is different, then let's try to analyze what was the difference in there.
Like if they successfully did it, then what's the reason?
Yeah.
While for Red Canids, again, the early game is gonna be really torturing, really painful. They don't have the priority for the mid. Except for the opening laning, they could put Luban number 7 in the mid for the first minion wave.
And then just send Mist to the bottom?
Or they can gain it together and rotate together. Because the more people you have, the safer you can be.
Moving your marksman to the mid lane is a very good way how to protect your jungle as well, right? Just moving it there to the mid lane and just allowing yourself just to clean way faster. And in terms of protecting your jungle, you've got someone a little bit more aggressive. You've got more damage available.
Yeah. Well, it seems like Red Canids didn't want to do it, and Zhangzi is now directly diving to the red side.
Let's see if Guy is going to be able to survive that, because right now it's going to be Master Lupin coming in. It's going to pull him back.
He's waiting.
Maybe he doesn't even want it. Probably just like he just wants to just push it, slow it down. Nian jumps in. It's going to be the first blood. It's going to go for Red Canids. It's going to be Baisho, the one that's going to reply back. Someone's extremely low. It's going to be Baisho himself. Receiving so much damage. His ability is going to be wide. But it's going to be Team Feng, the one that is going to take more damage from Red Canids one.
Yeah, but he needs to leave now since Mulan already came back from the fountain.
Lovely 2-2 trade in there.
And on the other side, Peng Peng just steal away that blue buff. For this, like, first guard of that red buff, actually, I guess Red Canids really did a great job.
They did a good job protecting, right? Like, they did not allow DRG.GK just to have a very big advantage, which has been the biggest problem in this whole competition. At least right now, everything is going to be a little bit better. It's not going to be that torturing, as you mentioned.
True.
That, you know, he's level 4. Trying to run away, but Mulan is going to be taken down. The mirror domain is going to be procced by Peng Peng, trying to deal more damage. And then it's going to be a good duo, the one that's going to follow.
That's the point, since Nian once, like he fought once, so he's not able to upgrade to level 4.
Yeah.
Without level 4, Mulan is going to be quite weak because she only allowed to have like one formation.
Yeah, and just your Mulan just falling twice already. That's already a little bit too much.
Not a good news.
The Winter's here, comes in. Guy's gonna jump in. It's gonna be taken very low, but now that he's gonna be 4, his ultimate gonna be proc. Sad just flashed away and forgot that his job is to protect Fusion. He saved himself, but Fusion had to fall.
Yeah, he needs to take the responsibility. Everyone flashed back. But the reason why we always want to have this duel together is because with the second ability that Luban Master has, he can just rescue his son, but he didn't use it to splash away.
Flashed away. He's just like, my son, you're a grown man right now.
You need to be independent. Ooh, flash being forced out.
Again, a lot of pressure for Nian. That's the problem with this composition. Like, they depend a lot on what Nian can do on his own. And we said that he needed an advantage, and that advantage has just disappeared. Trying to bring Monland back, but the chain is not going to be successful.
Since Monland already escaped for such a long distance. Well, it seems like Red Canids already changed their strategy. They're trying to put the bottom lane under pressure.
Yeah.
They're trying to let Mulan just, forming up, play defensively.
And right, it's gonna be that one that's gonna take a 1v1 against Peng Peng. Peng Peng just gonna try to find the angle, coming in and coming out. It's gonna deal some more damage. It's gonna send Nian back to the base one more time.
Alright, forget what I said. Actually, the early game isn't that torturing. Nian is quite painful in the early game.
That's the only thing that Mist can do right now. He's trying to protect his turret for as long as possible, but the rotation from DRG.GK, look at that.
Guy, his position.
While Blood comes in, Baisho is gonna jump in. They're taking damage from the turret, but at the same time, they're taking kills. 1, 2, and 3. Killing spree. Red Canids is going to fall.
Wow, guys, playing so aggressively. And that reminds me of that support from EDGM. Yamon, right? It seems like these supports are now competing when they're playing against like teams from other regions. Try to get double kill, try to get triple kill.
Look at the position from Guy.
Yeah.
Perfect. That's exactly what you want to do. We've always been debating about like why Tramfei is just such a popular pick. And it's just not the matter that you need to be able to proc your ult. It's just like finding the right angle to proc your ult.
Yeah.
And the way that Guy just went around, just closing any sort of escape. No escape route that Red Canids could have in there.
He just used his huge body to block all the way that can let Red Canids retreat.
Sadly for them, that was a bouncer, not allowing them just to get back home.
So that's one thing that we can see a lot of things happen before. It's quite similar because you could never expect that why your enemy would came from my rear. You need to always watch out. You can't be that. You can't lower your guard when you're standing under your turret. It's not that safe.
That is the main idea why it is the most important position that they're going to just disintegrate right over there.
This combo, the ultimate by Shou and also the ultimate by Guy. First, the ultimate from Zhang Fei pushed 3 members back on the wall.
And right now they know that they have an advantage. They're trying to force Mist to use his Winters here late. The turret is taking a lot of damage. Niap thinks that he wants to be a hero, but he was not able to do that. Taking damage from the turret, trying to take it very low, but it's going to be only 1/5. Now it's going to be the counter-attack for Red Canids, trying to come in. They're going to lock in 1, but that's going to be everything that they can do.
Actually, Red Canids find a really nice timing and did one trade. They take Bai Shou down. Wow, but for Niap, again, I'm so sorry for him in this game. It's quite painful.
The script said something very clear. He needed to be the hero.
Yeah.
Like we know that this is a 5-people game, but when you have these kind of heroes, like the spotlight is gonna be on you.
You know, one trick when you're playing heroes like Mulan, since he's like quite short attacking range, so he needs to ambush. He needs to have those sensations. You can't do it, engage it head to head.
Of course, like when you're
hiding something.
When you check on the introduction from Mulan, that's a warrior assassin hero. Like it is a warrior assassin. Like depending on the meta, we've seen Mulan being even a jungler. So based on that, like Niap is gonna have to find the right angle to jump in and deal damage, sudden damage.
Yeah.
He cannot just jump in when everyone knows his position.
Just take that play that Xihe did once in the previous series. The one engagement happening in the mid from that bush. It's the best example for how Mulan's gonna play.
Red team has destroyed a tower.
Vanguard's already on bottom lane. I mean, that turret is gonna have to fall as well.
Blue team
destroyed, and right now they have Vanguards on bottom and mid lane.
And what's horrible is that 2 ultimates are now available.
Jumping in, Mist is taking very low. He's gonna have to jump back. Tramfei is going to fall. Mist is going to follow, but look at that. Niap trying to jump in behind. Sadly for him, he wasn't able to take the kill.
But he really tried. He forced out Mulan's flash. And the GK, they just being so safe, especially for heroes like Garo, with those long range. Instantly, he noticed that Niap just using his flash jump in. And even at the same time, Mulan just flashed away to safety.
He had to flash away, right? Like that's a good thing. Look at that. Mulan is not being part of the mix. He comes in. The angle, he could have jumped in from behind. I feel like he decides to go in from the front. I think that he could have just come in just right next from the buff area, right? Just right in between that buff and the other cave. Like he just come in through that tunnel. It would have forced at least the flash away from the battle.
Or once you just show up and let him know that you are at my rear and try to threat him, let him to force out the flash. And then mission complete. And the next timing that you know his flash still in cooldown, that's gonna be the one you want to do that instantly.
Good lesson for Niap. good lesson. I hope that he's gonna be able to take some notes.
But I'm glad that he's now having that kind of awareness. I'm not gonna go and dive right into it head to head. I need to ambush.
It didn't work for him the first 2 times, and right now he's trying to do something different. 10 minutes. Shadow Overlord and Shadow Vanguard available, both of them for DRG.GK.
For the previous series, after GK takes down those Shadow Overlord and Shadow Tyrant, they will go for their last Fatal Strike. This is their playing style. He's stable.
Sun Chaser as well, available for Monglan.
So we can see they already managed 3-way, arriving at the high ground tower simultaneously and try to do that Fatal Strike.
The Blade trying to take on that Ballista. The top lane Tier 2 turret is going to be the first target.
Blue team has destroyed a tower.
And then they'll come for the high ground tower. They want to close out the game. They've got even 10,000 gold lead. So they don't need to be afraid of anything.
What is Red Canids going to do? By Show procs his ult, he still has 15 more seconds. He knows that he can just push everyone back. Danny is going to fall. Fusion trying to prove his abilities just straight from the fountain, but he's gonna be pushed back. 3 people available from Red Canids, but they cannot come in to protect the crystal. It's going to be DRG.GK, the ones that are going to take the victory.
Congratulations to DRG.GK again, and there's another 3 points be in their hand.
Another 3-pointer for DRG.GK. They know that they needed this one because right now they can go and focus on what's going to be their final game against Chengdu AG in the next match.
Yeah, again, the next match, DRG.GK play against with AG. That's gonna decide the ranking for Group C, and also will influence the draw.
For Red Canids, that's the end of the road. They tried their best. They came in with dreams and hopes all the way from Brazil. They made it for the first time, a lot of them, for the first time that they come all the way to Asia, which for them is at the other side of the world, right?
But I know this won't be the end for this team. I have that kind of feeling, you know. Like after I watched their video, they not even once mentioned about they want to be the pioneer. They want to learn something new and bring it back to Brazil region and try to be the strongest one in Brazil.
It is difficult to be a pioneer. It is very hard.
Yeah.
Being a pioneer just means that you're just walking through paths that no one has walked before.
Yeah.
It means that you're just opening the lane. You're coming in, hopefully, and waiting for the best that lies ahead. You've heard stories about how it is done. You've heard very romantic poems about how the hero, how the pioneers are always victorious. But being a pioneer is just a very difficult job. And they're just tasting the beginning of it.
Yeah.
Hopefully not the end. Hopefully Red Canids Kalunga is going to go back to Brazil and they're going to keep practicing. And for the next KIC, we're going to be here with their arms wide open, just waiting for them to come back.
There's still a long journey for them to go. But like these 5 members, they already been playing with each other like for such a long time and quite experienced. Every single member's quite experienced. So I believe this is just going to be the start for them. And I believe that we will see them in a year.
Hopefully. I hope that they will go back and they will just watch the videos, take some notes. The whole big family of the KIC is going to be here just for them for anything that they need, right? Like we're just one message away. We're a message away from anything that they need in this 21st century, regardless of where they're going to be. Right now, what we want is just for our big Honor of Kings family just to grow bigger and stronger. And we welcome them in here, and I hope that right now we can send them back to Brazil and they can just keep practicing, getting stronger.
And bring up that idea about this KIC family. It just reminds me of that one thing, and this might be a good news to Red Canids. When they were doing their own qualifier, they have no team to do this training with them because they're quite distant, like from China. They do not know any teams. You have no phone numbers or etc. But now, after they've known each other, play against each other for several times, an easy phone call, and we're gonna go for training.
Addison Widget.
Yeah. Okay.
DRG.GK guy is going to take the MVP. Amazing performance, great show, and I hope that we can just take this video, record it, and show it to everyone abroad, because that's the way that you're supposed to be playing Tranfei.
Yeah, you can not only use it as a shield or as a tank, you can use it to wisely engage. Heroes like Zhang Fei or like Luwan Master are quite well-rounded because they can both play in an aggressive way and also in a defensive way. So it all depends on the situation, and that requires a lot about your awareness towards our game, towards our map.
The awareness is going to be very important. That is true. Look at that. Just like the way that he's always available. He just takes all the damage, knows that when he turns 4, it's his job just to come in and just jump in and start the fight. Look at him, he's just waiting over there. He does not jump in.
There.
He does not jump. He knows that he just needs to wait for the right second.
So that's
it's a matter of patience.
Yeah, and that's what we call teamwork.
Yeah.
Because like the rest of the number from GK just trying to push forward everybody back to your turret.
Everyone just vanished on that last fight.
Yeah.
He procs his ult and then everyone just, the same as if they would be made out of smoke, disappear.
Vanish. These are the things we call art when they're doing teamfight, right? Like eStar Pro, like GK, these kind of engagements quite visually stunning.
The way that you initiate is super important. Big win for Foshan DRG.GK. For Red Canids Kalunga, it's going to be the end of the road, but hopefully they took a lot of notes and they can just go back home and keep learning. Niap, Danny, Mist, Fusion, Sa, keep the team together. That's the only thing that we can expect. We can hope only that these 5 people, these 5 players are going to keep the team together, and they're going to just talk to their friends, get them in the game, get more people around there in Brazil, and hopefully one day, the KIC Championship can just go back with them.
I believe that they already learned a lot. Since we watched the last game they play against AG, using that totally new composition to them.
True.
That's something they learn, and also the pace, how they're gonna play, a better understanding, they can bring all those things back to.
Oh, come on, they improved a lot, right? Like through these games. Do you remember their first game of the group stage? It was very difficult.
But
look at the end. Like today, they're facing AG, they're facing Foshan DRG.GK, teams that are supposed to go for the championship, and you are just feeling like they can actually try.
Yeah.
There are some moments where the light is there. They should really keep trying. They just need to go back and really just take their 100% against them.
Yeah. Okay, let's check again about our current ranking right now. For Group C, we already mentioned today's going to be the D-Day for Group C. And for DRG.GK and also AG had already secured the spot. And the next game going to be quite crucial.
The pressure is going to be on AG. The pressure is going to be on AG because GK actually already have 13 points. So AG needs to win for them to actually try to move forward and try to tie them up.
Yeah.
The pressure is on for them.
Yeah. Okay, so we will have our last interview with one members from Red Canids, and let's see who's going to be with us. Hello. 안녕하세요. 먼저 여러분에게 인사 부탁드립니다.
Oi, Mish, tudo bom? Você poderia dar olá pro pessoal primeiro?
Oi, gente, todo mundo aí que tá assistindo. Sou o Mist, mid laner da Red Canids. E é isso.
Okay. 그럼 네, 이제 마지막 게임을 끝났는데요. 네, 그럼 지금 미스트 선수가 소감이 어떻게 되시나요?
Ô, Mish, você acabou de jogar a sua última partida aqui no KIC de 2022. Quais são os seus sentimentos agora?
Meu sentimento é totalmente doloroso, mas é muito difícil, né, desempenhar esse papel nesse campeonato. A gente sabia desde o início que ia ser muito difícil. Nossa região estava bem atrás em conhecimento, mas eu acredito que ainda assim tem um sentimento de satisfação, porque a gente fez um trabalho muito bem feito e acredito que o nosso país está orgulhoso.
일단 섭섭한 마음이 제일 큰데요. 네, 저희가 KIC는 이제 7년 동안 해왔지만 저희는 이제 오래 연습을 못 해왔기 때문에 어느 정도의 섭섭한 마음도 있지만 그동안 준비해왔던 게 준비해왔던 걸 잘 보여줄 수 있어서 이제 시원한 마음도 있습니다.
Okay, so the first thing is about actually our KIC, our Honor of Kings has been like 7 years, but it's quite pity that they didn't participate in our previous series, but they're so glad and they're quite happy that they can give all those preparations they did during this time when they were preparing for our KIC. Okay, so the next question is, when you're having your team, when you build your team, and also when you're having those competitions in our KIC, is there anything interesting happened before or in this period? 그럼 팀 조직할 때 아니면 우리 KIC KIC 참여할 때 팀들과 재미있는 에피소드가 있으세요?
Então, depois que você entrou no campeonato, tem algum episódio interessante que você consegue contar pra gente?
A gente resolveu treinar bastante teamfight e uma coisa que surpreendeu a gente, mas que a gente já esperava, é que conseguimos entrar pelo menos no top 5 highlights. A gente conseguiu fazer uma fight muito boa e com certeza a gente vai sair daqui super grato por isso ter acontecido.
네, 저희가 이번 대회 들어오면서 팀파이트를 많이 연습해 왔는데요. 저희 팀파이트 중 하나가 이제 하이라이트에 들어간 것에 대해서 진짜 기쁘다고 생각합니다.
Okay, so actually they did a lot of team fight when they're playing this game, and they're so happy that they actually received a highlight when they're playing that team fight. I guess I know what kind of scene it is. Okay, so the last question is, actually now you've got a lot of fans in China, your team, and actually it's a lot of people are quite interested in you guys. Is there anything you want to say to your fans? 그럼 마지막으로 사실 이번 대회를 통해 팀을 많이 인기를 끌었는데요. 그럼 이제 지금 응원해 주시는 팬들에게 한마디 부탁드립니다.
E por fim, você tem alguma coisa para falar para os seus fãs internacionais?
Para começar a conversa, eu nem sabia direito que eu tinha muito fã internacional. Mas eu quero agradecer porque o apoio deles foi gigantesco. A gente foi super bem recebido por todo mundo e só tenho a agradecer de coração a todo mundo.
네, 정말 모든 팬들에게 감사할 마음뿐밖에 없습니다. 네.
Okay, all they want to say thanks to you guys, thanks for your support, and thanks for you sharing with us all those things. And we really wish to we can see you guys in a year. Thanks for the interview. He's quite satisfied and
of course,
fulfilling.
He has a very, very, very clear goal. He wants to go there and try to do his best. Gets a top 5 highlight, and for him, that was the highlight of his trip.
True.
Now, moving on into the next game, Foshan DRG.GK against Chengdu AG after the break. All right. Foshan DRG.GK already has 13 points. Chengdu AG have 10 points. If Chengdu AG wins this game, they make it to 13 and they still have a game against SCARZ. If Foshan DRG.GK wins this game, they make it to 16 and they finish first. Now, if they draw, what happened then?
If they draw, and if for the last game AG still wins SCARZ as a 2-0 result, then we'll go for an extra matchup.
We go for a tiebreaker. Do we want that happening?
Well, yeah, to be honest.
I love it. The more games that we get to watch, the better, right?
Yeah.
The more games that we get to watch, the better. But I don't know. It's very difficult. Very, very difficult to go for a tiebreaker right now. I'm totally sure that Foshan DRG.GK and Chengdu AG, they don't want that happening. And both of them are going to put their everything, their 100% on trying to win both these games. And mostly the first one. The first game is just going to set the tone for what's going to happen after.
Because we only got 2 games. We're doing best of 2 format. So once you got 1 point in your hand, you're gonna be quite relieved. And once we've mentioned about they need to do it without any mistake, we need to highlight DRG.GK. Because for the previous series, the last time when they play against with AG, the second game, it was a big mistake for them to take down that high ground tower.
I do believe that DRG.GK could have gone with the 2-0 in there. They could have gone for the 2-0. They were way superior than Chengdu AG. But again, it's been a while ago, right? It's been about 3 days since that happened. And right now, it's just time for them to show what have they been working on. Have they been really working on polishing those mistakes? Let's wait and see. Chengdu AG is going to ban Gongsun Li.
Because they know that they're in the red side. They are not allowed to have Gongsun Li. Menglan also is a really great player with this Gongsun Li.
So no one is going to have it today, I can imagine, because regardless of what's going to happen next, I don't think that any of the 2 of them is going to allow that hero to be out. Let's wait and see.
DRG.GK picked it because they know that maybe you're going for Shimoisi. Again, it's quite usual now for us to see this kind of ban pick strategy in group stage. Lambert plus Lu Bu.
Lambert and Lu Bu and Mai Shiranui are very aggressive. Very aggressive strat. On the other side, they're going to try to face that Lu Bu with a Xiaohou.
Well, like for Lu Bu, he can take care of himself when doing those limit fight against Xiaohou. And also with this kind of composition, as so far that DRG.GK just selected, so aggressive. Once they got one single lead, they can easily engage, easily snowball.
AG is going to keep targeting their junglers, right? Like they do not allow Miyamoto Musashi out. And I do believe that they won't let Jing out as well. Look at that. Forcing DRG.GK to play with a Yukio Tachibana probably.
Yeah, maybe. If GK really wants to speed up, they can use Yukio Tachibana.
They're really trying to force Chengdu AG into the Shenmengxi.
Yeah.
They really want to force them into Shenmengxi. They do not bite, and they go for EC instead.
They said a trap, but AG said, no, I'm going to step into it.
Consort Yu.
Wow.
Wow. And Luna.
That's unexpected.
Oh, let me get on my feet right now, because this is getting on. Woo! I love the way that this is going on.
Wow.
Look at that, like they're gonna play for the late game. They know that this is gonna be different than what they've been playing before. They know that this is not gonna be a 10, 12 minutes match. They know that this is gonna be a 16, 20, and probably even more than that game. And they want to be aggressive with that by having Consort U. Mid game is gonna be for Luna, and late game is gonna be for Consort U and for Lu Bu.
Yeah, that's the thing for GK's strategy. But what really surprised me is because for the former 3 picks that they got, I guess they want to go like faster.
Yep.
It's stronger.
I actually thought
Maybe
that they were
like
going to go
Kalunga or-
exactly
right?
something a little bit more aggressive, right? But
Or
no.
early game playing style.
No. DRG.GK is just going to try to go for the late game. And that's going to be nice because as the ultimates are going to start falling on everyone, it's going to depend a lot on what that Luna is going to do. Because the mid game is going to be when Luna is going to have a very strong advantage. Why do we say that Luna is going to have a strong advantage during the mid game? The other teams are not going to be creating Sokov's cloak first. That's going to be a later decision. And if they decide to go with that first, then they won't have damage to contest.
Yeah, you can only have one item in one time. So for Luna, once we've mentioned about this hero needs to have superiority, needs to have that priority, needs to have gold lead. So how he's gonna accelerate his farming pace, that's gonna be the key point. And everyone knows that Luna's gonna go for the top, go for the money that Lu Bu have to help him accelerate his farming pace. So we can highlight the top laning fight.
Wow. I'm so excited about this game right now. Believe me, I'm like trying to analyze how Chengdu AG can just counter that. The pressure on Xue Ying is going to be very high. The pressure on how he's going to be using his ability, how he can use all his abilities, right? Like how he's going to be able to use his ultimate, his second ability to try to initiate. But on the other side, they seem a lot more aggressive than Chengdu AG. In terms of composition, I would say that right now Chengdu AG has not the advantage.
Yeah, but I guess some brawls may happen in the early game, but nothing quite fatal.
No, I don't think that it's going to be anything fatal. Look at that. Team Phone going in, straight trying to get the vision. Gets the decision and look exactly what he does. He does not engage. He just comes in. He knows that Lam is busy trying to get the red buff.
He
gets the information and then just moves away.
Yeah. Like he already spot Lam's like farming pass.
Yeah.
I know you're passing route, and I'm just
He can predict what's going to happen, right?
Yeah, they know like after you show up on the top, that also means you're gonna looking for console U.
Lam being taken on a 2v against 1, right? Having to be forced under his turret right now. A lot of people always ask why at the beginning of the game the players are always just like very quickly just switching in between screens, right? Like they go in between their hero screen and the item screen. They want to just keep track of the gold. After you get the vision of how the jungler's path is going to be working, just by analyzing his gold, how the gold is growing, they can try to spot, they can try to predict where the jungler is. A very big amount of gold change, and that means that he's taking buff. A very small amount of gold change means that he is on his way to make a decision. So that's something important for people just to understand.
So you can like constantly check that board, check
Exactly.
gold board when you're playing this game.
Just all the time. That's why this camera is so important, right? Like just for us to be able to see exactly how fast their fingers are moving as well.
True. It's just like doing magic, you know.
2v2, Wang is just gonna come in and try to share the minion wave with Nian.
There's only have some like brawls happening, but nothing quite big.
No, nothing is gonna happen yet. Look at that. Put on air, being taken extremely low. Lu Bu is going to jump in, then it's gonna flash away Xue Ying. That's gonna be Guy, the one that is going to fall right now. It's gonna be a 2 against 1 by Show. It's being forced extremely low. He tries to come in, but it's gonna be Xinfeng, the one that is gonna stumble in. Gonna be forced against the wall. It's gonna be a 3-1 trade for Chengdu AG.
It is AG that won the upper hand, and how lucky Xue Ying is. He's almost dead.
And he flashed away, right?
Yeah.
Like Bai Shou jumps in and then Xue Ying just flashes away.
Well, actually, this engagement
right over there.
Quite
Boom,
impressive.
flashes away, and then he's able to proc his ult. Look at how he uses the Heaven's Origin. He doesn't want to box people in. He pushes it aside so they don't have a way how to run away.
Yeah.
He's
Like,
not trying to box them in.
Like your ultimate, your chessboard actually is not that limited. Wisely use that complicated landform can help you to gain, like, be more effective.
The way that they proc it, right? Good understanding from Xue Ying. The way that he uses his flash in the right moment as well, no? He holds to it until the last second.
And on the bottom lane, even GK wants to do something. Let's see. With this Purify, that would be hazard, so GK just wants to retreat.
Come in, taking damage from the turret.
Just some
Look at
trade.
the rotation right now from Nian. He's been spotted over there in the bush.
And there's 1,000 gold lead now goes to AG, and we can see AG, we already mentioned, actually this composition is quite solid in the early mid game.
Yeah.
So the thing that they want to do is let Lam to do the speed up push. Like accelerate his farming pace. Other things, gathering together, try to do some gank.
He does not have an advantage against Pompon. Pompon TP's in, Inuo gets the vision, he knows he doesn't have priority over that Tyrant.
Especially with that ultimate. After TP down, Pompon can use this Tyrant to refresh his ultimate, easily get away from it.
Wang comes into the blue buff area and takes control of the lizards. Sad for Pompon as he comes in to check on his lizards, the lizards are already gone.
True, and lizards actually are quite helpful for him to level up and also gain more gold. Because actually the HP bar for different monsters in the field are quite different. So that's the reason why we don't want to waste so many times on taking down the Phoenix.
Now they're gonna try to trade dragons, they're gonna try to trade the turrets as well. Both teams just being very meticulous about the opening of this game.
Yeah, and everyone's being so cautious.
They have to be cautious. They know that Pompon right now is going to start jumping into his strong area. He's going to come into a very strong period of time where sadly for AG they cannot contest him. But Wei Yan is doing something really good. Like he is invading and coming in for the small jungle monsters. Comes in for the bears, he comes in for the firehawks. And those small amounts of gold, that little difference starts piling up. And right now he's leveled with Pompon. Right now, both of them on level 10.
But the gold difference, maybe there's some gold difference.
Look at that. Ice is going to be initiated. They come in, and right now they're going to try to trade, but it's going to be Monlan, the one that's going to fall in mid lane. One more 1-1 trade, but it's DRG.GK, the one that is going to pay with a marksman.
After AG saw you that there's 3 members of DRG.GK showing up in the mini map on the bottom, Constant Yu is the only one standing in that mid.
Ooh, look at that. Xinfeng comes in, puts Inuo on air, but the damage does not follow.
Compositions like GK they're selected need a lot of time. They need to be wealthy. Lu Bu, Meister Nui, Luna, no doubt, and even Constant Yu.
The more time that it passes, the stronger that they become, right?
Exactly. So there's actually like 4 core players in GK side.
Yeah, that they take on Ice. Ice knows that he doesn't need to proc his ult, that he doesn't have to. And then Monlan, nothing that he could have done. Now go back to the action. Bai Shou is going to jump in, taking Inu extremely low, but he's going to be the one taking a lot of damage. It's not going to be enough as Xinfeng comes in, finds the angle and takes him down.
Xinfeng's really in his best condition right now. We can see how aggressive he is.
Very aggressive.
Yeah, from the previous series, Xinfeng always like brought up that kind of vibe in GK.
It is sad because Pompon did fall as well, but at least slowing down Inuo, who has been actually really healthy, just coming in and taking gold, it was a good decision for DRG.GK.
And GK clearly know that how to make up for that like little limit damage in 7 minutes. It's because all those damage should be dealt on one certain people.
They need to focus. They need to focus their damage into one person. Just go in and just deal it into one whole target.
And now there's 2,000 gold lead goes to AG, and this is the time for AG to take a move.
Let's see how DRG.GK is going to respond to that. Luna making the rotation to mid.
Ino's being quite cautious.
Baisho taking extremely low. He still has his ultimate available. He's just holding to it for a little bit longer. Ian is receiving damage from Monglan. They need to repleague.
And about AG, they just want to retreat and find for
He hasn't seen Wei Yang in there. Wei Yang is gonna have to come in out of the bush. Pompon just literally just flew on his face.
Yeah, but the reason is because Lan knows that Pompon still has his ultimate. So he don't want to hazard and engage it. Again, get invading into that opponent's field.
Look at Xin Feng coming in from behind. It's going to be Baisho, the one that's going to jump, but he's going to be wide. He's receiving damage from all different angles. Xin Feng trying to find the angle, coming in, trying to protect him. Ian is taking extremely low. He's going to have to flash out of the fight. Look at Pompon jumping in, takes on one. He's trying to take on a second one, but it's going to be Wei Yan jumping in for the counter attack. He's going to be surrounded, guy. It's going to be a 2-1 trade for Chengdu AG. One more time, showing that they're business today.
Wow, this team fight lasts for such a long time. This one initiated from GK's red buff side, and again they fight again and again, turning into the mid. And check the position. Wei Yang with the protection that I granted at him. But at this point, they know that all those ability has been used.
Yeah.
No ultimate from Marco Polo. And Pompon, no. This is the time for him to dive in.
Yan is going to fall as we go back live. It's going to be Baisho and Xin Feng, the ones that are going to trade Ian and Inuo. It was a 2-2 trade over there in mid lane.
2-2 trade, but Wei Yang still alive and he got some kills. So actually AG won the upper hand.
Wei Yan just starts building stronger and stronger in comparison to Pompon. Pompon started with a level advantage, started with a gold advantage, and everything just turned around to see a gigantic 8,200 gold Wei Yan right now.
Yeah, Wei Yan has now got the highest gold lead among all those 10 members. And
let's see what he's gonna do with that, right? Because look at him just right now, just going around trying to control the red buff from DRG.GK.
He got his Pure Sky, he got Liu Bang, so he don't need to be worried about anything. So for AG, actually the main problem for them is like they're trying to use those teams by taking down those towers. But you can see after all those like chaotic team fights, they're not successfully or allowed to do that.
DRG.GK is going to choose to go for this Shadow Overlord. The Heaven's Origin comes in. Luna is going to be able to protect it, but it's going to be Wei Yan coming in from behind. He comes in. He's trying to take on one. He's taking so much damage from everyone. Inuo tries to defend him, but it's going to be not enough.
And we can see without Wei Yang, actually the damage dealt is not that enough from AG, but they just use those constantly output, force DRG.GK to retreat. And with this minion wave, finally they can take this mid tower down.
Like Inuo's damage right now is not that significant, I would say. Like it is something that he's still gonna need a little bit more time. He decided to go for the Succubus Cloak, and that slowed him down in comparison to the rest of DRG.GK.
But the problem is actually for AG, they need to speed up. Because for compositions like this, they need to try to gain more tower as they can.
They need to try to get control, right? Lucky for DRG.GK, they would control that Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, they got the Shadow Overlord, and those Vanguard spawning on 3 lanes can gain them a lot of time.
Oh, Xin Feng going through, trying to force Inuo to dash back.
It makes me get that kind of feeling like Xin Feng is the one trying to engage. He's the one trying to light up his members.
He's an assassin. He needs to see himself as what it is. Like he is an assassin, he needs to jump in, try to ambush.
And I see AG trying to do this split up push. The first mission for them right now is clean up all those minion waves and try to manage 3 waves or even like 2 waves at least to arrive at their opponent's towers simultaneously.
We can start seeing how DRG.GK's side just moved from Pong Pong Luna straight into Monglan. Right now taking more minions, taking more gold, and focusing on always giving Monglan that red buff. Look at that. Tyrant is going to fall, coming in, is going to be Team Fun trying to find the right angle, but he's going to vanish. It's going to be Wei Yan, the one that is going to put a knife through his chest.
That's the problem, like DRG.GK successfully take down that Tyrant. But after that, Qingfeng put all those abilities on Yan, on this Xiaohejun. So, like, for those items that he had right now, can't let him to deal with such a tough guy.
DRG.GK gambled for the late game, and they're making it all the way into 14 minutes. They still need at least 3 to 4 minutes more, but the turrets are falling easily.
But now things changed. After we can see Baisho got his siege breaker.
Oh guys, team low, it's gonna be Baisho, the one that's gonna jump in. He tries to follow in with the flash, but he's going to fall. It's gonna be one more kill for Wei Yan, who is gigantic right now. Pong Pong comes in and he's just trying to proc his ult, trying to follow in. He's gonna be wide right now, he's gonna have to replete.
But he's instantly constantly doing this output damage, and he's even doing that but with Marco Polo, the first ability.
Things are turning around, look at that. It's only eyes falling, but Baisho thought that he could take on Inu at the beginning of the fight. He jumps in with the falling god. He jumps in, he uses his flash. His damage was not enough and he fell very early in the fight.
That's the cue. After what I mentioned about the siege breaker was built up by Baisho, he knows that with that complicated landform, he can use his ultimate and try to do some fatal strike.
Yes.
But the problem is, Xue Ying predict that movement, so see that flash instantly, get a void of that area that Baisho creates.
They need to start counting right now the timings about all that. Inuo's Purify is already on, and Xue Ying is going to need at least 45 more seconds for his flash to be available.
But to be honest, I'm still very optimistic with GK's composition in the late game. Once we've mentioned, actually there's like 4 core players in that game. But for AG, the prior mission is to take down those towers.
Yeah, exactly. With no turrets, there is no late game to talk about.
Yeah.
And when we talk about late game, we need to understand what is that. It's not a matter of time. It's just a matter of gold and items.
Yeah.
If you're being killed, if you're losing your fights, that late game might never show up. Now it's going to be Baisho, the one that is going to come in, is going to take on one Xue Ying that is going to fall. Right now, Ino is being surrounded by 4 people from DRG.GK.
And Lam trying to clean up this mid-minion waves. Don't let GK to take down this mid tower, but GK used this beautiful team fight by themselves a lot of time.
Exactly, and that's what we were talking about. It's not a matter of time. It's just a matter that at specific moments in the game, you're supposed to be in specific places. And right now, what they're trying to do is try to slow down Wei Yan, who's already too big for them to fight up right now. The Wei Yan that you can see right now, he can just go anywhere he wants, take any fight that he would like. Look at that, he just takes on Qingfeng as if it would be nothing.
Yeah. Because with this Pure Sky and his full effect out, he's undefeated right now.
That Baisho is going to proc his ult, forcing Wei Yan back.
Still 2,000 gold remaining from AG side. But the good news to AG is that they've got 1 high ground tower on the bottom in advantage.
Guys, with the Armageddon, he's the one sucking in a lot of damage. They're going to try to fall back because right now it's going to be Wei Yan trying to jump in. It's going to be the Battlefield Commander coming in, allowing him to take the dash. He takes in the shield, and right now it's going to be Luna, the one that is going to follow Wei Yan. It's going to be Pompon, takes on 1, takes on 2. Flash of blood for Lupu. Double kill.
They even want more. They're finding Ino, trying to chase up, trying to take him down. If they take Ino down, there's nobody gonna remain from AG side. So they just split up into 2 parts. Console Yu in the mid trying to take down this tower, and they're aiming at this high ground tower in the mid.
The ballistas are starting coming. 15 seconds until Wei Yan can jump in. It's gonna be 4 people from DRG.GK trying to take on the turret. The ballistas are in. Ino tries to come back. He's the only light that they have to try to come in. He comes in, he cleans the wave. The ballista is still alive, but it's going to be unsuccessful. It's gonna be an ace, but Ino used his life just to allow DRG.GK to push back and for Chengdu AG to have a little bit more time to come back.
Yeah, thanks to Yino. And also, like, get a quick review to this engagement. One thing that DRG.GK did really good is that from this team fight was engaged, they already shred down the HP bar from Yino.
Yes, exactly. Like they pushed Ino so low that he needed to replete. It was too much for Wei Yan. We've said that Wei Yan was gigantic. Look at him. He's almost 16,000 gold.
That's huge.
That's huge compared to the only 14,000 gold that Luna has right now. But look at DRG.GK. They're gonna go for the Overlord because they know controlling the waves right now is what could give them the victory.
And we can see Luna and also Console Yu and also Mai Senui, they're fully dead out. So they know that this is gonna be the time for GK to show.
The bottom lane, look at the bottom lane wave. They need to go and get that sorted out.
The only thing that bothered GK a lot is because they lost high ground tower on the bottom.
Yes.
But luckily, the Tempest Dragon's gonna spawn on the bottom.
Yeah, it's gonna spawn on the bottom, and that's why they decide just to send the bangers on that exact way. Look at them, they do not want to engage here in mid lane. They just want to clean the wave on bottom and try to gain priority.
And they
25 seconds until the storm dragon.
And they even spawn that strongest Vanguard on the bottom, trying to take down some towers.
Living away, controlling the blue. Pumpa will need that blue buff, but right now, it's only Ino, the one that has Succubus Cloak.
That's gonna be something we need to pay attention after they did that team fight. What AG is gonna do, Ino's gonna be really cautious. He needs to be really careful. He's not allowed that his HP bar would be shred down before the engagement.
Not at all.
He needs to be the one constantly do that output.
Now Monglan is gonna go for his red buff. That's going to allow them just to have a little bit of an advantage since Pompon just controlled the red buff from Chengdu AG. Right now Chengdu AG for the next round won't have any red buff, and we know that Marco Polo without red is a completely different hero.
True.
DRG.GK starts the dragon. What do they want to do? They want to rush it. Yan gets an eye on it. It's going to be defeated. Right now it's going to be Huang just blocking over there the resurrection.
And Baishou chasing up Yixing, killing spree goes to Console Yu, checks the front line, trying to gain some advantage, but he needs to escape away. His HP bar is too low, not that healthy. AG right now needs to retreat.
Now Wei Yan needs to TP back to base because he knows that he cannot take a fight against Pompon. Pompon comes in, takes on the minions, and it's going to allow Wei Yan to go back.
And with this effect granted by taking down Tempest Dragon, this kind of lightning chain will allow them to do true damage towards their enemy.
50 more seconds for that effect. It's going to be the first power play that DRG.GK is going to have. Wei Yan tried to go for the blue buff. It's not going to be for him.
Edge is on the edge. They're quite dangerous right now. But
They are.
The only way is to push back.
They have to push back right now. 30 more seconds for that ability. Pompon comes in. He's in a 1 against 2. He does not want to engage in that. His goal is going to be the red buff.
Take down this red buff with those Vanguard. Tempest Vanguard spawning on 2 side lanes. DRG.GK tried to take down this high ground tower on the bottom.
Yeah, that's the only goal right now. Xue Ying comes in with his second ability. It's going to be Baishou, the one that's going to jump in. Trying to take Ino down. Ino is going to disappear. Xue Ying is going to follow him. It's only going to be Wei Yan, the last hope that they have. As right now, it's going to be the Vanguards. It's going to be clean. The pressure is right now on Chengdu AG. And it's going to be one more person. It's going to try to revive. He's going to fall in one more time. Ian is being taken extremely low. Ice goes back to the fountain. The dragons come in. The crystal falls. DRG.GK takes the victory.
team fight by Chao acting like a god.
Foshan, DRG.GK went in, took all their chips, and pushed them through the middle of the table. And all in on the late game, and it paid back. It did pay back. They knew they did not have the advantage. Mid-game for them was horrible, and they just kept pushing. They just kept holding there, just holding in, grinning, grinding. They just took their teeth, they tied them up, and they just came in, pushed forward. And at the end of the day, their strategies paid, allowing them to go with the victory. Beautiful game.
GK, they're quite patient.
Yes.
And they exactly know what's the timing for them to fight back. They're never in rush. Just like what you said. Slowly do some trades, not fall behind for such a significant gap, and that's it. The late game is their spotlight. They're gonna be put on the spotlight.
Oh, by showing that last game, like in that last fight, as he jumps in with the falling god, Ino immediately disappearing out.
Exactly.
There was nothing he could have done against the real damage. The true damage brought in by Lupu did not allow Ino to stand a chance. Comes in, takes on 1, takes on 2. A 5-3 power play over there in the crystal was not a good game for Chengdu AG.
Yeah, and that's exactly the thing that DRG.GK did it quite beautiful. Even in the mid-game, they fell behind.
Yeah.
They know that the only goal for them is to shred down the HP bar for Marco Polo. That's it.
You cannot be ahead all the time. We talked about that. You cannot just expect that you'll always be ahead. Sometimes you're ahead, sometimes you're not. But you just need to understand that when you're not ahead, you need to be able just to hold on, to have calm mind, ice in your veins.
Yeah.
That's what you have to do.
And the strategy that DRG.GK did is just like doing it smartly.
Yeah.
We don't want to do it head to high since we are falling behind. The only thing they do is try to use those little tricks smartly.
All right. Now let's talk a little bit about Chengdu AG. What do you think happened that just turned things around during that mid-game that allowed Foshan DRG.GK just to take the victory?
Well, AG, I know that they're trying to take down those towers because that's the main purpose for playing this game. And at that mid-game, actually they got few times. But Marco Polo somehow is not that cautious, or he's always been aiming or targeting by DRG.GK. So he's not that comfortable. There's no constant damage down can be done to GK to like close out the game.
Yeah.
You can see the only like highlights that we got is from Lam.
Yeah, true.
But that's not enough.
No, like the decisions in there, like they were very clear. Build around Xue Ying for the mid game, and then when they decide for Marco Polo just to go for the Succubus cloak during the mid lane, during the mid game, so sorry, it just showed your hand. They just showed your hand. DRG.GK by Chao is going to take the MVP, damage of 19.7. I think that by Chao wins this MVP on that last fight. I think that that was exactly what he needed to do. Just try to go in and just slow them down.
Yeah, he was like godlike in the last team fight. And you know the cue is after he built up that siege breaker, that's the time.
He stops being a tank and he becomes a warrior, a god warrior, I would say. When he's got the siege breaker and the true damage, boom, defeated. Goodbye, boom, goodbye again. You gotta love that.
And this is the time I want to highlight DRG.GK. They know that the point is Ino. They're being purposive. And you see there's highlight from Lam, but that's not enough.
Yeah, exactly. I think that this was the moment where everything just kind of like turned around completely in the way of DRG.GK.
And this one, he's been godlike.
The amount of damage just brought in, insane, crazy. It was a 5 against 3 in there. It was too much. It was too much. And then the dragon, like the Vanguard, is just so difficult to clean in that moment, right? Like without having Ino there just to try to take the Vanguard, that Vanguard was invincible as well.
And Yixin is not one of those mages can dealing with those Vanguards.
Yeah.
He's good at doing those crowd control during your ping fight, but not the one who can clean up the minion waves.
The coaches.
Such a nice play.
The coaches were exactly having the same effect as I was having. Just watching the game and just like really yelling at the screen.
Yeah, because like everything, because if we take a good look at those games, we know that every movement that these professional players they made, they always had something.
Yeah.
Like they always had a purpose. And that's the point. There's so many things that we can analyze during the game.
We talked a lot about how Pompa was going to have an advantage during the mid-game, right? But during the mid-game, it was just difficult for him to try to face Xue Ying. Xue Ying just worked in the best way possible. I would say that Xue Ying was the best player from Chengdu AG. Xue Ying comes in, like he just started building. He is a hunter.
True.
You don't need to just wait until he appears in front of your face for you to be aware of him. You need to be always thinking about in which bush he's gonna be, when he's gonna come from my rear, from what angle he's going to jump in. And just the fact that Xue Ying had such a strong early and mid game just gave a very, very difficult psychological time for DRG.GK, all the way until what you can see 18 minutes. They had to wait 18 minutes for their composition to actually be on.
So that's the reason why, like during that ban pick phase, we were quite surprised.
Yeah.
Like we thought DRG.GK would go for something faster because, like we mentioned, we're doing best of 2.
Yeah.
The first game's gonna be vital. Actually, not a lot of teams would prefer to play late game playing style in the first game.
You don't have the opportunity to play late game most of times, right? Like sometimes in here, you just commit a couple mistakes and then the snowball just starts rolling and then 14, 15 minutes and that's it. That's the end of the game.
That's it. Because when you're playing those late game playing style means the early game you're gonna be really reactive and painful.
Let's wait and see. This was an amazing game in our best of 2. But game 2 is going to be an opportunity for Chengdu AG to try to draw this and try to force us to a tiebreaker. All of this after the break.
the second game, DRG.GK play against AG, gonna be quite crucial. Again, if DRG.GK wins again, they gotta end up with 2-0. It will gain them extra 3 points and will allow them to secure the first place in Group C. On the other side, if they even up, if it's another draw, we are going to another tiebreaker. So this game, the single one, actually matters a lot. And if we pay attention to this previous game, we can see DRG.GK are really in a great mode. All of those players, Bai Shou, Peng Peng, Qingfeng, Menglan, Gai, all have their own standout, have their own highlights.
Oh, we've been here before. This reminds me a lot just as the first time that they just faced each other. We started with Foshan DRG.GK just having total control. They come in, they take a massive win. Then they come in the second game, they're very aggressive, they control the early game, and then one mistake. That one mistake that they committed against Chengdu AG is the one thing that they cannot allow right now. If they want to take this, they must be solid from the beginning until the end. They allow the Gunsun lead to Chengdu AG. How they're gonna respond to that? With Shen Mengxi. They know that Ino is gonna be taking that Gunsun lead there.
They know that you are gonna have Gongsun Li, and also they already banned away this Mais Lenui for the first phase. So actually Shen Mengxi is gonna be the best choice for them.
Well, Shen Mengxi is a good counter pick to Gongsun Li, but is Shen Mengxi an enough counter pick to Ino's Gongsun Li?
That's the main point. But after we watch the performance that GK just showed, we can see how purposive they are. They just aiming at Ino directly. Shred down your HP bar, you're not healthy, and you're not able to do that out.
It reminds me a lot of what Red Canids did. Red Canids did exactly the same. Red Canids came in and they were just completely on Ino's face.
Well, you can see actually AG just replied it to it, head to head.
Ino is going to be the hope of the village.
Yeah, the last time you want to aiming at me. For this time, I'm just gonna reinforce my Ino, my weapon.
Yep, that Yaria pick is gonna be completely a 1-2 with Ino, right?
Yeah.
Like it's gonna be Ice and Ino playing together the whole game. There's not gonna be anything else that they could do more than just Yaria coming into Ino and then just making a 4v5. Is that a smart pick? Is that something that Foshan DRG.GK could have predicted?
I guess so. Because like after they pick out Shen Mengxi and they know that the only hero that they need to deal with is Ino's playing hero. So Yaria gonna be the one who can cover some of the damage dealt by Shen Mengxi.
What is going on?
Huang, seriously?
What is going on?
Really? I think if we are doing like best of 7, I can totally understand the show off by Huang, but we are doing best of 2.
I cannot make heads of those out of this whole situation. I cannot understand that Huang pick. Not a very mobile pick. Yeah, it's true that right now you're gonna have Master Lupin going in with him, but how are you planning on just work against the mobility that you could have from Ino's Gunsun Li, or even the ambush that you could get from Wei Yan's Miyamoto Musashi? How are you supposed to protect yourself against that?
But actually, well, in my perspective,
go ahead.
Somehow I feel like this Huang pick is quite clever.
Okay, go ahead, explain.
Well, because they already know that AG, they want to prioritize Ino, even pair him with Yaria. So the only way to like withstand of this Yaria and Gongsun Li duel is to use a long attacking range hero. Huang Zhong just gonna be there, hiding in his tower and play defensively, and that's it. Won't allow you to kill me, and that's it.
Who's gonna be the main damage dealer from here, from Foshan DRG.GK? Like who's gonna be in charge of just dealing the damage? Like clearly Qingfeng is going to allow them just to chip down their health HP bars early in the battle, so they do not have that much confidence while jumping in. But then how do you reply that back? With a monkey?
Monkey, like for DRG.GK, actually, I guess maybe they have some movement in the early game from the first round, because actually their upper side of the mat is quite strong. Xu Mengxi got the priority of the mid-wave cleaning up, and also 2 smites carried by Baishou and also Peng Meng. They can do some invasion in their game. And Meng Tian without the ultimate, and also Zhao Jun without the ultimate, they're quite weak before the level 4.
So right now, what I'm starting to feel right now is that DRG.GK just changing the formula that they had. What is written in that book? What is written in there that would allow them just to gain an advantage in here? I don't know. Like I still don't see it. I'm still not a believer. I am not a believer here. I believe that they had a very strong composition in the previous game, and that's what allowed them to be able to survive that early game. This combo, I don't see it as solid as the one that they just showed.
Well, to my surmise, I guess Menglan with this Wang Zhong just gonna play defensively on the bottom alone, and that's it. Especially after he level up to 4, he's gonna just stay there. But the problem is, for AG, they've already carrying 2 smites.
Yeah.
They try to guard their early game. And also, what things that Ino can do. Well, after it goes to, again, 18 minutes, late game, AG is gonna be quite weak. Let's see.
I am having so many questions right now.
Let's check it out.
I do have too many questions right now about this whole composition.
Come on, go for it.
Hopefully the coaches have the answers, and we will not know until the end of the game. Is it gonna be DRG.GK just sealing that first place in Group C, or is it going to be Chengdu AG getting the dub, making it to a draw, and then hopefully forcing this to a tiebreaker at the end of the day?
AG already know their mission, like they want to guard the early game, so they did the rotation. Put Yaria and also Gongsun Li on the top to force Baishou back. So they actually guard their early game.
Guy frozen. Came in to check on the blue. Inu and Ice just checking on the same, like on the jungle on the other side, trying to find out what is Monkey's path.
Yeah, they just want to spot you, and that's it. They don't actually want to take that blue buff away. And maybe the second round of that red buff was given to Yunong. Let him to lead the pace.
Wow, Xingfeng being taken extremely low. Now it's going to be the flash coming in. Pompon is already on level 4. He does not want to engage because he doesn't know where Wei Yang is.
That second ability by Xue Ying is quite crucial.
Yes. Now come in. Right now he's going to come in one more time. Ino's being taken to very low, 1/3 of his HP. He's going to fall. Now it's going to be Wei Yang, the one that is going to lock in. It's going to be imperiled. It's going to be Pompon falling now. It's going to be a 1-to-1 trade, but it's going to be the jungler falling.
For GK, actually, I guess it's totally acceptable because the only goal for them is to take down Ino, and that's it.
Yeah. A lot of pressure in Ino right now, right?
Yeah, but after they pick out Yaria, already showed his priority in AG.
I thought that Pompon could have followed in here, but he just decides to hold to his ult just because he's got one target in the whole game, and that's gonna be Gongsun Li. Nothing he could have done against just Wei Yang coming in for the counter.
And we can see after this rotation, Menglan can be quite comfortable on the bottom lane. And AG, actually it's time for them maybe to do some other rotation or engage some brawls.
Oh, they want to keep Inu over there on the top lane, right? Like closer to the red buff. As the red buff spawns, like Inu is always with red.
Yeah.
Always with red.
That's what I mentioned. The second red buff would be given to Inu. His priority. So actually there's no use for Gongsun Li to be bound on one single lane. He needs to rotate and needs to do some brawls.
Needs to be free.
Be liberal.
Comes in, and right now it's going to be Pompon, the one that's going to protect the blue buff.
And Menglan already leveled up to 4, and that's exactly the character that I mentioned. With this long attacking range, he can protect himself.
And the cooldown is not going to be that long, right? Look at that. Yinluo jumps in, comes in, pokes a couple times, forces Guy to look for Monglan.
These two duels fighting again with each other, no one can gain the upper hand. The only one from AG's side can deal this Guangzhou now is Nian, is his Mengtian with his flash.
Monkey very quickly takes control of the first Tyrant and rotates to the bottom lane. Let's see how AG is going to reply back to that. Yinluo already making the rotation to bottom. He wants to take on Baisho. He knows that as long as he's got red, like he's gonna have an upper hand against Baisho there.
Yeah.
And DRG.GK just replies that with a mirror, and they're gonna start rotating back again.
Yeah, because
chasing.
As we've mentioned, Huang Zhong just gonna play defensively. I'm just gonna follow you up. I'm your fans.
And if you rotate right now and you have Yinluo on the bottom lane, that's good for Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong is going to be closer to the red buff if it is necessary for him.
Yeah, because that's the normal laning phase for Huang Zhong. So things going to be a little bit tricky for AG, but they know that they need to do something. They need to make something happen in the early mid game.
Shadow Ripper, the answer from Huang Zhong, the
5
choice for his
5.
items. Look at that. It's going to be Nian, the one jumping in. He pulls his ult, and right now it's going to be Munchie just jumping on his face. He's taking extremely low. The kitty bombs come in. It's going to be lethal damage. Nian is going to fall. 1-0 trade for DRG.GK.
But AG take away this blue buff from GK. So this is a one man for a blue buff.
A man for a buff? I'm fine with that one right now. At this moment of the game, I can live with it. But look at that. It's going to be Pompon, the one that's going to be locked in. Comes in, Wei Yan takes him very low. He tries to follow in. The kitty bombs are not going to be enough. He tries to answer back, but it's not going to be enough. Guys being taken extremely low. Xue Ying follows. It's going to be one more kill for Chengdu AG.
Such a nice movement by AG. They know that they can do enough damage in the mid-early game. And now with this ultimate, Nian tried to force GK back.
Good decisions from part of Chengdu AG. When Pompon follows in to the jungle, I thought that he was just going to go for the kill. He does not go for the kill, and he does not replic fast enough. Wei Yan just sees him standing there, locks in, has an advantage for sure right now, that Miyamoto Musashi.
Well, maybe it's because with those items and gold lead, Pompon thought he would be solid enough to contest that damage. But again, for GK, if they want to promise that Monglan's late game playing, then for this time, both Monkey and both Atan need to be alive.
Yeah, but right now we have Yinluo and Monglan just having the exact same amount of gold. They need to have a difference. They need to slow Yinluo down, and it doesn't seem like they have the tools to do that. Nian procs his ult, comes in, trying to take on the turret. The kitty bombs start falling. Damage just to clean the wave. Huang Zhong was not part of that fight. Could not engage.
Exactly the same thing that we saw from the last game. The mid-early game was dominated by AG. So the problem is, well, GK just to hold on until Huang Zhong's farmed out. And for AG, no more mistakes should be allowed, taking down all those neutral monsters and try to make a significant gold lead.
Yinluo knows that his job is going to be just to jump into people's faces and to just poke them. When you pair Gunsun Li with Yarya, that's the only thing that you need to think about. How to use my parasol to just jump in and then use my normal attacks. Just go A on their faces. He's got Doomsday right now. He needs to collect a red buff. And right now we're gonna see his damage being something completely different than it was 30 seconds ago.
And Xiao Ying already being that bush behind the red buff, finding the spot.
Finding the spot, Nian procs his ult, Pompon trying to find the right angle. Won't be able to protect that red buff, solidifying a very small but solid 1,000 gold advantage for Chengdu AG.
AG now has got 1,000 gold lead, and Pompon again back into your blue side field.
By Shou took that to that blue. And that smite race against Xue Ying, he was more accurate.
For GK, the only thing that they need to do is to like rotate together. 5 members together.
Yeah, slow down Ino. Like, look at that. Like, Ino is just a marksman. And he knows that he's got right now the advantage and jumps into the jungle with no cares.
And you know the biggest weakness that this Gong Sun Li has is that he needs to use his passive to stack up that maple moss.
Wow, look at that. Pompon taken extremely low.
He got Pure Sky. He used it. Block away tons of damage down.
Yeah, but right now that's gonna go. That active is gonna go and cool down. Nian proxies all. They want to come in, trying to force them to engage to kill this turret, taking to half of the HP.
That second ability is quite crucial because that positioning that Nian was, he wants to use his ultimate to do something.
Miyamoto Musashi trying to find the right angle to get on Menglan.
Everything surrounded by Menglan. He's the one who needs to be protected from this composition. And AG, they need to hurry up. But the problem is, whenever they want to snowball, they want to take something away, GK always 5 members gathering together, build up such a solid lineup.
How long time they can do this though?
For who?
For DRG.GK.
For GK.
Yeah, how long time can they just keep doing this? Just 5 people rotations around.
Well, after Huang Zhong got his Daybreaker, it's their cue to fight, to engage.
The Overlord and Tyrant have been enhanced. Cannons moving
They
out.
depend too much on Menglan. I'm so sorry just to put it out there, but I believe that they depend too much on Menglan. And as the game is going right now, it does not seem like Ino is being targeted much enough.
But the problem is, as I mentioned before, the biggest weakness of Gong Sun Li is this hero is going to be quite weak in the late game. He really relies a lot on his passive to stack up. But if too many people standing in front of him, he's going to lose his only target to stack up that maple mark.
Let us wait and see. Team from Force back. It's going to be Ino, the biggest threat for everyone right now. They might try to trade dragons. Miyamoto Musashi starts the Overlord and it's going to be... Oh, Nian comes in. He was a man with a mission. He had a target on Menglan, but he was wide.
You know, as I mentioned, the only man in this time. Wait, let's check this out first.
Check that one. Pompon wants that, and it's going to be still for DRG.GK. Pompon's snipe was not good. Ino falls back. It was Team Fon, the one that helped him out to take that Tyrant. Nian steals the red buff.
You know, just like what I mentioned in the early game, the only person that can deal this Huang Zhong is Nian's Mengtian with his flash.
Yeah.
And also, maybe follow up by Xue Ying, by this Miyamoto Musashi. They need to take Menglan down even once, you know, to slow down him. Because now Menglan is exactly well farming up. He's almost got his Daybreaker.
The whole plan for Chengdu AG right now runs around just finding the solution of that Huang Zhong.
Yeah.
If they're able to find the solution to that Huang Zhong, everything's going to be fine.
Even once. Like once they take down Huang Zhong, when he's like in that dark time, he's out of this battlefield, AG can just snowball the game. They can take down at least 2 towers.
The banger comes in, the Jung generals come in, surrounded Mengtian. Team Fon is being taken extremely low. Pompon is trading with Ino, but he knows he does not have the upper hand. The turret is gonna fall. The dragon still 1/3 of its HP.
AG actually made a quite beautiful movement. They know this Vanguard spawning in the mid and use Mengtian and also Gong Sun Li as 2 assassins, force Huang Zhong back and gain them a priority to take down this mid tower. That's quite smart. No blood happened. No engagement happened.
They keep stretching and stretching this gold lead already to a 2,000 gold lead. And the 13 minutes of this game, very difficult for DRG.GK. They haven't been able to find a way to go and just take Ino down. That Yarya pick from Ice is just showing right now that this was a very good decision.
after they take out Yaria, the only thing for AG is trying to prioritize Eno. That's it. So, actually, you know, this kind of situation, I'm quite worried about AG.
Okay.
Because you can see like several times Ian and Meng Tian try to deal with Huang Zhong.
Yes.
But always being blocked away by someone. And since Bai Shou and also Peng Peng, they're two tanks standing in front of all those lineups to build up such a strong shield. That's gonna be too tough guy for Eno for this Gongsun Li to deal with.
Can they be a very big threat to Eno right now? Because right now the way that Eno is playing, like he's not caring about that. As the time goes, it is true. Huang Zhong's damage is gonna be bigger and bigger and bigger. But at the same time, the composition from Chengdu AG, besides Eno, is not gonna get weaker.
Yeah. So, but I totally understand like what you're saying right now. But the problem is, actually Huang Zhong can stand longer than Gongsun Li when they're doing those 5 versus 5 engagement. So that's the problem. For GK, they're trying to do counter-attack. They don't want to engage. They just want to make sure I already spot you. Already spot Gongsun Li. Oh, this place.
Look at that. He's been spotted, and right now he's trying his very best just to recover HP. He takes 1, 2, 3 hits. He does not disappear. Right now, Ian found the right angle, procced his flash. The damage did not follow.
This is a flash and flash trade, and that's what I mentioned. Ian always tried several times. This guy tried to lock down Meng Lan, but if he came in, something or some damage need to be followed up.
It cannot just be Ian, right?
Yeah, either Wei Yang or the ultimate by Xiao Ying. That's it. More damage should be dealt on Huang Zhong at the same time.
Chengdu AG right now has the advantage. They've got a 3,500 gold advantage. It looks like they have the vision. It looks like they have the minions. And right now they're gonna have vanguards as well.
They are doing quite good. We need to admit that.
Yeah, of course.
So the problem is how they're gonna close out the game. They need only one fatal engagement. After taking down Huang Zhong, they can close out the game.
Now during this whole group stage, the only moment that we've seen Chengdu AG being down was playing against Foshan DRG.GK.
Yeah.
The last time that they were down, it was Foshan's DRG.GK, the ones that actually made the mistake, allowing Chengdu AG to take the victory. This is the first time that they're actually leading. Can they just hold to this lead?
AG needs to seize the chance.
Let's see, dragons come in. Eno uses his parasol, moving around, just dancing around the high ground.
This Shadow Overlord gonna be the chance. AG try to manage the wave. 3 vanguards on 3 lanes.
DRG.GK rotates all together, trying to clean the one on top. Now they need to move away because the one on bottom cannot fall.
And that's exactly the timing. After DRG.GK tried to deal with the one spawning on the bottom, AG gonna use the strongest one on the top. Try to maybe poking down some damage to the high ground tower.
It's a very healthy one. Looks gigantic. Wei Yan still in the back, very behind, cannot find an angle to jump in.
And also Peng Peng's position is quite good.
Yeah, Peng Peng just locking him in there. The Winters here comes in, tries to force back everyone. Bai Shou falls, trying his best to protect the turret. Eno and Ian take the turret down. They're gonna be successful as that. DRG.GK right now started to face a very, very, very glim future.
This is exactly the time I'm waiting for such a long time. For AG, by taking down this high ground tower, now I can surely say that they already gained the upper hand. Before, all those brawls, all those gold lead, that's nothing. But after taking down this high ground tower, it allows to open a door for Miyamoto Musashi and Meng Tian to go for that Huang Zhong.
And they're gonna have double door, as you just mentioned. It's gonna be the top and the bottom.
And this is the best movement that AG did.
Very, very
Waiting
grim.
for such a long time, waiting for over like 10 minutes. Finally, they did it without any blood happening.
We talked about how DRG.GK was very patient in the previous game, right? And right now it's going to be Chengdu AG, the ones that are going to show us real patience. Not because you have an advantage, it means that you have to jump in.
Yeah.
And right now, AG just with those two advantages from top and bottom lane.
And AG even would slow down more because they know in this time it's already 18 minutes. After they lost even one team fight, they will lost the entire vision control of the map.
Everything is for Chengdu AG right now. Both dragons are for them. The super minions on bottom and top. There's no answer to what DRG.GK can do right now. Baisho cannot stand the damage from everyone in AG trying to protect Monglan. It's gonna have to be a mistake from Chengdu AG that is gonna allow DRG.GK to get out of there. Are they gonna make a mistake?
GK, they are not allowed to touch this Shadow Overlord. But the Tempest Dragon is gonna spawn, and for GK, for what you just mentioned about, when they're doing this engagement, the only thing they need to pay attention to is make sure that Monglan's safe. Block away, you see, like AG, they need to deal with Huang. That's their ultimate mission. And who's gonna do that? Meng Tian and also Miyamoto Musashi. So block away this insta-kill. Prioritize Huang. He's gonna do instant kill.
Ino taking extremely low right now. They tried to take that turret as well. Wei Yan cannot find the angle in. Ino is going to be taken down. Monglan stands up, raises his hand, and right now they're on the counterattack. Wei Yan trying to survive. He's running away. Guy comes in, tries to follow. Now he's a hunter. He was the hunter right now. He became the meat. And now the Tempest Dragon is gonna be for DRG.GK.
Eventually, it's gonna be the time for GK to show. They've waiting for this moment for over 20 minutes. And now
It's too slow. Look at that. They're trying to counterattack. Ian comes in, allows the Tempest Dragon just to go back. Now it's going to be Xue Ying, the one that's gonna follow, allowing a 5v3.
They're chasing up. They're looking for more. Wei Yang just escaped. He just escaped to safety. But what about the Tempest Dragon? DRG.GK with this high superiority, they can easily take down this Tempest Dragon and even buy themselves more time. And what's more, Huang, he's still alive. He's the hero for GK.
It was Ino's death, the cue for DRG.GK just to push back, to counterattack. And then when they saw the opportunity, they just pushed in. Sadly, while taking this Tempest Dragon, Pompong used one of his revives, and that's going to cost him as the game just keeps walking forward. Look at Ino, he's been taken extremely low in there. He jumps in, goes back, jumps in one more time, and then the auto attacks. That's it. That's the only thing that they needed to wait for. A little mistake.
And that's what I mentioned about Gong Sun Li. The biggest weakness of this hero is he's going to be quite vulnerable in the late game. There's no spot for him to do that constant output.
Okay, now DRG.GK gets out of the high ground. Now they're trying to push on the turrets. The difference in here is that Monglan is going to be surrounded 360 degrees danger for him.
True.
It is true. You got out of your high ground. But the deeper that you go into your enemy's terrain, the harder that it's going to be for you to survive.
That's the reason why he already built this Blood Ripper.
Blood Ripper, Pure Sky. He's stacked up, like he's got everything that he wanted. He made his Christmas list and all the presents are there.
Yeah. And I mentioned again and again, AG, after one team fight, they lost the entire vision control of the map.
They just lost it. They lost everything. One more dragon coming in mid lane.
And even worse, how they're gonna deal with this Huang with such a long attacking range. The only way to solve this problem is everyone aiming at Huang at the same time. Exactly the same time to do this burst damage, not allow you to restore your HP or use your flash to those safety.
Chengdu AG was really close to the victory. They were just knocking on the victory's door and it did not open. did not open for them, and it's going to be DRG.GK right now, pressuring them back in high ground. 40 seconds for the Tempest Dragon. Attack on the top lane.
And they want to take down this high ground tower. Ata,
oh, look at that! Wei is going to lock into Monlan, but Monlan is going to survive. He's still dealing damage. Ian cannot take any more. It's going to be him, the one that is going to fall now. It's going to be a counter-attack. Monlan is extremely far away. The lane is going to push him in. Xue Ying is being taken down. It's going to be Pompon trying to check on him. His second revive is already out. He knows that it depends on him. He takes on Xue Ying. He pulls the Splendor. It's going to be useless because right now DRG.GK have the minions, have the ace, take the crystal, take the 3 points at the first place.
4 main members still alive from Foshan DRG.GK by suffering such a long time. Tonight, this is exactly the time for GK to showcase.
This is the way that you suffer. You suffer, you suffer, you suffer. You really take it in. Sometimes you just need to learn to do that. Not put your hands down, even when you're tired, when you're feeling like it's hopeless, when you feel like there's nothing else you can do. Those people from DRG.GK, those players, just showed us that you never give up.
Never give up and learn how to suffer and turn this pain into this beautiful, sweet, successful result.
They're close to that trophy. I'm telling you, whoever that is going to be playing against Foshan DRG.GK in the next round, they're gonna have to be careful. Right now, the way that they're playing, their whole motivation, everything around them, it's just pure gold. It shines and it shines bright.
I'm so happy to see GK has such a nice performance. Because before in Challenger Cup or in those Summer Cups, they actually suffered a lot. This team, they were so close to that trophy. Not for only one time, several times. They only won the 3rd place or the runner-up. They never got a championship. This is the time.
This KIC has shown us that Foshan DRG.GK, their game. They want this. They have the coordination. It's not only a fact of us liking the way that they play. They play well. The audience is satisfied with them. I feel like they are right now, from what we've seen in this KIC, one of the top 3 teams. I would put them in one of the top 3 teams to try to take the trophy at the end.
I agree with you. To be honest, I agree with you. Because like for the previous series, we saw like how aggressive they are, right?
Yeah.
They're being so aggressive, they're taking all those resources away. But tonight, this game, they slowed down. The composition they chose and also the way they're playing.
Sometimes it's not just winning, right? Sometimes it's not just winning. Winning can come in multiple different ways. Sometimes you play really bad and you end up winning because someone else just makes a mistake. The way that Foshan DRG.GK wins, it just makes you feel like there's a goal, there is a strategy. You never see them just kind of like nervous about it. No, they're very calm, very composed. They go on and they go on and they push forward. They were down this game for what, 20 minutes probably? Like 20 minutes that they were just pushed back and just being able to turn things around, just to turn the tide around. It shows strategy, it shows composure, it shows ability. It shows everything that you want from a champion team. Can they take the trophy?
We will leave that a question. But anyway, they already secured their spot. As going to the further stage with the 1st place in Group C. That's such a great news to them because they're gonna avoid Wolves and also
Eastar Pro. They avoid that. And at the end of the day, let's just see it from a different angle. Eastar Pro and Wolves should be happy that they are gonna avoid Foshan DRG.GK.
True.
They're the ones that they need to be really happy about the fact like, okay, we just took that one aside and it's not gonna be at least for the 1st round. This man, all the pressure was on his shoulders. He knew he was the only hope. And he stood up and then he showed that he can take that responsibility.
And
DRG.GK's Longland.
He ended up with damage taken only 39% and 0 deaths. It's not easy for heroes like Huang Zhong?
That was the whole question. Can they protect Huang Zhong enough for him to come up to the late game healthy with items, dealing damage? They were.
And that's what we call coordination. That's what we call synergy. And it kind of gives me that kind of feeling like GK tried to use those late game playing style, try to slow down and bond up.
This was the moment.
Tied up.
Right after Inwo falls, like Huang Zhong comes in, takes Inwo down, and then everything just turned blue and around the map.
And actually, Wei Yang did such a
he locks
standout.
in. He locks into him.
But the problem is, I mentioned it for several times. It's not enough for only one.
Not only
people.
one person. Yeah, it needs to be all the team at the same time. He needs to be completely nullified. Like he needs to be burst out of the map.
True.
And there was no burst damage in there.
So that's the reason why, like, AG, we also need to admit that for tonight, AG really did a nice job in the early game.
Yep.
They always win the upper hand. They always go lead or resources lead or towers lead anyway. But the point is, GK's being so patient tonight. They're just suffering, waiting, only seeking for that fatal strike.
Inwo was the only option on the other side for Chengdu AG, right? Like everything was gonna depend on him. They got him a support option that could just pair perfectly just for him to show us why he is the player that he is. He did a good game. Like don't misunderstand me. He did a great game. He came in and the whole game, 20 minutes, he just looked like gigantic. Nothing was gonna stop him. DRG.GK just took the one little mistake. And it's not even a mistake, it's just Monglan just really finding that right moment. That moment that you're out of coordination, just spoke him twice, and then Gunsun Lee disappeared.
Yeah. AG, if they want to take this kind of composition, they want to prioritize one core player.
Look at the goal.
That's the thing. It's actually the same thing happened from the last game. It's not like a flat lead goes to AG. It's always end up with some fluctuation.
Up until the 23rd minute, the goal advantage was always for Chengdu AG. And then at the end of the day, it's Foshan DRG.GK turning things around and they're just taking the victory, taking the 3 points, and that very important first place.
Wow, what else can I say? Actually, I guess these two teams already did their best. For GK, we saw their improvement. For AG, well, actually for AG, they just need to close out the game.
Yeah.
It's not enough for you to have that gold lead or resources lead. You need to close out it. So sometimes you need to be decisive. And the decisive that I mentioning is there actually several times for them to shut down Huang Zhong even once. But they didn't catch it.
They were unable to. Right now it's going to be Foshan DRG.GK with 16 points that you just saw over there in your screens. Sadly for Chengdu AG, it's going to be 10 points. They still have an opportunity to move forward and try to make it 13, but that second place is just going to be for them.
Yeah. Okay, and we're going to have a short interview. Let's check who's going to be with us. Hello， 阿改，现在和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是佛山 DRG.GK 阿改。
第一个问题啊，就是首先恭喜你们赢下了这个2-0的胜利。那么你们已经是锁定了第1名出现了，现在心情感觉怎么样？
就是没啥感觉吧，就是后续还有比赛，我得打好吧。
Okay. So the first question was, they already secured the first place in Group C. How do you feel right now? And Aga just said, quite calm. Nothing special because they know the next goal would be the next matchup they need to fight for. So the next question is, actually, you guys did a great job for today. Is there any specific preparation that you did towards AG？ 那我们看到，其实今天你们从阵容选择上面啊，都会比较后期啊，然后包括又是2-0赢下了这个比赛的胜利，你们有特别的做哪些调整或者针对吗？
没有吧，基本上就是按照我们平时打的去打，然后就是不要浪嘛，然后正常打，然后好好发挥就行了。
Okay, so actually there's nothing special, just act usual way and not rush into anything and just do our best. 好，那也是谢谢你接受我们的采访，非常期待你们接下来的表现。
Good. Thank you very much, Dagai, for coming in and just sharing his voice with us. We're going to take those comments and then hopefully everyone at home finds them useful.
Well, you can see actually they're not that kind of excited or thrilled, and that might be the key point for him. Because anyway, you need to keep it acting as a usual way, and you're gonna do your best.
They need to keep calm, that's for sure. All right, our last game for today is gonna have Chengdu AG and SCARZ. It's gonna be last time for SCARZ just to take that very, very, very wanted revenge. They want to take revenge on them. All that after the break.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high light. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time.
Okay, last game, Chengdu AG against SCARZ. Two teams that they have two completely different goals for this game, right? For Chengdu AG is just trying to get back to their shape. They lost their last game against Foshan DRG.GK, and they're gonna finish second place. They're gonna have to be facing a gigantic opponent for the next round. On the other side, SCARZ, their last game in our KIC, can they take revenge?
Revenge. You know, whenever we're speaking to their complicated relationship, it's always going to be quite interesting. These two teams all end up with like several wins in a row, right?
Yeah.
Before they get into this group stage. And also they've met before in another tournament. SCARZ defeat once, and in group stage, they are the one to do the opening. They played against each other as the first game, and now as the last game.
Let's wait and see what Cold Grass is going to do. I know the man. I know that he's a really good coach. Like, we've talked a lot about that. When I just started casting for Honor of Kings, I remember that he was a very big mentor of mine. Like, he taught me a lot of different things. I know he's a very nice person, and I'm really hoping that since he's a nice person and he just decided to take this big challenge going there and just coaching SCARZ, let's hope that he's going to have a good result.
Yeah, because he already spent a lot of time with SCARZ, and we can see all those videos and all those documentaries SCARZ had. They're quite a tight group. You can feel like those vibes quite family-liking.
And that's what this is supposed to be. If you're gonna be playing with someone every day for hours and hours and hours, you better like the guy. It's so difficult to work with people you don't like. So for them, they need to try to find someone that they like. And the more that they like each other, the better the result and the bigger opportunity they're gonna have.
Because it's gonna reflect it to your playing style, to your coordination. So for SCARZ, again, they've already achieved a lot actually in our tournament. They, like, from what they said, they even didn't expect that they would have several wins in a row during that wildcard qualifier.
And they took 7.
Yeah.
They're like, we're not expecting to win. Comes in and just finishes undefeated. Maybe that's what all the teams need to do. Just don't expect anything. Hope for the best, but
life will
expect the worst.
Surprise you, right? Life is just like chocolate, a box of chocolate. All right, first game, and today's gonna be the last showcases for SCARZ. And for AG, after just lost that game, end up with 0-2 against Foshan GK, they need this game to help them be stable, to bulk up, because this is also gonna be their last time to show up in our group stage. Then we'll straight go for that best of 7.
SCARZ understanding the difficulty that they would have facing Inu and Ice on Yaria and Gonsun Lian. They just decide, you know what, like, what about if we just don't?
We are watching you. Gonsun Li, all teams also played a lot, Gonsun Li.
I feel like not only SCARZ, right, but Red Canids did exactly the same. They just put a lot of pressure on Inu. And I feel like at the end of the day, it's not a matter of the victory. I started trying to analyze that while we were just watching their games, and I was just thinking, as a player, if you know that your team has very shallow options to move forward, or even for SCARZ right now, your team is already eliminated, what do you want to get out of this game?
For AG?
No, for SCARZ.
For SCARZ.
And I think that for SCARZ, what Autumn wants to take out of this is just his ability to level himself with Inu. Just trying to go to face the best and try to check exactly, just to measure where am I. And you cannot just measure yourself against people who are in a lower level than yours. And this is going to be their last opportunity in a while for them to actually check themselves against the top of the top. So I feel like Red Canids just wanted to do that during the first games, and hopefully SCARZ is going to have the same. Let's see what Autumn can do on that Gonsun Li against Inuo's Lady Sun.
Well, to be realistic, it's still a little bit early for Autumn to do something on Inu.
Yeah.
But the point is, after he can withstand Inu, And on the upper side of their map, actually they can do something. We already can see some movements done by SCARZ that they try to reinforce their early game, their field, with Donghuang Taiyi, with Ata, because the last game that they play against with AG, Jerry didn't got any bluff for the opening.
Yeah, I remember. Like we talked about that and how SCARZ actually applied the same strategy back to Red Canids. But it's been such a long time, right? It's been days since that happened. Have they been able to understand that Donghuang Taiyi that Ochio is going to have? It's a level 4 hero, not a level 1, level 2, level 3 hero. It's a level 4 hero. What are they gonna do until Ochio is gonna be level 4?
But after these two compositions has been selected, has been settled on, I do think that SCARZ really had that opportunity to do that invasion. Agudo is quite weak in the early game, and Ma Chao is not one of those warriors who can guard his field in the early game.
Alright.
The same as Ma Xue, he won't gain the priority of the mid lane cleaning up, right? But on the other hand, on the contrary, for SCARZ, these 5 heroes are all good at playing in early game.
So what are you calling for? A 3-people invasion to the
Invasion, that's it. Go for it, people. Boys, just do it. This, like, Zhou Yu got the priority, right? And also, maybe with some smite, but I don't think SCARZ wants to take 2 smites.
No, Rilver is gonna take that. He's gonna take the flash.
Wow, then, all right, never mind.
Never mind. It's okay. Like, again, if one day you decide to stop being a caster, you become a coach, you can go and try to teach your people that, right?
All right. Lesson learned.
If you one day become a coach, kid. If one day you become a coach.
But somehow, if they are carrying flash instead of this smite, it basically means that SCARZ wants to aiming at Ino. Because with that flash,
they can initiate.
Can allow Ada to initiate instantly and with a longer range.
The last opportunity for SCARZ. Let's wait and see. They're gonna have 2 games. It's gonna be a best of 2.
Yeah.
Are they gonna be the first team to take a point out of the KPL teams? Like we've got SCARZ today. It's gonna be the last hope, and then tomorrow we're gonna have Fat Nova and
Bacon Time.
Which of these 3 is going to be the first one, if there is going to be one?
I'm still holding my expectation, to be honest. I do hope that kind of thing could happen. That would, like, really let me astonished and cheer up.
It will be for sure. It will be for sure the highlight of the whole KIC, no?
True. I would be very happy to witness that. Let's see.
Let's wait and see. Right now it's going to be SCARZ against Chengdu AG. Chengdu AG is going to come out for blood. I can predict that they're going to come in very aggressive. After losing the last game, they just they really just want to go to their hotel.
These young men furious right now.
They're going to come in for a very early game. Look at that. 3 people from AG. Their business. They're done with this. They just want to clean the wave and then just jump in. Look at that Mai Shiranui position already.
And the reason why AG did this rotation is because they thought SCARZ maybe would do some movement in the early game. But actually SCARZ didn't.
No.
But instead AG.
Very normal. Jerry protecting his jungle. Was able to protect his red.
Check the top laning. Actually, I guess Atas want to do something.
Rilver not letting Ian take control of this sprite.
But both of them do not have that. Goes to Ata.
It goes to Rilver. Well done. Good opening for SCARZ. ASD lets the fire come. Burns Ian a little bit. AG is straight up with the invasion. Takes a little bit of the damage. Autumn had to proc his frenzy to survive.
Ooh! This is what we call furious. This is what we call furious.
He's mad.
Made him fierce.
He's mad. He's mad. And let's see how he's gonna control these emotions, right? Because when you're mad, sometimes it could kind of like
I know.
Slow you down, or it could make you take bad decisions. But at the same time, that same anger could just fuel you into just having the upper hand.
Yeah.
Completely different attitude towards the game.
Allow you to be more proactive, but at the same time, don't be flagrant.
Yeah? Don't let it cloud your decisions, no?
True.
Fire comes in, trying to clean the wave.
Actually, SCARZ, their composition allows them to be more proactive.
Yep.
But we can see Huang without the
Chao is
ultimate.
still in level 3. Ian is being burned extremely low, but the damage does not come from Rilver. He spotted Ian being very low, could not jump in.
He's still trying to threat AG, but he's only an Ata. Xue Ying won't be afraid of Ata.
Ice is just waiting for level 4. He's just waiting for that one. Knocked back, immune.
Whoa.
While blood comes in, the red is going to be for Jerry, and right now they are on the counter attack. Suppressed down. It's going to be Ice falling. SCARZ takes 1 kill.
But actually, it won't be a good news to SCARZ because they already waste so many times on the bottom lane.
Yeah,
and
but
now Ian,
Jerry comes in and then controls his blue. Ian thought that he could come in and commit, and it was not okay. Oh, look at that solo kill for Autumn.
Awesome!
Look at that. Ino knows.
Whoa.
I love the way that Ino reacted. Like Ino just smiled. Like he knew that Autumn was out for blood.
Oh.
Comes in, takes the solo kill. That kid can go home happy today.
Yeah, Autumn already achieved something. He made his achievement. But check Ian, this Chao, he wants to do some consolation effort and even got him a double kill.
Double kill for Ian. It was nice to see Autumn going in there, but right now it's gonna be AG taking that mid lane turret.
And it can be predicted actually.
Yeah.
Well, let's recheck this replay. How?
So the parasol, right? Comes in, and then the ult. Ah, take that!
And he got that frenzy. Autumn.
Oh, I like that. I like that. I'm very happy. I'm very, very happy.
Me too. Actually, me too. So these things happening.
Relver against Nian on the 1v1. ASD comes in trying to support. Jerry, nothing he can do. He's gonna lose that cheetah.
SCARZ needs to do something to this Chao.
Yeah.
Calling for Donghuang Taiyi. Use his ultimate to suppress even once to take him down. They need to slow down this Chao.
Wow, Jerry, the stun. Ian comes in with the spear. Now it's gonna be immune. Xue Ying is going to be suppressed, but the damage doesn't follow until the Forsaken contract finishes.
Do you know the reason why this is happening right now?
Killing spree.
Tell me.
Autumn got killing spree. I need to mention about that.
Yeah.
Quite a highlight. And that also means there's 3 kills on him right now. Well, the problem is, back to that red buff brawls. Actually, SCARZ waste so many times on the bottom side, and that allows Ian have such a long time to have 2 minion waves and all those blue sides,
Yeah, exactly.
those monsters to forming up.
Yeah, they put the pressure on the bottom lane.
Yeah.
They suppress a little bit Inoa, but then Ian already level 9. Has an advantage compared to everyone
Gonna
else.
take the kill. Another bomb with the ultimate, no doubt.
Autumn being unstoppable right now.
Has destroyed a tower.
Railbird
He's a new
gets the
star.
vision. Achio does not have his flash. Wei Yan comes in, checks on the bush, forces Railbird to go back. Half of his HP.
Ata can't contest with this damaged out by
No, it can't.
AG.
Ice already has his ultimate, trying to find the angle. ASD does not allow him, but he's gonna have to let the turret go.
But that's gonna be problem number 2. After they take down this tower on the bottom, AG is gonna speed up. 3,000 gold leads already over to AG, and Ian now is unstoppable.
Unstoppable is Autumn on the other side as well. Multiple kills, and I can imagine that he's got some really nice items at the same time. Let's wait for that item board. Already there. Doomsday. And he's just waiting a little bit more. He needs a little bit more gold just to get his second item out, what his choice is going to be.
Wait.
While Blood comes in, Huang is going to fall. Autumn trying to find the angle, Realver as well. They're gonna have to let the turret go.
Wow, now we can see actually SCARZ are being so reactive. They are handing all of those things to AG.
The rotations from Chengdu AG allows them to take control of the resources, right?
Yeah, but again, I still want to stick on my point that they can do better in the early game. They actually can initiate something, gain themselves a lot of advantages. But in this mid game, with the significant gold lead goes to AG, it's quite hard for them to counterattack.
Realver disappears, Nian comes in with his spear, takes on one more. It's gonna be 5 people from AG pushing up for the mid lane. What can Autumn do?
Little. Because Zhangfei and Agudo are going to be quite solid.
Jump in, the damage comes in. Autumn going to take one more kill. Killing spree is going to be for Chao. Autumn trying to go around with his parasol. Is not going to be able to survive as Xue Ying just spotted it and take him down.
We can see actually they try to catch Autumn. There are 3 members and surround Autumn. Try to find every possible spot that he might be.
Yeah. Everyone is just trying their best. They know that they needed to take Autumn down.
And the best method is just leave one person at your parasol spot, and that's it. You're definitely gonna come back.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what Xue Ying just did.
That's the thing about that hero, right? Like, just you need to be able to wait. Shadow Ripper, the second option for Autumn as well. Trying to go for the critical damage.
Actually, it's not enough for like only Autumn to stand up and do some counterattack.
Oh yeah, no.
Not enough.
It's not a one-person game, right? Like if you want to be able to take on Chengdu AG and be successful at taking the victory, and you're gonna have 5 people to be in pristine performance.
And in that case, I want to highlight Huang. He really needs to use his ultimate to suppress this match hall.
Yeah.
Because actually Nian's being quite carelessly. You won't see him playing like this when he's playing against like teams from KP Origin.
Yeah.
That's true.
It's a different approach.
He's quite bold and flagrant. So actually there's several times for Huang to
Autumn one more time trying to go on the solo kill.
But there's 3 people smelling the blood and trying to find Autumn out, chase him up.
Autumn, what can he do? There's not much he can do. It's gonna be Wei Yan coming in and taking the kill. He thought he could destroy Xue Ying faster than that, right?
Jerry, that's quite surprised.
Nobody's expecting Jerry to be there.
Nobody expects Jerry to do this.
Takes the dragon. That's gonna help them a little bit just to try to protect the crystal. Buying 10 more seconds for Autumn to survive and then just to come back. Jerry coming from behind. Chengdu AG already spotted him. Suppressed down. He's going to fall. It's going to be Nian, the one that's going to follow. Jerry tried to come in. He's been spot down. Xue Ying takes the fan, puts it to his chest, and he's going to follow now. Autumn, one more time, trying to use the parasol. He cleans the way.
Whoa. That's massive. The damage out is immense, and there's minion waves in the mid. 4 people still remaining from AG's side, and without this ultimate, Huang can do little things. They're trying to clean up the minion waves, but Huang is going to be the first target. What Autumn's going to do? Is she going to show up the last-ditch effort, but can't save SCARZ from this situation? Crystal being taken down. Congratulations to AG. Game 1.
Chengdu AG takes the game 1 out of these 2. Can they keep going like this? They did play really well. Congratulations to them. SCARZ showed us that on the 1v1s, they are someone to really respect it as well.
Yeah, finally someone let us saw he stand out, and that's what we did like previous from this matchup. We hope that Autumn can grow up. He can just be using those mechanics, try to withstand Ino, and he achieved more. He even did a solo kill.
No, and it's not the fact that he just did a solo kill there, right? Like, he just kept stacking kills again and again and again. Like, he took 1, took 2, took 3. He made it all the way to 5 until he died for the first time, right? Sadly, on the 1-on-1 that he took against Xue Ying, thought that he had a little bit more burst damage. Xue Ying flashes away, and then everyone else just came back. Wei Yan just came in with Agudua.
That was like quite close, and if he really did that kill, maybe that can buy SCARZ more time. Well, but still, on my perspective, SCARZ should be more aggressive by using such composition in the early game.
So probably you believe that they should have just taken a little bit more the priority that they had due to their composition in the first 3 minutes?
They could, definitely could, because check AG's composition, Agudo, Ma Chao, and also Mai Xue in the mid. Even they did that rotation, put Lady Sun for the first round in the mid, that's not enough to guard that field. But it seems like SCARZ just be a little bit, what we call, frightening. Or a little bit like afraid of their previous failure.
Interesting point. It's a very interesting point. I like your understanding of like how they needed to be a little bit more aggressive. If they would want to be a little bit more aggressive, probably a different support would have been a better option. Just instead of having Tung Huan Tai, probably just going with a different one, going with Lumber, for example. Or Tai Trainer would have been a good option for them to do that. But they had a little bit of an advantage, were unable to take it. And when you give someone an advantage, you're expecting that they're gonna take that. And that's what Ian was handed at the beginning of the game. Gigantic advantage, and he was like, well, you give me the gold, I'll take it, and I'll take the MVP as well.
He's being so like liberal in the whole game. You see, using those spears and just roaming from the upper side to the bottom side. No one actually really did something at him, except that one time in that high ground tower on the
when
top.
He was suppressed down, right? And the only moment that Tung Huan Tai actually showed that it was a good pick for that, when he was able to find that specific hero. Besides that, I don't think that Tung Huan Tai was the best option for them.
Like if they go for Tung Huan Tai, and they should go for the playing style that we mentioned.
Yeah, exactly. A different one. Well, something over there for SCARZ to try to improve. Look at that. Like, every single time it was just like always multiple people from Chengdu AG coming in, trying to take that. Jerry thought in this one that he could run away, but no. Perfect timing by Ice.
And also a spear falling from the sky, the second ability by Ma Chao. Actually, those abilities that Ma Chao have allow him to have a long attacking range. That's something that warriors usually lack of.
Yes, exactly. Like normally warriors are more melee-fied, right? And they cannot just actually chase after. They cannot actually just go and deal damage with range. Ma Chao is a completely different hero because of its own personal mechanics.
Yeah. So this actually allows Ian to like keep a safe distance and maximize the damage that he can do.
Most damage dealt from all the 10 players, it was Autumn, 85,000 damage dealt. Not even Ino was 20,000 damage dealt away from him. Gigantic Autumn.
Gigantic.
That was only, we need to put the spotlight on him because it was a challenge for him, right? He wanted to face the best with his hero, and he did not look bad.
He did such great job in this game, Autumn. Really wants to highlight him because it's actually not easy to using Gongsun Li, especially you are already fall behind, and you're the only one who can stand out and try to do something.
And there were so many assassins around you, right?
Yeah.
Like in the fact that they had that Agutua doesn't mean that they did not have any assassins around.
They got Ma Chao.
They had Ma Chao, they had Xue Ying, and Mai Xue.
Yeah.
Something for them to think about. Well, like game 1 is done. What's going to happen for game 2? SCARZ is going to have one last opportunity just to take revenge. For Chengdu AG, they just want to finish this real quick so they can focus on what's going to happen for the next round.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to happen right after this short break. Stay with us. All right, Nora, our last game for today.
Yeah, and also this is gonna be the last game for both AG and SCARZ.
Yeah, SCARZ after this one, gonna start packing, making their luggage, getting everything done.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna have to go back home. And for AG, after this game, is gonna be going back to the hotel and practice, practice, practice. Wait and see what the draw is gonna give them. There is a 50% chance for them. No, hold on. Let me do my math one more time.
Okay.
There's a 66% chance for them that they will be meeting either Chongqing Wolves or E-Star Pro in the next round.
Yeah, and don't forget, actually, Weibo's already maybe got their spot.
What?
That's gonna be decided for tomorrow.
That's gonna be decided tomorrow, right? Like, we still don't know exactly what's gonna happen with that Group D. That Group D is, again, insane. XYG and Weibo in that group. Ugh. You still don't know which one you would prefer. Like those two are just like horrible picks.
So actually, that's some previews we can do for tomorrow. XYG need to fight for that 2-0 to win Weibo.
They're gonna be in a position where they need to do the 2-0 to force to a tiebreaker.
That's it.
It's different to what we saw today, right? Because here it was AG and Foshan DRG.GK trying to win just to make that first spot. For XYG, the pressure is on them tomorrow for that.
Yeah, and back on track, we can see for these two teams had their last game, and AG let Ino to have this Gongfen Li.
Now, what are they gonna pair it with? Oh, they're gonna pair it with Donghuan Tai.
Are they gonna go for that exact same composition?
They could. They could just say, like, you know what, SCARZ, we like you. So we're gonna take the exact same combo, and then we're gonna teach you how it's done.
Oh, it seems like a circle because Red Canids did the same thing to AG in the third game.
Sadly for Red Canids, it didn't work out, right? It kind of fell apart at the beginning of the game. It's difficult to play that Bai Li Shou Yue and Mozi, right? It's a very difficult combo to play. Like, if you're gonna do the poking, that not only your accuracy needs to be on point, the timing needs to be on point as well.
And also the spot, the positioning that you are, because it takes time for you to aiming or do a lot of things. Need to be careful. And we can see SCARZ is already banning away this Xiaodun and also Ata. Don't allow you to like strengthen up your early game style.
Wow, options. I was gonna ask, what are the options on top lane, and then this shows up. Bad news.
Because those 3 bans that SCARZ did already try to force Ian to pick a warrior.
So if it is gonna be Guan Yu, then what's gonna be the option for Wei Yang? Kai?
Yeah, Kai would be a nice choice. And you know, another reason that for him to choose Kai is they already foresee, they already predict that you would go for that Luban duel.
Invincible warrior allows you to
Yeah.
jump in and don't mind that much about the damage that you're taking, right?
This game won't be that nice to Autumn.
Oh no. There's gonna be a completely different script, completely different game. On the 1v1 between Autumn and Inuo, I would say 9 out of 10 times Inuo is gonna have a better position.
Because when you are using Gongsun Li, actually you can just, trying to use your abilities, avoid of those damage dealt by Autumn by this Luban number 7. Luban number 7 is usually take out to play as a defensive marksman.
Sometimes, yeah. Like, normally you need to have Lupan number 7 with someone who can protect Lupan number 7. And the option that SCARZ goes with is Zhang Liang. That True can suppress. So they're gonna fight that suppression from Donghuan Tai with the suppression coming from Zhang Liang.
The timing matters. For example, actually it's quite interesting topic.
Oh, go ahead.
Because after Donghuan Tai suppress someone, and you use this Zhang Liang's ultimate suppress back, it can break that suppression that Donghuan Tai did.
Ooh, new information with Nora. I like it. Thank you very much. Gonna have to go back home and just try that. Gonna have to try that one out. I've never tried that, so I just learned something new.
But it's not easy for Zhang Liang to play as a mid because in this meta, usually we use it as a support.
Yeah, exactly.
As for the mid, he won't gain that priority of the mid, and also for Zhang Liang, it's more be used as the character as Prince of Lanling did.
Yes.
You won't show up on the mini map. You just hide and to be a threat.
Like super utility, right? Like
Super utility.
Like, but the problem is that if you need to be cleaning wave in the middle, then you're always going to be showing exactly where you are.
Yeah, so the minion wave is actually going to limit Zhang Liang's output damage.
Let's see. Last game for today. Chengdu AG against SCARZ. Let's see what SCARZ can do in what's going to be their last presentation in our 2022 KIC.
SCARZ did a rotation, quite nice.
Blue buff invasion for AG.
It's an improvement we can see from SCARZ. Because last time when they play against neither GK or AG, they are not able to guard their early game field. Not even once.
What is Chao doing? Like he is just completely falling into Ice's rotation. Look at the way that Ice's rotate. As you can see, like Ice can recover HP back just by hitting you with the spears, right?
Nice one. First blood goes to Autumn, and someone just flashed in to Autumn's face. Let him go to double kill. And someone just bumped up and just flashed in front of him. Exactly in the same position. Autumn was like, what?
Oh, I like that a lot. Well done by Autumn. Great reaction. Now, let me just continue on the point that I was trying to develop, right? Like, Ice chooses Huang, the sphere surrounding Huang can allow him to regain HP every time that it deals damage, right?
Sure.
So, the angle of your positioning with Huang is going to allow you to recover HP faster or slower. That is why you always want to be on the right side of your enemy. Just because of the way, the direction that the spheres are spinning. The more times that they spin, the higher the frequency. Look at him, he's mad, man.
He's being furious.
The higher the frequency that you're gonna have, the faster that you're gonna recover HP and the more damage you're going to deal.
True. That's of his like passive ability. Actually, you know, that kind of movement gives me a slight hope about SCARZ achieve something.
Oh,
you can apparently see that AG is playing it quite
suppressed, and it's gonna come in, it's gonna flash away. Oh, Jerry's being put on the air. No, it's going to be Ian. No, it's going to be Rilder falling in. It's going to be Xue Ying taking extremely loud. The chain brings him back. It's going to be 3 kills. Already 5 for SCARZ.
5
What is going on?
1,000 gold elite over to SCARZ. What? I'm now quite cheering up. And let's see, Gong Li only one. He needs to do the trade 1 versus 1.
Inwo goes there. He knows that he was not running away with his life, and he just trades a 1-1.
Well, no, it's actually just higher up my expectations. SCARZ, the only thing they need to do, slow down, no rush, and try to use all those ultimates that Zhang Liang has. Try to do some gas.
Just the way that ASD just flashed away made Kuang completely forget about Jerry.
That's what I mentioned. Actually, you can apparently see AG are playing this game in quite a careless way, right? The same way as they played for the last matchup. They're not quite into this game. They lower their guard, and that also means there's some doors open for SCARZ.
Ice waiting for the opening. He hasn't spotted Ochio yet.
And
Ochio gets out of the bush, and then it's going to be Xue Ying jump in and Wei Yan surrounded.
Moving out.
SCARZ needs to be cautious.
Yeah.
Because
But
again,
everyone is so far away from that blue buff. Like Jerry needs to let that blue buff go. Like he doesn't want to fall in there.
True.
Jerry comes in and it's going to be Ice, the one that is going to suppress him back. Double kill for Ian.
That's something we call communication. Pull one people back, and Zhang Liang used the suppression, but the damage down isn't enough. Ooh, that was quite close.
That was pretty close.
That's what we call communication, because apparently Autumn don't want to be engaged in that team fight. He wants to use that turret to do a trade.
Of course, but then that turret can fall at any time. That's not level 1 turret. It's totally fine. But Jerry had a very good moment going on.
So that's...
He should have just let that blue buff go.
Yeah, so that's something mapped to the communication. Whether you just let it go, or whether you just fully engage to do that 5 versus 5 team fight, or you just go for that team, for that trade, for that tower.
Everyone was so far away.
Yeah, one decision at a time. We mentioned it several times.
Don't let them come back. Don't let them come back. 700 gold, the difference right now. The advantage still for SCARZ. I think it's the first time that we've seen SCARZ having a gold advantage against a KPL team.
I'm so happy to see it.
Wait on that. Minions coming in.
Wei
Yan being spotted, trying to make the rotation down. Jerry engages with him, forcing him back.
And retreat first, but what they're gonna do with the mid tower, because apparently AG now trying to aim in at that one.
Look at Nian. Comes in, and it's gonna be Wei Yan, the one that is gonna proc his ult, comes in, he's gonna take so much damage, it's coming from everywhere. Ian jumps in, he's gonna be suppressed, Jerry jumps back, and takes 2 more kills for SCARZ.
SCARZ got another 2 kills, and AG for respawn, they just take down this mid tower. You know, there's something I want to highlight back into several engagements. The first ability done by ASC, done by Zhang Liang. Check this one. The first ability, he blocked 3 people away. This one.
Yes, that
wall, that magical wall. Blocked 3 people away. So actually the members from AG, their positioning totally beat Hero.
Let's wait and see. Look at that. The Howling Emblem comes in. It's going to be suppressed. It's going to be one person who's going to fall. It's going to be drowning. Now his ability is not going to be part of this mix. Inuo poking in. Jerry just having to push back. Wei Yan jumps in with his ultimate. Push everyone from the blue team back. The kitty bombs come, but they're not going to be in range to deal some more damage for SCARZ.
AG is trying to use those constant attacks, try to gain that priority. We're just gonna vie for that priority. No more tricks, and that's it. And that's something to do with their composition. Their front laner is quite solid, and because of the Guan Yu, it's a huge threat towards Autumn.
And right now, AG knows that they cannot just keep making mistakes.
Yeah,
if they keep making mistakes, like they're gonna let this game go, and they don't want to be that one team that let it go.
AG will not allow that happen, so they definitely need to be cautious. Every ultimate landed
now
on
it's time to run away. Time to run away. Go to look at that. Guan Yu comes in from behind. Autumn is still alive, but it's gonna be Wei Yan, the one that's gonna put a target on his back, and Autumn is going to fall.
Oh, this team fight, AG did such a nice job and used his ultimate. Double kill goes to Inuo.
Yeah, sadly for SCARZ, this is the kind of pace that you only get by experience. When you have a little advantage, how do you build it? How do you cement it? They had an advantage. They were unable to hold to it. Right now, we're going back to what we have seen in these last 2 games. It's going to be 2,000 gold lead for Chengdu AG. And right now, they just completely leveled everything. Inuo, 7,400 gold. Autumn, only 6,000.
And you know what's even worse is that kind of horrible beginning to AG just light them up. And now they're playing carefully.
Yeah, exactly.
They won't allow any mistake happen.
Ice has his Howling Emblem available. Procs it in, jumps in, he's trying to find someone. It's gonna be the suppression. Inuo has a great angle, but he's being spotted. It's gonna be taken down. Autumn still once more. Ian tries to come back, and it's gonna be 3 people from AG, the ones that are gonna fall. Everyone just focus on ASD. They thought Inuo could win the fight. Autumn turns around, counterattacks.
Such a nice team fight. You see the positioning that Autumn was. It's quite safe and it's awesome. Using this minion waves, they can even push forward, push further. They never had the chance to see this mid tower before, but now, wow.
Look at that, like everyone just goes in for ASD. ASD suppresses, Ino tries to come in, knocked back immediately. Great coordination, not only from Autumn, but from Chao as well.
Yeah, he know that he had that kind of sensation. He needs to keep watching Ino or Guan Yu. At least he needs to use his ultimate to block one person away. Try to engage, but be suppressed again as a counter attack. It's a 1-1 trade for support.
Both supports are going to fall in this one. Right now it's going to be Miyamoto Musashi, the one that has control over the Overlord.
Wow.
That Overlord falling real quick, nothing they can do. And they can rotate down. Look at that. They don't want to let this one go. It's taking too long. Rilber jumps in. Wei Yan is being locked in. He's still gonna take control of it. The Razor Cavalry coming from behind. Oh! Ace! For Chengdu AG.
Whoa, Nian, check this man. He won't let this thing happen.
They did not want to let the Tyrant go. Rilber jumps in too early, forgets that they need to keep Autumn alive. He just jumped in too early. The dragon still had a little bit more time. And just amazing the way how Ian just comes from behind with the Razor Cavalry. Let's wait and see what Chengdu AG is gonna do after this. They're just being given one more chance.
SCARZ, they still have their chance since they take down that Shadow Overlord and they got this Shadow Vanguard. It can buy themselves some time. And we can see actually they're doing quite good during this team fight. So the only one thing they need to pay attention is keep watching on Guan Yu. Keep watching on his spot. Don't let him just to dive in, to rush in, to hurl.
Yeah, so Rilber needs to be the one in charge of that, right? Like he needs to be able to try to spot where Guan Yu is. So he cannot just be jumping in to the fight just first, head in.
Yeah.
Like he needs to wait a little bit more. "12 minutes. I don't think that SCARZ had made it this deep in the game against Foshan DRG.GK or Chengdu AG before. I don't think that they have seen the 12-minute mark before in this game.
Yeah, all those games end up within 10 minutes before, and they never gain any upper hand before that 4 matchups in the previous series. SCARZ, again, they still got the chance, and to them, actually, this goal difference isn't that significant, right? Only 3,000 goal leads.
They've seen worse.
Yeah, they've suffered a lot.
Yep. They've seen worse.
So that's actually nothing to them. Just be patient. Try to do a very nice counterattack.
Let's wait and see.
AG, try to close out the game.
All different lanes coming in. This bottom turret is not going to stand for long. They have to let it go. AG is gonna have super minions on bottom lane.
$30 minutes. 4,000 gold lead goes to AG. You know, I'm just, keep silent is because I'm trying to figure a way out for SCARZ. And
yeah,
actually,
that's what we're all doing.
When they're hiding from their high ground tower, actually this is gonna be a really nice choice, because if AG wants to close out the game, Donghua is gonna be the choice to engage. So save that.
Suppress down. Rampage comes in. Now it's all falling apart. It's it. The turret, everything that they did, that house of cards that they had built over there, the last hope that they had for their revenge, only Chao is going to survive. Goes to try to get its HP back. The minions come in. He won't be able to clean it. He's going to fall. The game goes to Chengdu AG.
3 points in their hand, and this gonna be their last game in group stage. Congratulations to AG.
Congratulations to Chengdu AG. Take that victory.
Oh.
They just wanted that one. They just wanted that one. But you see, like, even though they lost, I am so happy with their performance in this last game because it just shows you that it can be done.
That's it.
It shows you that it can be done. No one in front of you is perfect.
So actually we can see the emotions are quite different even they lost the game again.
Yeah.
Before it, in the previous series, they're quite like in low mood, you know, because they know that there's such a huge gap. But for this turn, you can see from Jerry's face, he's like, we should have gone that. We should have, like, what a pity. You can feel that kind of emotion burst out of him. So that's actually quite a nice start and nice sign.
It is a good thing, right? Like at the end of the day, you're able to see the gap. There is still a gap, and it's a very big gap. But after games like today, like you start seeing that gap just slowly, not being that gigantic, it starts becoming smaller. And that's the reason why this KIC has such a deep meaning. It is just an opportunity to allow teams from all around the world to come here to learn. SCARZ came in from the wildcards, undefeated, come in to practice against the KPL teams, and they're able to take the lessons one game at a time and try to go back and try to find out solutions. We were not expecting Changliang and Master Lupan coming up at the same time. We were not expecting to see Changliang going back to mid lane position. But SCARZ is just telling us that when you're being forced into a corner, when you're being forced into a challenge, you need to become a little bit more creative.
Creative, I love this word.
And they became creative about their understanding, and they showed us their best performance in group stage so far.
Creative. Actually, they should bring this out earlier, right?
Great way to finish. Great way to finish. I think that this was the best way that we could have finished this Group C.
Yeah.
This whole story between SCARZ and Chengdu AG and this whole like vengeance storytell that we've been telling everyone, that I don't believe is the end. I believe that it's just this chapter is gone and it's to be continued.
That's true. That's exactly what I want to say. Like even this episode is done, but it's not gonna be the end. It's gonna be to be continued. We know that SCARZ is gonna come back again, try to revenge, and from this slight sign that we saw, I'm really expect to see their future play.
MVP, Chengdu AG's Nian.
No doubt.
No doubt. Like he was the key just to counterattack, right? Like just when everything just started looking bad for Chengdu AG, he was the answer to all their problems. Just the way that he just came in from behind all the time.
Yeah. He break in, like it's all because of his stunning performance that turned the things around.
And I'm very happy for Nian, right? Like because when the team is falling apart, there's always need to be someone that stands up and just tells everyone to calm down, that they can count on him. And I think that figure was Nian in this one.
And from this on, we can see AG, they trying to use this constant attack and force you back. And this one, highlighted. Guan Yu, because of his ultimate, because of he break in and push 3 or 4 members away.
Yeah, there was nothing that they could have done. He just found the best angles all the time. He found the best angles just to answer back to what SCARZ was proposing. Lucky for him, he was successful every single time. And lucky for Chengdu AG, they have these kind of players that can see the moment and they can seize it.
But I do like this reaction.
He tried. Like he tried his very best. It was actually really good.
And it's not only being happy for SCARZ. It's more like SCARZ being the first placed like from this wildcard qualifying, getting into our group stage. He's kind of be reckoned as the representative of all those teams from other region, isn't it?
Of course, like they're right now, they just put the bar, they have set the bar for the other region teams a little bit higher, right?
Yeah.
Because right now we're not expecting that all the other teams, it's just going to be a landslide all the time. We're going to have some expectations towards the other teams right now.
Yeah.
In the next board, you'll be able to see in the next screen the gold lead in here. It was for SCARZ all the way until 6 minutes. They fell, and then on the 10th minute mark, they brought it back again. That looks a little bit more to what this game should look like all the time. This gold lead table just tells us that SCARZ were able to find solutions to specific problems.
Solutions. Actually, we can see this gold line in another way because we've mentioned SCARZ never made it into after 10 minutes. But before 10 minutes, they already made some progress.
Yeah.
So the rest of the issue, let it for next year. Right? Step by step.
After 10 minutes, it was foreign ground for them. They did not know exactly what to do with that advantage.
Yeah, because we never did any experience about our late game. So.
Oh, that's really nice from SCARZ. Hopefully we can get some really nice words from them, right? Because this is going to be the end of the journey for this KIC 2022 for them. And I'm still really looking forward to what are their wishes for the future, right? Like, what are their expectations? Did they enjoy this whole tournament? Are they just really looking forward to come back next time? I'm really looking forward to hear that from them.
Okay, so I will put that to my interview.
Put it down. I want you to write those questions down now.
All right, so give me some time and just organize my words anyway. But again, we're quite glad to see those progress, to witness this progress. Actually, this challenge, again, is quite hard. Our tournament is quite short, right? Quite short.
It's very dense.
Yeah.
It's very, very, very dense. You cannot just come in here and just expect just to get better game by game, right? Like, no, at the end of the day, this is just a test. You cannot expect just that you do not prepare for a test and then after that, you're able to come in and ace it. Now, you prepare for a test, you come into the day of the exam, and then you just get the score that you get. And this is just the result of months and months and months of preparation. SCARZ, what they did today is not the result of 2, 3, 4 days of hard work. It's months of hard work and 2, 3, 4, 5 days of changing little details. And that's what gave them this very good performance.
Accumulation would only show up in 1 second. And suddenly you will feel like, all right, you already conquered something. You already overpassed something. And you wouldn't actually notice that. But you need to hold expectations to that. And we all have that kind of expectations to those teams. And now, for the last game, we have the last interview. Let's see who's going to be with us. 안녕하세요. 먼저 여러분에게 인사 부탁드립니다.
今ライブをご覧になっている視聴者の方々に挨拶をお願いします。
はい、こんにちは。SCARZのサポート担当のチケツです。
안녕하세요. 스카즈에서 서포트를 담당하고 있는 오칙이라고 합니다.
네, 저희가 스카즈가 마지막 게임을 진짜 잘한다고 생각합니다. 그럼 이제 마지막 게임도 끝날 거예요. 지금 소감이 어떻게 되시나요?
最後の試合を終えたんですけど、今の気持ちはどうですか？
そうですね。AG とは今までの3戦はボコボコにされてたんですけど、ちょっと最後の試合はちょっと勝てるかなって一瞬思っただけにちょっと結構悔しいですね。
지금까지 시합 굉장히 어려웠는데 마지막 시합에서는요 조금 가능성이 보여서 그래서 조금 아쉬운 마음은 있었습니다.
Okay, so the first question is actually they did a really good job for their final matchup. How do you feel right now? And he said, like, actually, this previous series is quite hard. And from the last matchup, they saw some hope and saw some possibilities, but they lost it, so it's quite a pity. So the next question is, for the whole journey in our KIC, is there anything you learned or anything you want to share with us? 네, 그럼 이번 KIC에서 그 경험이나 감상에 대해 여러분에게 드리고 싶은 말이 있으시나요?
今回の試合において何か感想とか言いたい言葉あるんでしょうか。
KIC 本戦では中国チームには全敗してしまったんですけど、ワイルドカード予選では中国人チーム以外の相手には全勝することができたので、そうですね、ここまで正直いけると思ってなかったので嬉しいです。
중국 팀을 상대로는 모두 패배를 했지만요. 와일드카드전에서는 모두 승리를 하고 왔기 때문에 기쁜 마음이 있습니다.
So, though they lost every matchup that they play against with the team from KPL region, but they're quite happy and satisfied that they made it in the wildcard qualifier, that they win 7 wins in a row. So the next question is there any thoughts that you will come back tomorrow, like next year? 그럼 다음에 경기에 다시 참가하고 싶은 생각이 있으시나요?
来年の大会にまた参加したい気持ちはあるんですか。
はい、もちろんもう多分チームみんなあると思います。はい。
네, 팀 멤버 모두 그런 생각을 가지고 있다고 생각합니다. 참가하고 싶습니다.
Oh, so all of the members from SCARZ, they all want to participate in our tournament in a year. So the last question, it's going to be the last question. Actually, SCARZ had a lot of fans in China. So is there anything you want to say to your fans? 네, 그럼 마지막으로 이번 대회에서 팀을 많은 인기를 끌었는데요. 그럼 그 응원해 주시는 팬들에게 들어주고 싶은 말이 있으시나요?
今スカーズの方々を応援してくださっているファンの皆様に言いたい言葉はあるんでしょうか。
最初KIC 出るにあたってまさかここまで多くの中国人の方々に応援してもらえるとは思ってなかったのでとても応援してくれて嬉しかったですしすごい励みにもなったので皆さんのその応援に応えるように次の大会ではもっと結果を残せるように頑張りたいと思います。
KIC에 있어서 이렇게 많은 중국 팬분들이 응원을 해주실지는 몰랐는데요. 여러분들의 사랑에 보답하기 위해 더욱더 노력하도록 하겠습니다.
Okay, so they actually didn't realize they would have so many fans in China before, but they still hope they can fight for them and gain more favor from them. Okay, thanks for sharing and thanks for the interview.
Thank you very much to SCARZ for bringing us such a great show. I believe that their participation in the KIC2022 just made this whole thing just to come to a different level, right? Like just making us understand that out of the KPL, there are still some teams that we need to keep an eye on. I will just personally keep an eye on SCARZ, just check how they're going to keep developing. Match results for today. Foshan DRG.GK, the biggest winner for today, 3 victories, all of them 2-0.
Got the first place, and that's gonna be very helpful during that draw.
They finished with 16 points, Chengdu AG 13, SCARZ with 6 points after 2 victories against Red Canids Kalunga. And for Red Canids, it's gonna be just go back to Brazil, keep practicing, keep playing, and hopefully for the next qualifiers over there, they can still take the victory and they can still join us next year.
Yes, and tomorrow gonna be our last day of group stage.
Yeah, Footnova against Bacon Time. Both of them tied 1-1 in the previous game. So let's see if this time it's gonna be 2-0 for any of them. that's the one match that I'm really looking forward for tomorrow, the truth.
Me too, because like if XYG still have got chances, they can end it up with 2-0. We'll go for another game.
Yeah, we're gonna have a small tiebreaker at the end of that. But well, we haven't had the opportunity for tiebreakers during Group A, Group B, and Group C. Let's wait and see what happens tomorrow with Group D. I hope that everyone is gonna stay here online with us and that you guys are gonna just keep watching and keep engaging. Remember that you can always just send us your messages and we can always try to keep communication open.
Yeah, leave your comments.
Leave your comments, all right? For today, that's gonna be it for us. Everyone have a good evening. I hope that tomorrow we'll see you at the same time.